Hang on, I forgot my coffee. Hang on. What's up, everyone? Abe, good to see you. Oh my god. Good to see you. Sophie, good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Just give me a second. I forgot my coffee over there. BRB, BRB. One sec, one sec. All right. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Oh, Canada. Uh, AH, how's it going, man? Johnny, how's it going, man? Thank you. Oh my god, again on the Twitch side. Thanks for being here. Oh my god, I appreciate you, brother. Crucible Crusader. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Merca. Merca. What's up, everybody? Pure. Good to see you. 3D Code Warrior. Good to see you. Hope you're all doing well. Got booted. The contract ended. Yeah, the contract ended. It's I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it when a few more people come in. And I'll take call-ins too. Maybe I should put that text up. So you guys can come chat if you want. But yeah, it ended. I'll talk about what happened. I'll keep it you know, I won't say anybody specifically. I won't name names or anything. And to be fair, I don't think anybody, you know, anyway, I'll talk about it. I don't, it goes directly to a lot of the stuff that I've been talking about with the tech industry, and it kind of played out right before me. And unfortunately, I know I am where I am. So let me just do this real quick. Just 1 second. And then I guess, let me change the, okay, if I do that, and then I go like this, will that change the color? It will. And then the background color, and maybe like that, and then maybe something like, yeah, that could work. Okay, so if I do that here, and then I do this here, and then maybe I can do that, and then if I transition over to that, okay, yeah, okay, so that's that. Perfect. Yo, what's up, D-Dever? How dare I be unemployed? Yeah, I know I know, it sucks. How dare I? How dare I have to look my my wife and kid in the eyes today and tell them I don't have work right now. Yeah. All right. I think what I'm gonna do here, well, let me turn that off. I think what I'll do is, since I have, you know, inordinate amounts of time, right? I have inordinate amounts of time now. Now that I that I have mouths to feed and no way to feed them, I can just take this time now, and I can just play video games and stuff and do whatever I want, right? Isn't this the ultimate freedom? I'm Greek, just borrow money from Germany. Yeah, that's right. What's up, Vamp? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, Vamp. Okay, do this. All right. So I thought what I do is I just chill out and just do like a chill stream, work on the video game. I was doing some software based pixel rendering on the browser. Thought it might be kind of fun to give that an integration into the boat ship chess game. for a few hours, hang out with you guys and just do something. I don't really have it in me to do the news. I don't really. I was supposed to do an interview as well. I don't really have it in me to do that either. Um, but I can hang out with you guys and you can laugh at my coding abilities and make fun of me, which I encourage you all to do because it's so easy to make fun of me, isn't it? Ghost, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Thanks, Vamp. I really do appreciate that, Vamp. Yeah, but I want you guys. I want no pity in terms of trash talk. All right, I don't get a pass on the trash talk. I want you guys to absolutely demolish me. All right, just because I don't have a job anymore doesn't mean that you guys get a pass on making fun of me. That's not how we do things around here. How we do things around here is that at your worst, you keep kicking. That's how we roll, all right? You keep kicking when someone's at their worst because that's how you tell them that you care about them. Right? Isn't that how it goes? I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. My problems with the frequencies, I'm off by 2 megahertz. It's true. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I need to synchronize. That's right. Get a job, you bum. That's it. That's it. Yeah. I'll say something since I feel a little bit freer to say it. I don't shill enough. Um, I don't shill. I don't do the grift enough. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in a minute here, because I'm a god comes in with five subs on Twitch. I'm a god. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's huge. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you for the five subs on Twitch. I can't remember how much that is. It's I don't know. It's like $30 or something. So it's not a small amount. So I really do appreciate it. So I'll bump up the goal there. There, I added $30. I'm pretty sure it's $30 or something like that. But yeah, the goal went up. Um, Thank you, oh my god. Yeah, Emmett, I lost my precious. Yeah. Yeah, I lost my precious. Oh my god, thanks again, man. I appreciate it. Congratulations to all the people who received subs on the Twitch side. Um, Imperious coded games so I can harass Alice. Yeah, Imperious. Yeah, I should do that. Not only you're employed, but you look like an Eskimo golem. Precious. Why shouldn't I keep it, my precious? Yeah, I do. That's true. I do look like a golem. I'm one ugly dude, if you think about it. So look, I will say that I don't grift enough. I don't maybe I don't know about enough, but I definitely don't grift, and so I can't really count on these streams to be a source of income like some streamers can. It takes a lot of effort to do it, and the reason why is because I feel like I would be betraying you guys if I did that. I mean that genuinely. I don't want to betray the people who have rallied around the message that I'm trying to get out there, which is the tech industry sucks, and we need to do better. And I would feel like if I grifted, too much, or I tried to make it about money in order to make a living off of this, it betrays the message. And the it's that's not why I do what I do. I genuinely think that there's a whole bunch of money out there for all of us to make if the message gets out enough that the tech industry can do better. And that's a detriment because I don't have anything to fall back on. I don't have like a streaming career to fall back on. I'm sure I could probably make something out of this financially. Um, but it would kind of be a betrayal, right? So I yeah, it's tough. So I'm in an odd spot. Yeah, it looks like an Ewok. Yeah. So the Streamlabs PayPal thing, PayPal is the only way to do it on Streamlabs. It also means that it's the least amount of money that gets taken off the top. Like Twitch takes a cut off the top. Um, there's their YouTube takes a cut off the top and they take a pretty big chunk, whereas the Streamlabs PayPal thing takes less. So, yeah, shut up, Emmett. I would not be unemployed. If it's not you, it's not you. That's kind of what yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Maybe Spirit can work on my project now. Do you want me to, Vamp? Like, why don't you DM me, Vamp? DM me. If you want me to, tell me what you, what you want me to work on. And maybe I can help you out a bit. Use Ko-Fi. I should do that. Maybe I'll set one up. Yeah, probably takes less cut, doesn't it, Vamp? Yeah. Oh, damn, Laughing Panda with another 5. With another 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Okay, first of all, let me put up the goal here. There we go. Thank you, Laughing Panda. Laughing Panda, gee, you know, you guys are making me feel terrible because it's like the people who have been supporting me the longest in ways that I've never asked, are the ones who constantly keep coming back to support me. And it's like, you guys don't need to be doing this. Like you guys support me so much in so many different ways. It's like the last people I need to be doing this are you guys, but hey, thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude enough that captures it, but thank you. Thank you, Laughing Panda. Thank you, Emma God. I hear notifications. What the hell's going on? Hang on. TMX dropped how many bits? 26 bits. I don't remember how much that is. I don't even remember how much that is. I'm gonna grant I don't know. I'm gonna grant like $10. I don't know how much the bits are, but anyways, Laughing Panda, I appreciate it. Oh my God, I appreciate it. TMX, I appreciate the bits. Somebody dropped something on YouTube. Damn it, Abe. Abe drops in $50 on YouTube. Grift, boys. You know we need Spiro in the fight. I'm going to have to add 50. Let me add 50 to the goal. Abe, thank you for the 50, man. Bro, I'm supposed to be supporting you, Abe. I appreciate it, Abe. Thank you. Thank you for... Thanks. And another 20... Freaking hell, TMX. Another 25. How much is a bit? Does anybody even know the financial numbers on that? Do we even know what the financial numbers are on that? Let me go over here and let me pull this up. By the way, you guys, just real quickly before I look up the numbers, this is Amagod's website on NeoCities, and this is Sophie's website here, and this is Travis's website, and this is Gare Games, I believe. And here's TMX, who's transcribing my videos and plotting them on a chart. And then here's Laughley, who's making games. Go on NeoCities and make a website. But how much are Twitch bits? It's equivalent to 1 cent. And there's another 29. Okay. So you know what? I'll just put in like I'll put in $1. We'll add a buck. Okay, we'll round it up. We'll add $1 to the goal. There we go. It's $1. Thanks, TMX. Appreciate it. You're almost out. Don't worry about it, man. I am not an American citizen, Vamp. No. No problem. I remember the hype train. I own part of you now. Those are the rules. Yeah. Oh, it comes around, goes around. Abe. Yeah, Crucible. No, you don't. Guys, don't... Crucible drops $10 super chat on YouTube. Guys, thank you. Listen, do not put yourself out. Like, I don't want you guys... Please be careful where you spend your money, okay? If you learn from me, you don't have to... Oh, man, you don't... Guys, what the hell's going on? Sophie... My kids want porridge, but I'm going to have to renew my bit stash. Sophie, thank you for the super chat. It's 1,000 NOK. I don't know what that NOK to USD. Let's see. Okay, so let's say it's 1,000. Let's make sure the goal. Okay, Jesus Christ. Sophie, what the hell are you doing? $100. Holy crap. No, okay, no, listen. We should all spend money on suit. Somebody ban Almagod. Somebody ban him. Okay, how dare you take the kindness of other people and their financial contributions and you turn it against me? Yeah, Live Joiner has it. I should actually like look at integrating Live Joiner. Just DM me, Vamp. I know I have access and I can pull down your stuff already. I know I already have the account and I know I can log in and do a bunch of stuff with it. But if you need help with something, just DM me. And yeah, isn't it obvious we want more tears? You guys want to make me cry? You guys want to be so supportive? You want to make me cry? Is that what's going on? D-Daver. The reverse psychology worked. D-Daver, thank you for the $10. You guys are insane. Listen, no more, no more money. YouTube has different payment options. Thank you, Sophie. You guys can't get me to cry. You guys can't get me to cry. You can't do that. Okay, I'm a man, all right? Men don't cry. Men shove all their feelings down into a deep, dark hole, and then they drop a nuke on them. No, thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, oh my God. Thank you, Abe. Thanks, TMX. Laughing Panda, thank you. I don't know. I'm probably missing somebody because you guys came in hot. Thank you, everybody. It does help. It genuinely does. Like I said, it's, I've been broke and homeless before, and I've had to live in my car and out on the streets and stuff. It's different. Back then, I was single. Family was nowhere in sight, and it was just not, when you have to do it yourself, particularly when you're a man, you'll just do whatever you have to do, right? Like, that doesn't scare me. What scares me is the fact that this industry is going to hell, and it makes it difficult for people like myself, and probably for a lot of you out there, to support your families. And that's the real tough part, is when you have people counting on you. So all of this helps. Just so you guys know, all of these contributions are going to help, my kid, be able to do whatever, she needs to do, and all that. But on top of that, so you guys know, I'm still in this fight. And that's kind of what I was talking about before you guys distracted me with your Moondog. How you doing? Before you guys distracted me with all your incredible generosity, and messages I've been receiving via DMs have been incredibly supportive. The the stuff that I talk about, I don't know how to explain it properly. I'll try my best. I'll try my best to explain it the best way that I know how. I didn't come into the streaming portion of this looking to extract money out of you guys. I wasn't looking to turn it into a business. The ideal scenario for me was to use it to spread a message. And that message is that you guys don't have to put up with the crap that's out there anymore with the tech industry. That's the message. And that there are better options. And the betrayal, the ultimate betrayal of that message would be to ask for money or to turn it into a business. That would be the ultimate betrayal to you guys. And I do mean you guys, myself too. It would be betraying my own self. I wouldn't feel good about it. If I was looking to turn this into a business, I would have approached this very differently, and I would have been building, my game would be completed right now. The entire streaming thing would be very different. TMX drops another $10 in bits. Thank you, TMX. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. You guys are insane. Thank you. So I would be betraying you guys, and I'd be betraying the message. And I have to admit that a lot of people you hear, a vast majority of people you hear talk about the tech industry out there are shills. They're shills for money. And I think they're missing the point. The point is that you can have your cake and eat it too. That's the point. That we can build better things and it can improve your lives and it can improve my life and the life of my family. I wouldn't have to be scrounging for work right now. A lot of you wouldn't have to be scrounging for work right now. That's why I started out building this game the way that I'm building it, right? This guy, on purpose in order to prove the point. Like I lean on the fact that I'm a high school dropout out of necessity, that I've had to make my own way and learn everything myself, specifically because it proves a point. It doesn't prove anything like, oh, look at how good I am. No, it proves that people like you out there can go do the same stuff that I'm doing, because it's not as hard as it's made out to be. And it's not, you don't have to leave money on the table to get better stuff out of this industry. But it's so inverted and backwards. So unfortunately, it means that because I'm trying to stick true to the principles of the stream and why I have the community that I do, I have like, I know between YouTube and Twitch alone, I think I've got like 30, 40 people. It looks like probably 30 to 40 people right now watching. Imagine walking into a room and there's like 30 or 40 people watching and like just willing to hear what you have to say about stupid ways to build stuff like, like this guy over here, or about AI, or talking about boring science papers and then going and debating about it and whatnot. But yeah, it puts me in a precarious situation where I don't want to betray the message, right? Because I think we can all do better, and I hope that you guys are benefiting from it. And it seems, based on your generosity, I think maybe I'm hitting at least a few of the right notes. But man, is it difficult. Man, it's hard, right? So the ideal scenario for me would be to continue spreading the message, and to have people like last night I was on Abe's stream, and if you don't know who Abe is, go check him out. He's Abe Dinkus on YouTube, and he does some really cool streams. He just brings people together and they talk about all kinds of stuff. It's fun. And Abe and Emmett were making my arguments for me in kind of like a semi-debate about AI. It's getting to the point now where the message is getting picked up by others in such a way that I don't have to. It's not just me anymore. It's us now. I mean that in the most genuine sense. It's us now. I'm so like, I'm really happy to see that, because the ideal scenario is that this community expands and then I get to just go back to work. That's what I want to do, guys. I want to go back to work. I want to go back to building stuff and programming. That's what I enjoy doing. And I want to make money doing that, supporting my family with the, the work that I have, such as it is. I think that would be the ultimate ideal scenario. But right now, it's really tough. And so people like Pure now, who drop in another 5. I appreciate that, Pure. You shouldn't, Pure, guys. Pure, it's like, oh, geez, man. I'll put in, I don't remember how many, how much are 5 Twitch subs? I don't know. Yeah, it's about 30. We'll say 30. So I'll do 30. So I'll add 10, and then I'll add 20 there. There you go. Thank you, Pure. I appreciate it. We'll just round it up to 30. We'll be considerate to everyone. I'll just consider that. I'm probably off a bit, but it's not really the point of being, super exact. It's pretty damn close though. Moondog on YouTube says, I'm working in an old era of tech, WordPress. It's kept me employed since 2008. That's good. But it definitely feels capped. Yeah. Yeah. You've used my arguments on people in chat. There you go. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Purecoin? Good to see you, man. Thanks, Sophie. Cancel the newspaper so I get the news. Yeah, I was considering doing a news stream, but I just don't have it in me today. I just don't have it in me today. I don't really want to do a news stream today. It's it's already heavy. It's already a heavy day. So I just it's Let me just do one quick thing. I'll do that, and then I'll move this over. Looks kind of stupid, but whatever. Okay, so I thought what I would do. Well, what the heck's going on now? TMX. TMX! You're going to go broke spending money. Stop. Here's another 10. We're at 1333. Somebody's going to have to pop. I'm going to have to update the goal, I guess. I don't know what the progress bar is doing. Apparently I can't even get a progress bar working correctly. But whatever. I'm going to leave that up there. We'll ignore the progress bar and look only at the numbers. He seems to why with Spiro, why isn't he grifting? Yeah, Vamp. Why aren't I grifting? If I was grifting, things would be. If I had built this video game in React over here, if I had just built it in React, it'd be done now, and I'd be making money off ads, right? Yeah, it has an automatic progress bar for tipping. Yeah, I noticed that. I also noticed, Vamp, that you've connected it to a bunch of different things that I've had to implement myself. Anyway, yeah, I think maybe I'll try and give LiveJoiner a full implementation here, since I have a little bit of time, you know. I'll give it a shot, Vamp, and see how much I can integrate it. The bar is perfect, almost there, always. Yeah, exactly. It's almost there. You guys will never. The game needs a Copilot button. That's why it's not making money. It's true. Yes, it needs AI. Yeah, it needs AI in it. 100%. Yeah, I'm crazy, right? I'm crazy. No dumbass. There's no dumbasses allowed. Is that what you're trying to say, Vamp? There are no dumbasses allowed in LiveJoiner? I'll have to talk to you after. Vamp. You're DM me anyways, but yeah. You need a Scrum Master. It's true, I need Agile. Leet. Leet. You guys are crazy. Okay. All right. One more time, to be really, really clear. That's over what? That's like 200 some odd dollars. This stream alone, and I've been streaming for how long? 30 minutes. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow, Vamp. Yeah. You guys are insane. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It helps out. If nothing else, it helps buy a little bit of time so that I can figure out what to do besides this, because I don't want to be betraying you guys and turning this into let's make this a business kind of stream, right? Yeah, but so I appreciate that. I really do. What happened with the contract? You guys want to know what happened with the contract? Yeah, I might as well tell you. So it's this company that I can't talk about the company. I can't talk about what they do. Okay. But essentially, they provide a website that summarizes a bunch of data that's otherwise difficult to summarize in a tabular format. It's an easily accessible. It's data that's easily accessible on the website. Here, I might as well just go full cam for a minute. And so I was helping them build this website. It was me and I guess you could say a supervisor. It was just myself. Managing this website and a supervisor. I wish I could talk about who it was and what it was, because it's nice to have them on my resume. Once I figure that out, what I'm allowed to talk about, I have to talk to them and figure out what I can say and what I can't say. But it's a big deal, you know, career-wise, right? To be able to put them on my resume and to be able to say that I was the only programmer on the team. I was single-handedly running this project. This project was making My understanding was that the project was making several hundred thousands in US a year in terms of revenue. And the traffic was significant because they were a leader in the space, in the space in a number of ways. So they had a lot of traffic. As a matter of fact, they have. Anyways, I can't get into it too much. All right, but it's like I'm really proud of the work that I did there. My supervisor was fantastic. He and I have become friends. We worked our asses off. It was not very complex in terms of what they wanted to do, but it wasn't easy either. So I was on a contract. Yeah, Zerk, it's a perfectly fine question to ask. I was on a contract. It was every 3 months. So every 3 months, the contract gets renewed. So not employed, no benefits. I'm in Canada. They're in America. So, I have to pay for my own. I have to pay my own taxes. Any insurance that I have to pay for it. I have to pay for my own business expenses, etc. But for the last probably 2 years, it's been all that I can get. Zurich, I'm in Canada. Yeah. The company was in the US. So they kept renewing. Now, here's the problem. The problem is that they had some kind of agreement with Webflow. Do you guys know what Webflow is? Just this is exactly to the stuff that I'm talking about on these streams all the time. This is exactly to the point of why I'm building this game, why I do the daily tech news. Now it's called the Tech Bites because I can't do it daily, although maybe I'll go back to it now. Lord knows I could do more streaming now. So it's a third-party system. It's basically like a... let's pull it up, all right? Let's pull up what Webflow is. Here's Webflow. Let me be careful what I pull up here. Just let me be careful 1 second what I put up here. All right, here we go. So Webflow will allow you, it will give you a visual interface to build a website. Canada government gives you 0 tax breaks for having family. So screwed whether you earn a little or a lot. Yeah. So and well, let me put it to you this way. The debts are piling up. I'll put it to you that way because Canada's cooked in terms of financial intelligence. The government here is not very smart financially, and they're screwing over everyone. So it's like my debt. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. It's a drag and drop. You can see kind of the video here. You set up a website here. Now here's the problem with something like this, which is something I talk about all the time. These third-party systems make it so that you don't actually know what you're doing. You don't know what's going on under the hood. There's a bunch of abstractions being made about this stuff. And the videos, like the sales video here, right? You can literally watch it right now on screen. They're selling you. It looks great, right? Like, man, I don't know how to build a website. I can just drag and drop elements. Yeah, man, sign me up for that, right? So it seems like this company had a deal with Webflow where they were going to publish a bunch of websites on Webflow, and Webflow was kind of giving them, I believe they were giving them a sweetheart deal because it's a big, like I said, it's a big company. They're a leader in the space that I was working in, and they wanted this company, Webflow wanted to work with this company because it'd be nice to say like, hey, these guys are using Webflow. So there's all kinds of problems that come with this. So here's kind of what happened. I joined the company. That was early last year, I want to say. I could go back and find exactly when, but it's early last year. I joined the company, and they tell me what they want to do. They summarize a bunch of data, and we want to display this data in a particular format, and there's a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other features. I won't get into the details. And I'm like, okay, so what are you guys doing this on? They had two programmers at the time, and it's Webflow. And another system that I can't talk about. I know I can't talk about that one, but it was another system, another backend system. But mostly it's Webflow. We want to move to Webflow. We want to take everything. We already started on Webflow, and we want to continue going on Webflow. And so I look at it, and I go, "What the heck are you guys doing? You guys are crazy." And it's not just me being like, super stickler about things like I am with the game here, where it's like, I'm not going to do this because it's like there's a principle of the matter. It's like, no, I think what you guys are doing here, I think you guys are missing the fact that these kinds of websites are meant for something very different than what you're asking for. These kinds of websites are for like cat pictures and cooking recipes and things like this. The amount of data that you have is part of the reason why you're so popular, but it's also a large amount of data. And the amount of data that you want to show to people in order to make the website that you want to make won't work here. There are limitations here. And I didn't know what those limitations were up front, but I knew that these systems would have those limitations because I can just tell right away when you look at this, when you're doing things like styling, when you're doing things like data layout, when you're doing things like pagination on this thing, when you have to synchronize with like their content management system from some kind of backend system where you shovel a bunch of data into this thing, there are problems with this. And I didn't know all the problems, but I knew there would be problems because I've used systems like this before. This is what happens when you hand off your responsibility to systems like this. You don't actually learn anything. You don't learn what's going on. And these guys are going to sell you on, don't worry, you're going to be able to do everything you want, right? They're not going to tell you about the problems. So let me tell you what happened. Damn, Tack, thank you for subbing. Thank you, man. Tier 1 sub. I can't remember what the hell one sub is. It's like, I don't know. I think it's approximately $10, something like that. Yeah, almost 2 years, man. That's insane. Thank you, Tack. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's like 1.5% of my life. Yeah. Here, I'll pop that up. I don't know what's going on with the goal. I've broken the goal. We're going to leave it broken, all right? We're going to leave it broken. Tack, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Okay, so I hop onto this company, and they're like, hey, we want to do this, more child support, yeah. Yeah, I will continue as long as you guys support me, and as long as I can do what I need to do, I will continue fighting. Yeah, I'll continue talking about this. So I joined the company. They're like, yeah, we want to put this on Webflow. We've already started. Help us complete it. And so I raised my concerns, and they're like, yeah, we know, but we want to do this anyways. Okay. So a lot of people think that because I do the streams that I do, that I'm unwilling to be cooperative and be a team player in an environment where people want to do something that I would be in principle opposed to. But they couldn't be further from the truth. If you actually watch my stream and what I'm about, I try and persuade people. That's what I try and do. I try and have good arguments and reasons for why I do what I do in order to persuade people into why something like this might be bad. And then what I do is I look at what you currently have and how we can make it better, or how we can transition over to something that's better if I can convince you that there's a better path forward. So the last thing I want to do is come in and just absolutely derail everything that you work on. And proof of that is this job this contract. And so they're like, look, no, really, we really do want to do Webflow. And as much as I, in principle, would disagree with it, and as much as I had good arguments why this was a bad idea, I'm like, no, you know what? I'm a team player here. Beggars also cannot be choosers. There's also that. So I'll go with it, and I'm going to step up, and I'm going to do my absolute best to make this work as much as possible. So we continue down the Webflow path. The previous two developers I'm not going to explain why or how, but they left. Let's put it that way. They left. And so it's just me rather quickly. Within about a month, I think I was basically the only one who was working on the project. And so we start building this thing out in Webflow, and we pretty much within a month, we immediately start running into blockers. And by blockers, I mean things that are insurmountable. You can't overcome them on Webflow. One example is on Webflow, if you are trying to funnel in a bunch of data so you can build something like a table. It doesn't show this stuff here because it's not meant for it. But if you want to show a table of data, you need to put it into its content management system. And that information is imported three ways. It's three ways that you import it. The first way you can import it is you can just go into their CMS editor, which they have a little button over here, and you can go and manually enter it into their web interface. Their web interface is stupid slow. And we're talking about, tens of thousands of records, which have to be updated minimum once a day because it's constant updating data. So good luck having somebody sit there and update tens of thousands of records. And even if you could narrow that down to only a few hundred records that actually need to be updated, that's still an insane amount to ask someone. Now you're paying someone full time to go and manually enter it, right? So that's out of the question. The second way to upload the data is through a CSV. But you have to go and generate the CSV, and then you have to download it off of wherever it gets generated from. Then you have to go back to the web interface. Then you have to upload the CSV. Then you literally have to go and read each and every field in the CSV and map it to the field in the CMS. So now you have to sit there and map it one-to-one, and then you have to tell the CMS which fields from the CSV you want to map into the CMS and which ones you want to exclude and what their formatting is and all of that. So it's a little bit less time than manual entry, sure, but it's still not good, right? When you're talking about tens of thousands of records to display this stuff, it's not good. It takes up still way too much time. So then you have the third option. And third option is an API. So, hey, okay. And so Webflow has an API. So have a look. So if we go Webflow API documentation, right? So in here, they have an API, and let me see. I think it's developer tools here. Yeah, Owen, you know it, man. So they have an API here. Maybe it's the SDK. I don't remember exactly where it is. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So they have an API, and you can make API calls, and you can pump your data from like your database, into another database. All right. So what happens here? Now we run into a whole bunch of other issues. So first of all, the API is throttled. You can only make, I can't remember what it is. It's it's 60. Damn it. Hang on. Webflow API limitations. Rate limits. It's the rate limited. Here you go. So in the starter and basic, you can make 60 requests per minute. In the upgraded, you can make 120. And then in the enterprise, you have custom. Now, the company I'm contracting for didn't want to pay enterprise because Webflow wanted to get them in on this. They gave them a sweetheart deal on this version, I believe. I think they gave them a business version with a sweetheart deal for that because they're hoping that they get you locked in. And then you're going to go up to enterprise. And anytime they broached the topic of enterprise, my understanding was that it was super expensive. And they didn't want to do that. It would undercut the entire project. So to avoid doing this, to avoid going to enterprise, they were tasking me with, doing what I could. Okay, so we have the first problem, which is let's take 120 requests per minute. Now, what you don't realize is that there's also an amount of, there's a size limitation. It doesn't say it here because it's not in the documentation. And the reason why I know that is because I've had to work with them. We actually got Webflow developers on the phone. I spent weeks sometimes going back and forth with Webflow developers talking about their API system, again, because I wanted to be a team player and I really wanted to make this work. Like, I just really wanted to put my best foot forward and let's just try and figure it out. What can we do? But unfortunately, what's not documented in here is that you can only send a particular size of request. And when you're talking about hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of records and the amount of data that goes into each record, you very quickly eat up the amount of data that you can actually put through a request here. So even if the requests per minute were 120, which probably should be sufficient for most kinds of things, the amount of times that you need to send it and the amount of data you need hits a limit very quickly. And that started to become a serious blocker. So we had to work around that. How did I work around that? They really, like, they asked me, like, hey, like, I said it so many times. I said it for months, like, guys, this is one of the blockers. There were several. I'll talk about them. But this is one of the blockers. Like, guys, I want you to imagine what it's like to pump in tens of thousands of records via this API that cannot handle the data that we want. How on earth are you going to expect us to be able to keep this thing up to date based on the business requirements that you want, where this data is changing bare minimum daily, sometimes hourly? This is not possible. You can't do this. And they said, look, please try, please, continue. We have to make this work. Okay. So I came up with this. We would have to, what we would do is we would take a bunch of data that we knew would not change except for weekly and then daily and then hourly. And what I did was I limited the scope of API calls. Anything that was done weekly or daily got uploaded manually via CSV, which I would do by hand. And then anything that was needed hourly, which was greatly limited, I managed to squeeze into the API calls here. And what I had to negotiate with them is, look, you're going to have to accept the fact that things that need to be updated hourly will not always be updated hourly. I'm going to run into rate limits, and you're not willing to pay extra to have Webflow give you like a bigger throughput. And so there's only so much I can do here. And they're like, okay, that's adequate. Like, we'll accept that. So off we go. The data starts flowing in there. That's one problem, let's say, solved. Yeah, because it's not really solved. We didn't actually solve the problem. We just worked around it. And I said, long term, this isn't going to work. And they're like, no, don't worry. We have a plan. I think they were planning on like coming up with a deal with Webflow or something like that. Just try and get us through now. Like, please hold on. Okay, no problem. That's fine. We'll make this work. We'll do whatever we can. Okay, so we get past that. Now comes another problem. At the same time that I was solving this problem, you have another problem. So I want you to understand what's required when these systems render websites for you. Okay, so let's go back to, is it here? No, it's not here. Actually, you know what? This is fine. I want you to start considering what happens when you take a website like this that has all of this stuff in an administrative interface, and you drag and drop and plug and play, and all your styling attributes and all your HTML and all your JavaScript and all of that is all done through this interface. Take a second and think about it logically. What's required from a technical perspective to get you from the starting point to I now have a website rendered? So think about it. You open it up, you have a website that you want to build, and you have an administrative interface, and things are great at first, right? And you don't even need to work on raw code. So if you want to style something and put a border on it, they have that in here. They have the web interface. I can't log in and show you, okay? But they have web interface here. You can put in like dark theme mode. You can put in your own custom JavaScript in here. You can put in borders, whatever. But you don't need to know any code. It's just an interface, and you just pick an element. You literally click on an element, and you type in like, I want on this page for it to have the title like cat pictures and give it a red border, and you need to know nothing about coding. But that has to somehow end up on the web, right? Somebody has to open up that website and has to look at this website, right? How does that work? How do they take the stuff that's in your administrative interface and turn it into a website? Well, of course, there is a technical process that's required to extract. Well, no, actually, the first thing they have to do is they have to do what we would consider normally to be a compilation step. All those entries in this visual editor have to be compiled and pieced together into what ultimately ends up as the website. Then all that information has to be extracted. Then it has to be served. They were serving it on a CDN. That's what Webflow does. So they have to upload it up to a CDN kind of infrastructure. And then they serve that out, right? So right away, you have another problem. Now you have the problem of what if more than one person wants to come in here and edit this website? And we were running into this clash. This is the clash that we were running into. When you're on here and you're doing the administrative interface, and I, on my back end, ask my database to go make API calls and go update the prices on the front end on Webflow. So from the data that I have on a DB on my server to Webflow. And you have somebody who's making styling changes or they've updated the title. You now have a problem. And that problem is that this web interface will not publish the latest changes in the content management system until everything is synchronized as ready for production. Which now means that we were getting blocked by people simultaneously working on the front end. My hourly updates were not going through because it wouldn't go through until the front end was published to production. So now we have a further problem, which is anytime somebody wants to come in here and make a front end change, it's going to block my ability to go into production, which means now I have to account for my API calls not actually functioning correctly. They'll show succeeded, but in terms of actual functionality, like did it actually work to get to the front end, there's an entire gap there. Fortunately, it's not something that I have to worry about on the DB side, but it's something I have to worry about as like the sole person who's ensuring that this data gets out to the front end. And one of the reasons why they wanted to use Webflow was because they didn't want to have to count on having designers provide me design information and then have me jump into Webflow and make changes, or have me run a custom website where I would have to go and manually make the styling changes and whatever. Another reason they wanted this was because then anybody could come in here and make design changes. So, okay. Well, now with that, right, it's Webflow says they'll solve it, but instead they've created a blocker. So now I have to worry about people coming in, making design changes, and data can't get out. Well, now you have another problem. Let's add on to that. The other problem is that they wanted to have search engine optimization. And Webflow, kind of like WordPress, has some good tools for search engine optimization because they wanted to rank highly on search engines. Of course they do. So there's two ways in particular that Webflow does this. One is through localizations, which means you can translate your content, and it kind of gives you a little bit of a boost in SEO. Although it's not the end all be all, but it's a boost, and Webflow makes it easy. You can just click on an element. Let me just scroll down. You can just pick an element on your interface. Here you can click wherever, here, like click on one of these, and then you can just create a translated version of that page. However, we run into another problem. The translations are limited. They are limited to such a degree that you can only have 5 languages, one of them being English. And they have a heavy presence in China, and they cannot properly translate to Chinese inside the localization option. So they had to pick different languages like Spanish and I believe Dutch or something like that to translate. Then on top of that, we had problems with the translation because once you have a component in here that's translated, so let's say we take let's say we take this guy, right? We click on this guy in the interface and we go translate it to another language. This is now considered a translated component. When a component becomes translated, you now have to worry about any changes you make on the English side in terms of visual data being affected or sometimes not affected when it should be affected on the other localized versions. So now you have a very weird set of problems. We did talk to Webflow developers about this, and they did recognize that there are bugs in the system with regards to this. There were certain elements that we literally could not create because we were translating them. On top of that, there are some limitations on the kinds of things you can do with things like meta tags, descriptions, things like that. It was all like, it was full of bugs and like weird things, right? So, okay, so what do we do? What do we do with that? Well, let's put that on hold and tackle another issue. At the same time as all this stuff was happening, another issue we discovered was that because of the translations, because of the translation issues, there were certain pages that were not being translated in full. So for a while, we were actually paying a third-party API service that did AI translations for text. And I was funneling my API calls through a third-party API service to auto-translate before it then hit the Webflow APIs. And I would have to still do the manual stuff for dailies and weeklies. I'd have to go to the web interface of this translation system, take the CSV of data, go and translate it in this AI interface, then go upload it on Webflow. So we actually just added another step for a while. Fortunately, that didn't last for more than a few months, and we stepped away from that because we gave up on translation because they kept saying that they were going to fix issues and it didn't get fixed. But that's what we had to do. Now we have yet another issue as all of this was happening. So like I said, this kind of a system is intended for blogs, right? So blogs are things like I said, like cat pictures and recipes and, heavy churn on content, right? So you're going to churn content. You're going to go through one thing or another and whatnot. So we do that. Or we're using this for not that purpose. That's what I'm trying to say. We're using Webflow for exactly not that purpose. Instead, what we're using it for is the primary method is to represent, sample HTML. Let me just see if I can find a sample just to kind of show you. It's an HTML table like this. Imagine something like this, okay? It's literally a table of data. It's summarized data. It's raw data, somewhat, made nice so that it's easily grokkable. It's easily searchable with filters, things like that, right? That's not what Webflow is meant for. So you know what ended up happening in the first month of me being there? While the last developer was still around, they were asking him to implement this table in Webflow. There was so much data being implemented in Webflow. No, it's not even that. I'm not even explaining this correctly. Check it out. Here's what happens. Anything you put in the CMS, there's a content management system, right? Anything you put in there has to be rendered. How do you render it? You're going to take the CMS and you're going to take a visual button that represents that CMS and you're going to drop it onto the page. You're going to drag and drop it onto the page. And then you're going to format the output. And it's going to solve a bunch of table stuff for you. It's going to solve pagination. It's going to solve filtering. It's going to solve all of that for you. So you drag and drop it on the page. And then you say for every record, I want to create an element, a row, that represents that record, right? So you're going to create a bunch of tables like visually, right? And so you drag and drop a div, you drag and drop a table element, you put it over top of the CMS element, right? And it feels all nice because you're dragging and dropping and there's no code, and you put it all together, and then you load the page, and the page crashed. The home page crashed. I'm not joking. It was crashing. I'm glad we didn't push that to production. Why did it crash? Because what Webflow doesn't tell you is the following. When you use a CMS, because it's not intended for massive amounts of data, it's intended for short amounts of data with blog posts and written text content, it preloads all the data on load. So does your CMS have 100,000 records? Load it all up. And the idea behind that is that if you paginate through a bunch of cat pictures, it's going to be really, really fast because it preloaded all the cat pictures. But when you're talking about tabular data like this, Webflow will not consider that this is way too much data to load on the browser. So you open up the home page and the browser just crashes because you're talking about hundreds of megabytes of data attempted to be pumped into your browser and then loaded dynamically. And how does it actually handle the data? Well, it uses this weird front-end Webflowy library. I'm not even sure what it was. It's your typical front-end library that sucks, it's super non-performant, whatever. And it's trying to shove all this data into this library in order to make the pagination and stuff work. So we had to move away from that. It was a non-starter. That was just my first month being there. But as you continue down this line, then you have to start thinking about, well, okay, what happens then? Like, how can we access this data without loading the entirety of it on initial page load? Well, your options are basically none. You pretty much have no options. So what we came up with was another workaround. I kid you not. You guys are not going to believe what we did. No, what I did. I came up with this by myself. So, like, could we store only the first 10 records in the Webflow CMS and then render the rest of the data dynamically? And that's what we did. So I literally API called the first 10 records of every page, all the different viewpoints, the different ways to view the data. There's different pages to view different types of data. The first 10 records got API called into Webflow. And guess what happened? The dynamic portion got generated from my server, which was running on a pure PHP, no Laravel, nothing. It was just pure PHP. At one point it was Bun as well, because we were converting to that in order to do some other stuff. And I was injecting it into the page dynamically. So we ended up doing what Webflow couldn't do with the absolute most bare bones. I mean, I just picked up PHP off the shelf and I just SQL'd it and then generated the HTML, and it was like that, right? So we get to that point, but they're still not happy. Do you know why they're not happy? Can you see another problem with this? Here's the next problem. Even though we were getting to this point, we were still suffering from translation issues. We were still suffering from SEO issues to the point where they had to hire an external SEO team. By the way, they had to hire an external SEO team in order to come in and help them with SEO. And now we have a latency problem, because what happens is the page loads instantly. There's only 10 records for Webflow to load. Hey, that's fantastic. So load it instantly. But now you have to make a second call outside of Webflow infrastructure, right? We can't put our infrastructure inside of Webflow's infrastructure. We can't put them side by side. So you have to make an external call on the client's browser to get the HTML that's required to dynamically update the data as you paginate through a table. Well, that can be slow sometimes because you have to account for people's internet connection. You have to account for latency between the two servers and how they reach each other. You have to account for load. You have to account for Webflow not doing weird things as it does on the front end, etc., right? So they weren't quite happy with that. They're like, man, this is a little bit slow. Can we make it any faster? And it was at that point where I'm like really being vocal about this now. I'm like, guys, we're hitting a dead end. I don't think you guys realize that what you're asking for to do in this system is not possible for us to do. We're a year and a half into this project, and we've barely got anything out the door. It's so simple, or rather, it should be simple. But instead, we're just continually running into dead ends here. This project is going to fail because we don't have a way to to make this work in Webflow. And then I leaned on the fact that my server was doing stuff that Webflow couldn't do, right? And so I leaned on that. I'm like, look, guys, do you remember the time when Webflow was loading tens of thousands of records right up front and trying to load the entirety of all records, and the browser was crashing and all that? Do you remember the time we ran out of API requests and you guys didn't want to go to enterprise, rightfully so, because it was too costly, and I found a way around that? Do you guys remember the time when I was like, manually uploading CSVs to the CMS and so on? You guys remember that? You guys remember how much stuff we have to kind of bring in house? And then the SEO team thankfully backed me up. And they're like, yeah, man, we've worked with other companies on SEO and Webflow, and these issues are real. Like, Spiro's being real here. Like, these are real issues. And you guys are going to have limitations on Webflow. And the SEO team actually came up with a document. They literally wrote a document on our behalf stating all the problems with staying on Webflow based on what this company wanted to do with the project that they wanted to do. And I'm like, yes, okay, vindicated, right? Like, I have an external company that's telling me that I'm not crazy, that these things are problems. So then comes some good news. This was a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago at most. And the good news is people see the light. So the executives at the company, the people in charge, the people who make the decisions see the light, and my supervisor and I get the green light. Okay, we're off of Webflow. You guys can do whatever you want. Whatever you think is best, you guys go do it. You and the SEO team, you guys just work it out. Go. Frickin' A, right? Yes. So finally we're getting rid of Webflow. And we're like this close. I mean, fortunately I worked ahead because I knew this was coming, and I had some work on this already ready to go. We were probably maybe 3 to 4 weeks away from an initial launch of something that we were hosting entirely ourselves, fully controllable, all the translations, all the languages you could possibly want, no latency. Everything was going to be instantly fast, instant load. And I mean instant load, like just the whole 9 yards. We were going to have it all. And then they come to us today, and my understanding is essentially, apparently we were not the only project that underwent these kinds of pains with Webflow. They had several other projects that also went through this pain with Webflow, and they burned time and money, and they could no longer afford to keep us there. My understanding is that they did apologize to our team, which is just myself and my supervisor. That's what I heard from my supervisor. They apologized because they know that this wasn't our fault and that we worked with them for a very long time. We did everything we humanly could to make it work. We worked with Webflow. We worked with Webflow developers. We worked with the restrictions. Anything they asked us to do, yes, sir, we're there, sir. We'll do the best that we can. But they spent too much. They wasted too much time and too much money. And so my team, including my supervisor, got let go. Our contracts are not being renewed. And apparently, I don't know how true it is. This is just what I heard. It seems like others as well on other teams who also experience this kind of thing. And so they have to essentially tighten up the purse belt, as the saying goes, and try and find different ways to salvage the projects such as they can, if they even can do that. And so they told us, like, it's not your fault. You guys did the best you could, and you were almost there. But we screwed up. They didn't really say we screwed up, but it's just like, it just didn't work the way that we were hoping it worked. And fortunately, it is what it is, right? So here I am now. Grifting for your money, because this was a year and a half. I'm pretty sure it might even be 2 years. It might even be 2 years. It's at least a year and a half, I think, of working on this and just hitting wall after wall after wall and trying one thing after another to make it work. And we could have had this a long time ago. Like this would have been done a long time ago. That's the story. Yeah, Vamp, it's all my fault. That's right. What's up, Laughly? Good to see you. I must be some burnout. Oh yeah, I'm burnt out. Yeah, no, I'm burnt out. I have like very little energy left. Like a very low amount of energy left. Drop $5 a spirit can get LinkedIn Learning to learn Webflow better. Yeah, yeah. So that's I think the story is a good story because it kind of highlights what's going on in the tech industry as a whole and the decisions that are being made throughout the tech industry as a whole. This isn't the first time I've seen decision making like this, and it's tanked a project that would otherwise have succeeded. Um, we could have had it. We could have had it, and we were right there. I mean, I'm talking like 3 weeks away. I stayed up late and stuff. We could have had it, and as much as I would like to say that this is just like a one-off experience for me, it's not. It's it's an experience that a lot of people go through and that a lot of the tech industry goes through. It's a lot of wasted time, a lot of wasted money. These guys could have been making even more money than they were making already, and they were making pretty good money already. That's how they were able to fund our little team of two. I'm quite proud of myself for doing what I was able to do with Webflow, but yeah. And so the consequence of that, of those kinds of decisions, is now, yeah, I have to worry about how I'm gonna, what I'm gonna do over the next 1 or 2 months to land back on my feet and make sure that I have enough money to pay the bills. Yeah, I'd be throwing unhinged rants too. Yeah, yeah, D Dever. Oh my God, think of all the other companies out there wasting time and money and effort on BS like this. Yeah, yeah, basically a sort of street cred distracted from core principles happens often. Yeah, TMX, it does. It is shitty. Yeah, Johnny, it's shitty. Yeah, exactly 19. It sucks. Yeah. Corpse chasing clout and recognition instead of strategy. Yeah, they could have had it. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyways, that's that's what it is. That's the story. That's why I am where I am. Hang on, I heard something. Yeah, Travis subbing for another month. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate it, man. How are you doing, Travis? Let me add some money to this. I think that just got added there. Freaking hell, Travis, stop it, man. Travis gave out 10 subs on Twitch. Hang on, it's not your first, but it is what it is. Travis, don't do that, man. Thank you, Travis. Alpha Beta, that was an epic tale. Thanks for your forbearance to recount it. You served honorably. Thanks, Alpha Beta. Dude, no, man. Freaking hell, Travis. Thank you. Here, I'll add. Or the goal is broken. We broke the goal, man. Listen, guys, if you're not following people like Travis on YouTube and Twitch, go do that. They do yeah, they do actual coding. They don't do crazy coding like what I do. I code crazy. I code with like I handcuff myself on purpose to prove a point. But like Travis is building a 3D engine in Vulkan and he's like wrangling C code like it's no one's business. Go watch Travis. Travis Froman on Twitch and YouTube. I'm just here to present a message. That's it. It's very different. But Travis, man, thank you, man. I talk about Laughly as like, one of my close, I would say best friends online, even though I've never met him. Travis is another one. It's few and far between, but he's a brother. Yeah, he's a brother. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate it. That means a lot. We've busted the goal. I can't even program a goal correctly. Look at that. That goal bars, wherever it is, down below the game, I programmed that. and it's busted. I can't even make a proper goal. No wonder I got let go. No wonder they didn't renew my contract. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, there you go. Thanks everybody for the support. You guys are great. That's the story. That's what happened. It was made in Webflow. Yeah. Webflow progress bars. Did I make it in React? Yeah, exactly. I made it in React. Yeah. I'm not even really sure why it's busted. Like I don't even, I remember the code for it. It's been a while. So I don't know what broke, but it broke. It broke. It just broke. I guess it just broke. It is what it is. We're just going to leave it there, though. You guys will never reach the end. You guys will never reach the end. You won't reach it. No matter how much money you send in today, the end will never be reached. Wait, what was the prize for hitting the goal? You'll never know, TMX. Yeah, that's right. You'll never, ever know. Yeah, you'll never, ever know. So hopefully, listen, guys, I hope you guys take something out of the story. I am proud of the effort that I put into the work that I did, even though, I come across as as somebody who wouldn't, as some grumpy programmer who would just tell you how much your stuff is trash and whatever. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I was able to work, on the programming side of that project by myself, and we were able to carry that load, and it worked. But it's a cautionary tale. I guess some of you have called it a case study. That's kind of what it is. That's how this tech industry operates. They make these kinds of decisions all the time, and it tanks projects that don't need to be tanked. And people lose their jobs and their livelihoods because of it. It's a sad state of affairs. That's why I do what I do. That's why I'm here ranting. That's why I am grumpy on here, because it doesn't have to be this way. I heard more noise. What's going on? Hang on. Laughing Panda. Another 5 subs on Twitch. Thank you, Laughing Panda. How much are we going to break this goal? How much are we going to break it? Travis, don't let him beat. No, guys. You guys have to stop. You guys need to keep your money, man. It's tough out there, bros. It's tough to make money. You don't. Thank you. I need to stop, looking down. I have to stop looking down on your generosity. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for supporting me. It genuinely does help. It helps me and my family. And I mean that in 100% genuine terms. It takes a bit of a load off. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it might not seem like much, but it's a lot. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I was gonna sub to Travis, but yeah, exactly, Vamp. I need to STFU, yeah, and I need to take their money. That's right. As a matter of fact, you guys are not paying me enough. Listen, if you guys pay me more, I'll stream constantly. All right. If you want me to turn this into a business and stream all the time, I'll do it. But you guys got to pony up. All right. You guys got to pony up. Okay. So that's my tale. That's the tale of what happened. That's what happened to me. That's how I lost my contract. It's bittersweet because we were right there, and I think they realized that they made a mistake, and they confirmed it did in a way. It does help. It does not feel good, but it's I'm glad that they saw that I wasn't being crazy. My supervisor saw it right away. He's like, what they're asking for us is crazy, but please, can we at least try and make it happen? It's like, sure. But I'm glad in the end that they saw that I wasn't being, some kind of grumpy, nerdy, graybeard, gatekeeping, right wing, alt right wing, conspiracy theorist, flat earther, programmer, like I come across sometimes on here. I was just genuinely trying to do the right thing for the project. So it does feel nice to have that. But it was too little too late, so it sucks. So here I am now in full glory before you with a busted gold bar. You know what? I'm just going to keep it. I think this is going to be like a fun trope for a little while. We'll do it for this stream. We'll just keep it on here and we'll just like see how far you guys can exceed. I will take your money. All right. I'll take it. We'll see how far we can get this gold bar busted. So I thought what I would do is, if you guys want to do call-ins, you can do call-ins. If you guys want to come on and chat with me, no problem. You can come on and chat with me. You can come on you can hop on Discord and, we'll put you in the right room and you can come and talk about, whatever it is. I appreciate, all your donations so far. You guys have been beyond. I was not expecting this amount of generosity today. I was not expecting the amount of DMs behind the scenes from all of you cool people just showing support and stuff. You guys are incredible. And if anything, all this is doing to me is it's telling me that I was right to stick to my principles, even though it's cost me a lot. I know that I have been overlooked for work because I've pissed off people who are very influential by just asking for them to do better. And now this, but having you guys here just shows that I'm on, I'm speaking to something that resonates with people. So I'm going to say the message one more time, and then I'm going to talk about what I want to do today. Try and distract myself for a few hours. The family's, busy doing stuff, so I have a bit of time free, and maybe we can have some fun. You guys can trash talk me. We can talk about whatever you want. If you want to hop on Discord, I'll work on the Canvas software blitting CPU pixel rendering thing. I want to do that. Maybe work on a little bit of multiplayer, whatever, right? Let's just I'm going to use this to take a little bit of a breather, have a little bit of fun with you guys, and not dwell on the crap that I'm going to have to face afterwards, and just have a bit of fun with you guys and kind of give something back to you guys for all the support. The message is this, folks. The tech industry is in bad shape. And what I went through is, unfortunately, a commonplace occurrence. People don't know how to make things of quality anymore. And I want you to imagine my story, but change it a bit. And I stepped in, and in the first 3 months, we had the ability to do things outside of Webflow the way that they should have been done for this project, for the needs of this project. The project would have been done last year, early to mid last year, and we'd be in maintenance mode right now, and they'd be making a bunch of money. The entire tech industry operates this way. They reach for third parties, they reach for AI as their default mode of operation, and they've done so to such a degree that programmers don't even understand how something like Webflow works under the hood. Why would you if you don't need to program and you can just drag and drop everything? So that entire premise, that entire concept has been infiltrating the tech industry, particularly in web. That's the first place that it really made a huge impact. Now it's starting to infiltrate hardware, and now it's starting to spread to all kinds of stuff, including things like, I've heard stories about electrical stations running insane web tech in order to show your user interface for inputs and outputs on numerical data that you want for like your generators or whatever. Elevators are using insane tech for it. We've gone over this on Daily Tech News. Windows. When I do this on Windows, here, let me show you. When I do this on Windows, right here, this menu system has React in it. I kid you not. Apple has React in it on some of their system settings. You are now getting all these web technologies, all these insane third parties. React is just one. But you're getting them embedded into places that they should never exist. Because what we've done is we've democratized meritocracy. So instead of encouraging developers, and most of you have a brain, because if a high school dropout like me can self-taught and do the stuff that I do, you most certainly can do it. If we have people who can do this thing, but instead we tell them, don't do it. Appeal to authority. Somebody else has solved the problem for you. Go pull AI or go pull this library or go pull some pre-packaged thing and just export your responsibilities to another system. When we tell programmers that, what we're really telling them, without actually saying it, is that you're too stupid to do it yourself, and it's simply not true. And so we have what we have today. We have an entire tech industry that's getting worse and rarely getting better. Mostly getting worse and rarely getting better. And that's why I do the daily tech news stuff. That's why I do the enlightened programming videos. That's why I do the tech bites, because I bring up the statistics, I bring up the objective evidence, I bring up the scientific studies, and then I build games like this particular game, not games plural, but this one, where I stick to a particular set of principles, no third-party libraries, vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, vanilla HTML, C to WebAssembly, no mscripted, no glue between the C code and the browser. Everything is numbers in and out. All of that stuff. I don't even use the standard lib in C. It's just one single header file for the entire game on the C side. Where is it? I think it's over. Is it over here? Hang on. It's over here. This guy. Just one entire C. It's like 7,000 lines of code. Compile this. But I'm doing this on purpose because I'm trying to show that the tech industry is in really bad shape. That's the message, and I will continue fighting for that message. And sometimes I have to drink some. My throat is. I'm talking a lot. And as long as you guys support me and you guys want to see, things become better, I will keep doing this. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support. That's the message. Okay, hang on. Let me catch up with chat for a second here. Remember, the algorithm needs to feel your React hate to keep going. That's right. That's right. Everything will be okay as long as you can still open an olive jar. That's questionable, Mr. Alley Cat. It's questionable if I can open an olive jar. Actually, I can. I've done it before, so I know I can. Yeah. The reach of VCs wrecks great ideas the same ways as your story did by wanting to cozy up to other VC-supported companies. There was definitely some of that going around, yeah. I don't know to which degree, but yeah. React is in WordPress CMS middle end now, yep. CPU advances have paved over a ton of engineering sin. Yeah, it's a scapegoat. That's right. Cam3 Ricks, new chatter. I completely blanked out on your chat message. I'm sorry, man. Tech industry as in software programming, coding, or infrastructure engineering space. It's becoming all of it, but primarily software programming and coding, primarily. Chief multi-hab. I'm not supposed to start making chatbots, train and add hallucination mitigation, add simple API support so we can run business crippling and fails operations through chat instead of making proper UI real applications. That was kind of a weird run-on sentence, Chief. All right. It was kind of a weird run-on sentence, but I think I agree. I think I agree with the sentiment, Chief. I think we're in agreement. Spiro, I always spam my chatbots with 10,000 tokens they will pay. Thanks, Sir Elfman. Sir Elfman is doing God's work out there. Only Mr. Bill, if you want to hear Emmett's doing his impression of you, I posted it. I would, but right now, I can't right this second. I'll do it later. I'll pull it up later. Yeah, apparently he has an impression. Does he just do like a woman's voice or something? I know I have a soft low T voice. Okay, I know it. All right. Yeah, the command has to go first, Doofus. Wait, what command? Oh, the tip command. I see what you're saying. Shill the site. Yeah. Okay. So I have a website. So if you guys don't believe me when I say that the tech industry is broken and that I've been, I just need second puberty. I need less microplastics in my balls. If you guys don't believe me that I've been going over all of the articles and everything, all of the science, all of the studies, shut up, laugh versus puberties with friends like you, you guys can do two things. One, enlightenedprogramming.com. If you go on here and you send a tip, or if you've ever done a super chat or something like that, you can contact me, you can DM me. And you can get access to enlightenedprogramming.com, and I'll show you what's in here. So in here, what you're going to find, like, let me do daily tech news. So you're going to find all the episodes that I've ever done of the daily tech news, of Tech Bites that I'm starting now. I think I have a lot of my video game streams on here. It's going to look a little different for you. You have your own access to this, but it'll look a lot like this. And what you'll be able to do is you'll see all the episodes. You'll have a link to their to the YouTube video. Any shorts that I have are also linked on here. So if I go down to, let's say, I think I'm in the 30s. Let me go down to I don't know, somewhere around here. Where's my page? Page 10. Let's go to like page 8. Yeah, right around here. I have my shorts here. Okay, any shorts that I have will have a link to the shorts. I have all the articles that I've ever covered. You'll be able to see my notes and descriptions on all of them. And you have search. So if you want to pull up a particular episode like 88, you can pull it up. If you want to find out about technocracy, you can do that. You can find out everything that's flagged as technocracy. If you want to know something about, I don't know, TypeScript, have I ever done TypeScript studies? Indeed, I have. You can see all the episodes and the articles, etc. So instead of me just, making the claim that I have a bunch of videos, you can go to my YouTube live and you can watch all the videos there. They're all free. Okay, they're not gate kept. You can watch all the shorts. I have an Enlightened Programming playlist on my YouTube, so that all the individual videos and the shorts are all there as well for free. But if you want to have this searchable private access to all the stuff that I do, then if you've ever tipped or subbed or sent in financial, monetary stuff, then let me know. Or you can, if you want to, you can go right on the website and go to the tip portion right here. Okay, right about, if I could do this properly, right about here. And you'll have access to all of that. Okay. And it's all searchable and everything. And then that way, if you ever want to find out, about like the rat to cuck picture or things like that, you'll be able to pull up the information, get the video if you want. You want the video? You got it. You want the article? You got it. You want to just read about it? You got it, man. It's all there. It's all there. And you can hit me up on Discord. Could I ask the mods, please, if you would be so kind, to put in the Discord command so that people have the Discord link. Hop on Discord, ask for access. You can DM me on Discord for access, or wherever it is, on X, on YouTube, wherever you want to DM me, and I will get you access to that. All right. And so I'm trying to be very rigorous, almost academic if possible, about my claims, right? I should make a terminal themed version for Uber Nerds. You're right. I should. I should even actually make it so you could access all the information from a terminal. I should do that. Aha. Now, if you want the rat to cuck picture, I'm pretty sure I have it here somewhere. I think the AI science command will work. Let me scroll through some of these. Hang on, let me go full screen. Here we go. Rat to cuck. Behold rat to cuck. Behold rat to cuck. Let me do where am I? Full cam here. Let's take the let's do this. Okay? Keep going with AI science. Keep going. You can scroll through a bunch of these. This is the kind of stuff I have on here. This is the kind of stuff I want to do with you guys, right? I'm a dad, but also a virgin. Yes. It was a complicated series of gears and pulleys that brought my daughter into this world. All right. Very complicated set. There's fart. Yeah, that rat to cuck picture, that rat picture was a scientific picture. No, it was a picture in a scientifically peer-reviewed published paper. Yeah, it passed. This is what happens when you ask AI to improve an existing picture. You see all the pixelations, you see all the black and white dots? That's what these AI systems do. I just put in an original picture and I said, make this picture better, enhance the picture. and clean up the labels, like make the labels better. And it did this. Yeah, here's a decision tree, right? Twitch unruffled. I hate Rust and I parrot Ginger Bill's talking points. Welcome. Welcome, I guess. Welcome. I don't know. Welcome in Twitch. I don't know if you're trolling Twitch. Twitch might be a troll. I don't know. Yeah. Um hang on one sec. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That no, I mean I legit like Ginger Bill. Well, Twitch, if you're true, if you're not trolling, you're among friends. We love Ginger Bill around here. We think he's a cool guy, and Odin is an incredible language. And that's my personal opinion, anyways. Um, yeah, especially since I watched the stand up with Prime. Yeah, yeah, that was good. Yeah. Here, let me do. I did watch that too. Ginger Bill is awesome. Yeah. How about that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I have all this stuff. Okay, okay, folks. Look, shall we do something? Shall we? You know, I do in fact want to learn Odin, and I'm on his advice to build my own language. Yeah, we did this game. Let me switch over to this thing, and it'll still run underneath. By the way, you can still do AI science underneath. There was a version of this game. I'm currently using C, but I am. I did use this in. I did build this in Odin first and compiled it to WebAssembly, and now I'm using C and compiling it to WebAssembly. Not because I dislike Odin. There's actually I would prefer to use Odin, honestly. But because the principle of the project is I'm trying to essentially kind of slap some sense into people who into the tech industry by having people come on and watch what I do in a very odd way that most people would think is not possible, and I'm proving it to be possible. So I really like Odin, and in fact I started with Odin on this game. I think no wait, I think it was Zig, then Odin, and now C. And I'm going to stick to C just simply because of the principle of the project. But man, Odin is really, really good. I really appreciate that language is out there. I really do. Okay, so what am I going to do? As a distraction, I thought it might be fun to kind of work on the stuff that I worked on Sunday. On Sunday, let's see. We did this. We took a canvas, an HTML canvas, and we tried to see if we could do a CPU rendered, a CPU pixel render on the canvas on canvas. So if I go back to where was it? Let me see here. Is it? Hang on one sec. Let me make sure I pull up the right thing here. Okay, there we go. All right. So what we did was we took this thing, which is a mud game that I built, a multi-user dungeon game. And down here, there's an empty spot. And we tried to see if we could get the canvas to render pixels using only CPU. And we discovered that we can. You have to pass in this attribute. And the attribute will be will read frequently is false or true, depending on whether you want CPU or not. And then it takes the canvas and eliminates GPU acceleration. So we don't want any hardware acceleration. So we took that and we ran some tests, some micro benchmarks. You know, not you can't take that to like mean anything too seriously, but we did prove. I think we did provide proof that when you're getting the GPU to render on the canvas, it's going to render faster than the CPU. And we proved that when you get the CPU to read from the canvas, to read the pixel data from the canvas, it'll read it faster than the GPU version will. And so as part of the principle of this project, proving that and understanding now how that works, how we create an array buffer, dump it into the canvas, and get it rendered. And so let me just do, when I do test draws, this will take a hot minute, but it'll run. Now that we know we have that, I want to use it. Yeah, see, here you go. Right, and we just random pixels on the canvas, CPU versus GPU. And if I run it again, the GPU will beat it, because on cold start, CPU seems to win. So now that we've proven that, I want to take it. Yeah, see, the GPU wins. I want to take it and I want to put it here. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to get the canvas to render the on CPU only, no GPU acceleration. I'd like it to render the different layers of the game at each grid coordinate so that I can reduce the amount of div elements that I have on here, because I'm just using div elements to do this. And then background positioning an image so that it's all HTML, raw HTML, and it's immediate mode GUI. So I take the entire HTML, I dump it, and I recreate it every frame. So that's what I want to work on today. I want to work on some code. It's going to be a bit of boring code. So I'm getting some messages that people want to, are open to hopping on Discord and just having a chat. And I would love that. I would really love a distraction and having people come on and chat with me and just talking with you guys. So I'm going to set it up. I'm going to open up the Discord, and we'll have some people come on and I'll code away. Yeah, Twitch. Okay, hang on. Let me catch up with chat in a second. Just for a second, give me a second to catch up with chat, and then we'll get some callers in here. Prima mentioned at work as someone who generated a game via LLM. Golang suggested as a language to use because faster at transactions. LLM to help us code faster. Coding is the easy part of the job. Today was rough. Oh, that sounds rough, Gare. Yeah, Gare, man, hop on in. I think somebody else is DMing me saying that they're willing to come on and chat. Yeah, so Twitch on Ruffle, just so you know what I'm up to here. I'm trying to make a point, right? And so the daily tech news and the tech bites and all that I do, again, all free on my YouTube, where you can go to enlightenedprogramming.com and get all the articles. That's all stats, surveys, and scientific papers on programming, or deep dive research into things that are happening in the tech industry. This game is a single C file. Crap, wrong place. Here, 7,000 lines. I use Clang to compile it to WebAssembly. I don't use mscripting or anything like that to create the communication between WebAssembly and JavaScript. And then on the browser side, I'll show you, because I love showing this off. It's all div elements: vanilla HTML, vanilla JS, vanilla CSS, and all div elements here. I'll just expand it down here. You can see it's just a grid, and then the browser will slow down. It's just one div element after another. And I use no third-party libraries for all of this. And so then the immediate mode GUI comes into play with that. And then the last thing I'll show, because I love showing this part, let me go over here. 3D. Now, how do you think I'm doing the 3D here? CSS. Vanilla CSS. That's how I'm doing the 3D. Yeah. This isn't JavaScript. This is not like 3JS. This is not WebGL. It's CSS 3D. That's it. Yeah. So again, the reason why I'm doing this game this way, it is because I want to demonstrate that someone as dumb as me, a high school dropout, self-taught, can do this on the browser and do it in a way that almost everybody out there is going to tell you you can't do it. You can't do it this way. Because you need third parties, you need things like Webflow, you need to import a bunch of libraries. CSS is too intimidating, things like that. No, it's not. It's not. This stuff is not as hard as you think it is, and we've had solutions to a bunch of problems for a very long time. Exactly what you're saying, Twitch. CSS back from 10 years ago, yeah, all that stuff, right? We've had this for a long, long time. And so I'm trying to prove the point by actually doing it here on stream. So I just want to do that introduction for Twitch because he seems new here. So okay, shall I get some callers in here? I'm tired of listening to myself talk. Just give me a second, folks. All right, we'll get some people in here. We'll do some level checks and we'll just have some convos. Let me go here. Hey, Deslike, first time chat. If you're just popping in, Deslike, I just explained everything I'm doing. I'm just getting some Discord calls coming in, but I'm happy to explain what I'm up to here. And if you go on my YouTube as well, you can just scroll back to the timeline and you can see what I'm talking about if you care to do that. But otherwise, welcome in, man. But just give me a second. I just want to make sure people are greeted properly. Let me get the Discord stuff set up here. So if I do, you know what? I'm going to mute myself for a second. Let me get the Discord thing set up. Hang on one sec, folks.
For this, where you just press the button. Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, so Discord's open up. There you go. So hopefully,
Test.
yeah. Hopefully,
Yeah, but you're muted, so
yeah, I just unmuted
on the
myself.
stream.
Yeah, I just unmuted myself. So I should be fully unmuted. Yeah, there we go. All three of us are in. There we go. Thanks, TMX. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah.
Doesn't sound too bad, I guess.
If the levels are off, let me know. I'll just take a moment and I'll go play with the levels a bit. But it sounds like I think we're all here. Okay. Does if you want me to do a quick rundown of what the hell I'm talking about here, just let me know. If you're happy to just chill out and watch what I'm up to, and I'm just going to be coding away on the game here. You just let me know, Deslek. I just want to make sure that everybody's invited or welcomed properly. Okay, well, thanks for hopping on, Gare. Thanks for hopping on, Dale. Slash Laughley. On Discord, you have a different name. I appreciate it. You guys can talk about whatever you want, honestly. I'm just going to cut away here.
Oh, I was told that Golang is faster at transactions.
Okay, what does that mean?
And then I asked, yeah, what does that mean, right? And then I asked for questions and articles, and there was a lot of resistance. And I don't know how I feel about that.
I've been wondering what that means as well, because I've seen you say that in a couple of places. Like, what?
Yeah. So I was
Transactions.
told by peers, coworkers,
Yeah.
that Golang is faster at transactions and it is a language that we should use for this module in our system.
What's a transaction?
Not exactly. What's a transaction? So I tried finding this article and didn't really find it, but the AI from Google told me possible to level you guys volume. So this guy the Google told me like, oh yeah, it depends on what you mean by transaction. Do you mean the database? And I sat there, I rolled my eyes, all right, because that's what I would have thought of. Like, hey, it's the database that might be the limiting factor. But why would somebody make such a false claim that you could do asynchronous code better in Golang?
The
Do I need
concepts
to?
of the no, it's not you. It's Spiro's.
Yeah.
Like we are a little quiet compared to Spiro, but I didn't say anything because last time we tried to adjust it, it took about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've turned I've turned myself down a bit. I've turned you guys up a bit. Yeah.
But you shouldn't have taken yourself down. See, this is what I mean, man. That's why I didn't say anything.
I only adjusted it a little bit. I'll just leave it there. It's all good. You guys keep going. You guys keep going.
I mean,
Oh,
there's like
sorry.
that mixer tab on the right. If you increased our volume like 1%, we might be blasting.
If
Oh yeah, right.
yeah, I didn't go too far. I just did just a little tweak. Just yeah. So if it's too much, you
All
guys
right,
can let me know. Yeah.
we'll keep going. And Peercoin said, okay, never mind. So I
Okay.
think we're good.
Okay.
So basically, we're discussing some of the tech not mythology, but tech myths that some of us are exposed in our day-to-day lives. And today, I was told that we should use Golang because it's faster at transactions for a specific module. If we want something faster, wouldn't we just use C? I don't understand. Or maybe Odin? But like for asynchronous programming, there's nothing that stops you from using C. And if you think there is, I challenge you to get good at C. And I'm pretty sure Odin can do async. So what
It
was it?
doesn't have like an async keyword or anything, but you could set up your own like coroutine type thing if you really wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, like there has to be ways to get at it that doesn't require using higher level languages.
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
if you can do it in C, you can do it now. Then.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
I mean, does it require async?
Well, the idea is that we should be scaling. So we should be able to scale up to like, you know, X amount of machines and handle X amount of or Y amount of transactions. We're talking thousands for every few seconds or something. Just something that'll get bigger and bigger. And so the idea is to hand wave. I've been hand waved the idea that if we use Golang, it's faster at transactions, and so we should be able to do it without even like breathing for a moment and thinking, hey, have we even tried in our current language to see what the performance is?
Right.
And you know,
Wait.
I would wonder too. Um, what what would be the consequences, right? Like is there something that Go is not really good at? Yeah, okay, so Ghost actually talked I just noticed Ghost just talked about it, right? Like what would happen if you switched to Go and there was some other scenario that didn't work out as well, and then what do you do, right? Connell,
But
it's a couple of people on my Discord, which you're welcome to come on as well, and we're just shooting the breeze today because I just need a distraction from unemployment, so we're just talking about stuff.
but where did this idea come from, though? Did you say an article?
Oh, okay. So I asked that question. Where did
Yeah.
the idea come from? Is it investors, trying to get you to look good? And I was told that these new micro languages are all the rage right now, and investors are really into them. And I thought, aren't we supposed to be focusing on the value add? But I wasn't getting any good responses
Oh,
from anything I said. And this is common of what you'll have in the tech industry, except your peers will not fight back. They'll just roll over and say, "Yeah, well, I guess we're going to learn Go now." And they just do it because it's exciting to be pedantic and academic and learning 100 languages, but that doesn't make money.
Right.
So I'm sitting here wondering, are we going into the dumpster here, and is it time to bail?
yeah, this sounds like Michael Scott or Silicon Valley or one of them shows, you know? Just everyone in the office has a Tamagotchi now because that's the trend.
Yes. Now, fortunately for me, my peers were like, why would we do that? And they were like, no, we shouldn't do that. But I don't think that was enough to convince this man. So we'll probably have to do it. And this is what the tech industry is becoming. The investors tell your boss that, hey, we
Yeah.
might invest in your company if you use Golang.
Yeah.
Who benefits from the adoption of Golang? Like, why don't we go look up who owns Golang and then see if there's a corporation or something, and then you kind of you figure this out pretty quick because most executives know other executives. It's a small team of people. It's very small world, the executive world. For every company, you're going to have like hundreds of people and one executive, and then companies that have five executives are going to have thousands of people, and so it's it's kind of like living in a small town of like 20,000 people. You know most of the other executives. You get to know them more and more, and this is how this works. So they know the investors. So they talk to each other and they say, "Oh, we got a lot of money for using Golang." Well, we can't tell these people that.
Yeah.
Oh, I found an article. This will be perfect. This will fix our problems. It says Golang's really good at transactions.
Yeah. Yeah. That is how it works. That's why I think I've been thinking about this a lot, how to articulate this properly. But yeah, Travis, you have your own scene and you're an NPC, man. I've been thinking about this a lot, so I'm not going to say too much here because I don't have the arguments thought out well enough to actually try them out. But what you're describing points to me. Damn it, how do I say it? Guys, I'm off today, so I'm going to screw up the way I say things. The
Well, that's
enter
nothing new.
Shut up. The entertainmentification of the tech industry. That's the short. And something feels off about that.
I mean,
Because
that's how I feel about the people running my country, dude. Like,
So that there's a graph, if you don't mind showing it on the screen.
sure, link it to me.
Um,
Yeah.
it's in the stream room chat.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
And what you said there is brilliant, really. The entertainment of the tech industry, or keeping the programmers entertained. You've got to be careful of this as like a junior programmer. So just shooting out into the void here, if anyone's listening, you can't fall. If you fall for tech news, you're going to become a CTO. That's not a good thing, guys. Unless if you just want to be a CTO.
Right. Where's that
But
link? I don't see a link, man.
here I'll mention you.
Okay.
So it's the first one, first post in this chat.
Oh, the first post in the chat. I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, it says speed comparison of various programming languages. It's a really good picture. Even if it's wrong, it's mostly right in my brain. So, personal biases here.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. No one needed to predict this, but everybody knows that C's on the top. Do you see Golang on here anywhere?
I don't.
Don't think so.
That really makes me pause. There's a
Oh,
source
it
here
is. It
too?
is. It's underneath Rust.
Is it?
Ugh.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is.
it's second down in the second sort of
Yeah.
horizontal block
Oh
or
no,
vertical
this
block.
ruins everything. At least I can pitch C though. But if you look here, C sharp is at 209 and Java's at 199. Oh no. I guess we'll write Lua just in time compilation. We'll do Lua. No, you got to go with the best Zig.
Mm-hmm.
Zig beat Rust and Go.
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna do it in Zig though, you might as well do it in like C or Odin or
Or
something.
Odin or something. Yeah.
Where's Odin on this list?
Yeah. Where is
I don't think
Odin?
it is. I don't think it is on this list,
It's
but
not on
it.
here.
They're afraid to put two real languages on the list.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you notice, like, there's only one. I may correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some Lisp-like languages. Are there any other like C-like? Like when I say C, I mean non-object-oriented languages on this list?
So Zig isn't. Rust kind of isn't.
Because Rust is like a C++.
So LuaJIT isn't really object oriented. Like,
Clojure is Lisp-like.
yeah. Why is Perl on here?
Yeah. I don't know.
People still using that.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
it's interesting because when you push back and you challenge people on these things that bring these things like, oh, we use Golang, and you bring up the prior things that they brought up, and they'll completely abandon them, like, oh yeah, that ship sailed. We're not going to do that. And it's like, but Ruby was the thing of the day like 6 months ago. Why'd we drop that?
Right.
And it's because it's all hype and it's news, and you're chasing after the wind of the investors, not the exhaust pipe is probably what I would call that. And so you're sitting there trying to figure out what they're going to throw their money at.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have to subject myself to stupidity? Like, I'm having that like John Galt moment in life right now, and it's like, oh man, what should I do? You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to stay employed when no matter how logical you are, no matter how good your arguments are, you're gonna have to write Golang or get a new job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty
yeah.
bad because that's what I mean. So Piercoin was asking the whatification, and I think Gare is talking about, well, it's overlapping, the entertainmentification, because what that does is, I'm just trying to find a place to create a canvas here, by the way, so everybody knows what I'm up to. I'm trying to create a canvas. I'm going to start pixel bleeding in a second here, but the idea that we need more entertainment in this industry, I think it's flawed. I think some entertainment is good. It's good to have a laugh. It's good to, joke about things like that. And it's good for team members to be able to work together that way and, have a good time. But I think it's gone too far, because what you're doing is you're taking an industry that should be primarily focused on a bunch of really nerdy stuff, which is like, how fast does this thing run? How secure is it? How many different paradigms are you having to use or not use to accomplish a feature? Things like that. And you're trying to make entertainment out of it. And then what happens is that you appeal to a more general audience, sure, but that general audience comes in because of the appeal of the entertainment, or the news, as Gare put it here, or like what you pick up from other people. It's not it overrides the appeal to the objective facts of what you're doing. So you look at something like the speed metrics or whatever, or like exactly what you're talking about, Gare. Let's use Go because it's better at transactions. What does that even mean? I don't know. I just read it. I don't know. I just watched, like, I don't know, some funny video from some tech streamer, influencer person, or a post on X or something like that. And they said this, and so I'm repeating that. And detracts away from what this industry should primarily be focused on, which is not those things, right?
Absolutely.
Mm.
You know, there is a movement to like actually get back to showing and doing what you actually can do with the hardware we have today. Most programs can't do anything with more than one core. They just don't know how to do it. The programmers, they just don't do it. They could have learned how to do it, but that's like a little too far. You don't even need to go that far. They don't know how to use their CPUs. They don't know how to manage their own memory. So the gains in hardware where we like 10x every few years, that's slowing down because our coding standards are becoming less. We're trying to make stuff easy for the worst of the batch instead of so just I'm going to be nuanced here. They're making it easier for the worst of the batch, your juniors, and I don't mean like they're bad or anything. I just mean they're beginners. Instead of pulling them up to intermediate, you keep them at junior level. And this is a point Spiro's making that people just couldn't understand. Some guy invented React because his lowest tier programmers weren't able to keep up with him, but he refused to pull them up. It's this like caginess. And that's actually the real gatekeeping in the industry, is not helping out the juniors, but instead making tools so that it's easier, so that you won't ask me any more questions. You'll leave me alone. That's probably the biggest plague I've experienced.
Yeah, I actually never
Mhm.
thought about it that way. That it's a gatekeeping, but in reverse. It's a reverse gatekeeping. You gatekeep by not accommodating people's ability to step up to the plate and learn the stuff that they really need to learn. Um, and and when you're trying to in the attempt to in the attempt to make everybody have a quote unquote easier time, what you're actually doing is obfuscating away from what's actually going on. And so it's an
Uh-oh.
unintentional gatekeeping.
Uh-oh, read your chat. Uh-oh.
Oh no, con. React gets everyone to write standardized shareable code. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. React with an optimizing compiler would be just fine.
I don't even think we're talking about that, but thank you. So the people at the higher end, you're like senior engineers, they actually do their own form of gatekeeping, is what I'm getting at. They write tools to make it easier for your juniors, and then your juniors have a choice. That choice is to use you as a mentor or not. You take a task that was estimated at 8 hours, and a senior shows you how to do it in an hour, and then you go play ping pong or on your phone for 7 hours because you finished what you said you'd do that day. If you're in that category of the slack off 7 hours guy, you don't belong in the industry. But if you're in the second category where you're taking ownership of your career and you seek out that senior, if that senior refuses to talk to you because he tells you he made you a tool, you got to learn how he wrote the tool. If he doesn't let you have the code, go get a new job. This guy's bad news. I'm saying something completely different. I don't care if you like React or not. I'm saying that our senior engineers need to actually bring up the next generation of programmers before it's too late.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And if the problem, yeah, the problem isn't actually like React in and of itself. It's what React causes, like the issues that React causes. Because if React was good in and of itself, but my claim was correct that it causes issues, then I should be able to point to the issues that I think it causes and say, look, here they are. And indeed, that's what you find. You find that that these abstractions and frameworks have made it so that there are React developers who don't even know what HTML is, which is like, that's a true, that really is true. There are people who don't know what HTML is, but they know React. I don't know how many that people that is, obviously, but it's non-zero, which is absolutely crazy. And the the fact that React is now being used on the back end, it's now being used inside of your operating system, it's now being used on your phone for mobile applications. React isn't the only one that does this, but it's one of several of these abstractions and obfuscations that operate this way, where you quickly become locked in. You come in with good intentions, kind of like my Webflow story of like how I lost my contract while I'm unemployed right now. You come in with good intentions, and by the time you realize that there's a problem, it's way too late, right? It's like you're way too deep into it, and your ability to pull out is fundamentally hampered, if not completely obliterated in some cases. And and then you have to ask the question, well, then, like, did you need React in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to have people who know how to program correctly by having them go through the same kinds of maybe not exactly the same, but like through a similar process, like what you guys and myself go through, which is actually understanding fundamentals and whatnot, and you just deal with those problems instead. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad that this is the state of the industry right now. And it's sad that you can point to something like something that exists out there and go, in a vacuum, this thing isn't a terrible thing, and I might even agree with you, but the outcomes that have come out of it are a terrible tech industry. It's just sad.
The tech industry is supposed to, well, not the tech industry, but programming or becoming a software engineer, we'll put the little quotes around this so we don't get all fancy. It's supposed to be a craft, and it's being treated like if you learn a language, you're skilled.
Yeah.
But that's not how that works.
Yeah.
You do need somebody to mentor you. If you get mentored by some guy who used to work at Apple, you're going to have a different outcome than being mentored by some guy who doesn't talk to you and tells you to use his React tool. Imagine if that guy actually brought his people up instead of pushing them away into his gated garden, and then they don't know how he even did what he did. That's the issue.
Yeah.
And it takes so much more effort to bring people to that higher tier than it is just get the monkey off your back. I was fortunate to have a boss that actually brought me to where I am, and I was eager to learn. And now I have like so much more depth when it comes to my abilities, and I can build systems. And a lot of the young people that are getting into programming right now, they're like, "Oh, where do I learn system design, or how do I build a bigger system?" And it's like, "Oh, yeah, go read a textbook." No, the textbooks aren't like talking to someone who's done it.
Right.
You might get a little bit, but if you're working with the guy who did it, imagine how fast he could pull you forwards. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if you could sit down with with some of the guys who, I don't know, built, imagine if you could sit down with like the FFmpeg guys who are like hand rolling assembly, for FFmpeg. Imagine if you could talk to the guys behind curl who have no security vulnerability issues in C, even though they've had to take years to do it. Right? Imagine what you could learn from them if you were able to sit down with them and ask them how they accomplished what they accomplished, and learn it yourself, or learn from them rather. Instead of them abstracting away what they've learned and saying, "Here's a pre-rolled package. Just go down to this package or whatever, and it'll solve a bunch of problems for you." How do you learn exactly? What do you learn there? You just learn the package, right?
I had a guy pull down a C# package for INI files.
Yeah.
And just so if anybody doesn't know, it's key equals value file format with labels written like this. I put it in chat.
Square brackets, yeah.
It's the easiest format, and he went, and instead of being able to do it, he imported some third-party library. We have no idea if there's security holes in it or anything, which if you watch Spiro's stream a lot, you'll know why that's a problem. This guy could have learned something. He could have learned how to do starts with and ends with in C Sharp. He could have learned how to do split on and count for equal signs. He could have just done some basic things.
I'd have gone
But
for
instead,
regex personally.
yeah, you could use
Sure. Yeah.
regex as well. There's multiple ways to solve the problem. And that's a very valid one. But instead, he learned nothing. And he got the ticket done. And he's still where he was yesterday, a perpetual support engineer.
Yeah. Well, Odin actually comes with an INI package. It's pretty cool. But I've done that kind of thing loads of times, dude. Especially with serialization and deserialization, right? I think that was one of the very first problems I ever encountered where once I kind of got the fundamentals down, you know? Like you make a little game and then you're like, oh, I need to save some data. How do I do that? And you learn about serialization.
Yep. And it's easy to do. It's what you should have been doing. You know, some people don't even learn how to parse text.
Yeah. Well, it's a really open-ended problem. Like, there's loads of ways to go about it. You know, I guess it's kind of interesting in a sense, but apparently, you know, all of those big compiler books, they focus a lot on parsing, which is kind of not that difficult. So I've seen people criticizing like what's it called, like the Dragon Book and all that kind of stuff, on building compilers, because they focus so much on like the parsing and tokenization.
I mean, I've heard some of the criticisms. Like there are faster ways potentially to do it and all, but if you're building your own compiler, like that's a very very useful academic thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what if you did it in a slightly easier way?
No.
You know?
That's not what I'm saying. The criticisms I've seen is that is a large
Oh, I see what you're
portion
saying.
of the book focusing on that.
So the students are complaining that they don't like the fact that they're parsing strings.
No. They understand the whole parsing idea. It's not that difficult to get your head around. It's that the book has a massive focus on it, whereas it's all the other steps afterwards that they really want to sink their teeth into.
Oh, so they
There's not
feel
as
like
much.
they feel like it's a solved problem.
Yeah. Like, and there's this you know, there's newer concepts now, like this whole sea of nodes thing that I've heard people talking about, and all
Better
these different
software
kinds of things.
conference had a guy talk about that. So this is kind of my point. People are skipping the fundamentals for the interesting stuff. And, you know, there are areas where that's okay. In software, we made it so easy to skip understanding how a computer works. For example, with Python, it's so easy to just do whatever. With JavaScript, it's so easy to do whatever you want. And you won't get a seg fault. You won't get any memory management stuff. You won't even think about it for the most part. And then
Well,
the libraries being used to abstract out, should be considered simple tasks, and it's, a good heuristic to do some sort of parsing. Those get moved to libraries, and then you never do it yourself.
this is the kind of thing that Spiro talks about a lot, though. Well, that he used to talk about more, like before you were around, before he did the daily tech news thing.
Yeah.
About that kind of thing, like the more the higher level your language is, or the more abstract your tool is, the further away you are from like this what the CPU is actually doing. And so you're further and further away from the nature of the craft, you know.
That's right. And the
And
promise was write once, use everywhere.
yeah, but that doesn't even work out with things like Java. You still have to do platform specific things and that quite often.
Yeah, because it's a lie. It didn't work,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That is, I mean, you and I are in agreement on this. It's just like if you haven't figured it out yet, there's a lot of hype and there's a lot of propaganda and there's a lot of lying to make money in the tech industry. It's just like you're making, if you can convince somebody to use your language, you're going to make a ton of money. So a lot of people, they make language. I don't even know what the point is of Zig, and I'm not trying to dunk on it, but how's it different
Uh,
than Rust? Do you know what I mean? Like you
uh,
get what I mean? Like
I mean,
I don't understand.
I can actually answer that.
All right.
So Zig was born for the same reasons that Odin was, is that Andrew really likes C, but recognized that there's a lot of issues with it, right?
Mhm.
Particularly with things like the type system, and it doesn't have like defer or all these useful things. Andrew took it in a different direction that I've come to disagree with, but I still appreciate his work, and he's a really charismatic guy. It's really hard to dislike him, right? And the Zig project's pretty cool, but it's for the same reasons that Odin exists, right? It's just a frustration with C, and all the other things don't really make that much sense. Like, he's got a huge focus on the compile time stuff, so he's got that comp time concept, right? Where you just use regular Zig code, but it runs at compile time and emits code, right?
Oh yeah,
Um,
that is a good feature.
yeah, it's like a really nice way to do meta programming. If that's what you're in, I'm trying to steer away from meta programming, but if that's what you're into, Zig's got a really nice way of doing it. Everyone lauds it who uses Zig, but my main issue with Zig is it's got the whole try catch forced error handling thing, which if you like try catch, you probably like being forced to handle all the things. You know, might be a good idea. But I just like booleans, you know,
Yeah.
or an enum if you need multiple things, you know.
Well, good. I was just picking on Zig because of the lizard, to be honest.
Oh
Um,
yeah. I don't like this whole mascot thing. Odin hasn't got a mascot, and Bill refuses to adopt one. It's pretty cool.
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But so Odin differs a lot because it has a focus on pragmatism and fun, right? It's meant to be enjoyable to write the code, and I've refactored a little bit, and it's really really easy. Like switching something from being I don't know, like something from being a stack allocated thing to a heap allocated or using an allocator, whatever. It requires like almost no change to your code other than where you get the allocation. Like because you don't have the arrow syntax, it's all just the dot thing, right? And then there's semantics with procedure arguments as well that helps with it. It's just fantastic. It's just you can make changes really quick, and you don't have to go back and do all this boilerplatey, nonsensy type stuff. Like I keep hearing people touting LLMs as being like, "Oh, but it does all the boilerplate for me." I'm just like,
It
I
doesn't. It can write your
barely,
unit test too, right?
but I barely have any boilerplate as it is. Like
It's
in my Odin code, there's like none at all.
I really I heard the line today about it can write your unit tests, and I said, "Yeah, are they going to be useful unit tests?" And then there was just like dead silence in the room, and I was like, "Man, this is rough. Like,
Tough crowd.
why are they making claims, and then when you say it, they're just like, oh, I don't know how to respond to that." It's like if you had claims like that, you'd be like, "Yeah, well, I tested it." It's like, of course you didn't, but maybe someone else did. And it's like, okay, why are we talking about it? You know? I think if I could really swing it, if we, so I have an idea for Spiro, and if we could start writing articles that say things like has the fastest transaction times, and then start like putting those in the venture capitalist chats. Somebody out there on the stream knows about this, okay? Put them in there, and then, oh man, I cross my fingers. It's like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if the execs read it and were like, hey, we should use Odin. Oh,
Dude,
I'd be dancing in joy, you
oh,
know?
there's a really easy way. I know I shell Odin a lot. I'm sorry, but there's a really easy way to do that because Odin has a sick test suite thing. It's written by a guy called Fioramond. He's a fantastic programmer, like to the point where I really enjoy reading his pull requests. I know it sounds super nerdy and lame, but he makes awesome pull requests with like new features, and like he's written this awesome new allocator. But in his pull request, he does a write up of everything he's researched into. It's like reading like a master's thesis every time, dude. It's amazing. And he rebuilt the entire testing suite, so it's got all these nice printout things and with like gauges and the terminal. And to do tests on an Odin is really easy. There's the compiler has like a mode for it. You do like Odin build if you want to compile your project, or you can do build and run, and then you can do test, which runs like test functions, and you can tag procedures with the test attribute to say that these are tests that should be run with the test suite. So you could appeal to that kind of test-driven mindset that you're kind of referring to there with that. Good work. That could be an article.
We do a test-driven article. We do fastest transaction times to Microsoft databases. And then we say like the standard we did to measure it is we vibe coded some tests, and then they work.
We asked ChatGupta for the fastest times.
And then we kind of brainwash the LLMs. We say stuff like, yeah, Odin's the easiest program to write vibe coded stuff, and it's like, oh, we gotta use this language. Do you know that's actually part of So I'm gonna be brief on this one, but the easier the language is, the easier it is for an LLM to write it. And I'm gonna put quotes around it because it just steals code. But if you give it like C language and you try to C code and get it to try to write C code, it fails. So there is a concept out there that some people they caught on to this, and they said there's certain languages it does better at. So if you had a few articles about Odin being like easy to write in ChatGPT or easy to write in Claude, or I'm just like throwing all the keywords, but like easy to write in Cursor or something, then we would get that marker as well. And then all the VCs are like, hey, we need to use Odin.
Well, you might have a problem with that because I don't know what the deal is with like the latest generation of LLMs, but like the previous ones couldn't do Odin at all, and they couldn't even tell you who made it. There's like a meme channel in the Odin Discord, and some of the earliest ones. Yeah, some of the earliest ones is just outputs from asking it who created Odin, and it would always generate this gibberish and wrongfully attribute it to someone. It would never say that.
It would wrongly attribute it to Zeus.
Yeah. That's the kind of shit it says, or it says it's done by Nicholas Rith or Worth or however you say his name, um, or it's by Rob Pike or someone. It's insane. Because the syntax is a bit similar to Go. It puts Go shit in all the time. And it just mangles everything. It's crazy, dude. It can't really do it. But as I said, I don't know if like go up to 5 can do it. Probably not, because apparently it's a regression to the previous version. But you could do you could. Well, I mean, I don't know how far you want to go with your jokes, so.
I think I've done enough. It's just a hope and dream that I would find like some articles, and they could be AI generated, right? And just and I don't mean we generate them. I mean, like, there's websites out there now that just like spew out AI essays and articles. They're just totally garbage, gobbledygook. I guess they won't be any with Odin though. So, anyways, that's the struggle right now, is being pushed to sabotage my career by learning inferior. Oh no, let's not be so intense. Learning languages that don't have long-term prospects in the industry. Like, why?
Yeah, and have no bearing on your own personal development.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Because how's Go gonna advance your skills? Right?
I'll be spending a little bit of time learning another language, which is not a big deal. It's easy, but it doesn't leverage my over a decade of experience in this language. Like, what? Why would I drop that? There's this guy, he's got a huge beard, and he was talking about C++, and he said, the reason he hasn't switched to a new language is because it's such an expensive task. Because you have to abandon your old language to do that. And so if you've been spending, this guy had 30 years in C++, and you go switch to something else, like, what are you doing? Why? So he won't switch. Even if C++ is like not the best for what he needs to do, he's not going to switch because it's so many decades of experience. He's able to do whatever he wants in it. Why would you switch? And it's like, oh well, so we can hire more people. When's the last time anybody look up the salary for a Go programmer and compare it to C++ and compare it to C Sharp or even Java? I have a feeling that the Go person in small instances will get paid more. And if it's like Fang, then of course they're going to get paid more. But the average Go programmer makes less than the average C Sharp programmer. And I think that's a fact.
You want me to like actually go look that up?
I'm doing a little bit on my end, but if you're faster, feel free.
I'm not sure if I would be faster.
I'm gonna be right back.
53.
Yeah.
I got $53 an hour on ZipRecruiter, and then
Okay.
I'm just picking. I don't want to have to go to.
Yeah, you already got it. Sounds like.
Yeah, let me see if I could find one for C Sharp. Let's see. Yeah, the C Sharp one makes more, but the the C Sharp one has more outliers, and the Go one's kind of like a distribution. Yes, Ghost. I use C Sharp at my 9 to 5, and then everything I do for myself is written in C. And that's I prefer it so much more. I've also like converted C++ apps into C sharp and stuff like that. So I have a decent understanding of C++ and undefined behavior and all that stuff. But I just, I feel like I've almost learned all of C because it's possible. Whereas like C sharp and C++, that's a lot harder. I would, if I could pick right now, like what language I would use for the rest of my life, it's probably C. It wouldn't be C sharp.
I agree. Yeah, if I had to pick one, man, Odin would be a close. It would be close, but ultimately I'd end up with C. It's what everything runs on. It's super simple. It does not take long. You can pick up C in a weekend. Literally in a weekend, you can pick up C. It's really not that bad at all. And the amount of power that you get with C, there's frustrations with it for sure, but yeah, I would absolutely do that.
And some people talk about pointers being hard and memory management. I literally took out my C. I have like 3C manuals. And I looked up calloc and malloc and free. And I figured it out in like one day. And I was like, wait a second. Is this what people are talking about? They forget to free. And then I went and I looked at um, Ryan's article about arenas. And I read that a few times. And then I went and I wrote my own arena for memory. And then there you go. I was like, wait a second. This is even easier than what I did before. And Malik's not scary at all. And I was like, okay, well, what is so scary? It's like pointers. It's like, well, no, the pointers are a joke. But when I was growing up and learning how to program, everybody said pointers are scary. And before that, they were like, oh, arrays are really tough. But after pointers, they were like, oh, memory's the hardest thing. It's like, what? Once you learn what to do and how to be safe and the common pitfalls, all of those things are just kind of a cowardly thing to pick a whole new language to avoid. Looking at you, Rust.
Yeah. Oh man, chat's popping off. I'm just noticing. I was answering a DM. Oh, holy crap. Can I pick up C as quick as I pick up maidens? What's up, Mike? Good to see you, man. It's been a while, Mike. That's great. C isn't object oriented, is it? Nope. Nope. Garrett can tell you about it. New channel, C pickup artists. Yeah. I got AI to show me how to do Spiro better than his AI Spiro. Shut up, Erica. Shut up, Emmett. Even assembly itself isn't that scary. I agree. Assembly itself is not that bad. It's still a little unapproachable. It can be intimidating. I have to agree that assembly is a bit intimidating. But it's also quite simplistic as well. It's crazy. And I want to do a bit of assembly programming on the game here just to show that it's really not as bad as people think it is.
Are you going to use something that helps visualize it? Like when I was learning assembler, they had this thing called Marie, and it was like a fake computer. And then you would write assembly for that. And then there's this guy, I think it was like Massachusetts Mini Machine or something. Casey Muratori did an interview with a guy who did something like that for like made a fake machine where you could learn assembly on it, and then you could see like the registers updating and memory updating and all that. And it was like, I mean, I guess you could even play that one game, Shenzhen, and get like a vague idea of how assembly works.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
It's not hard.
it's not hard, yeah. And FFmpeg, for example, they have all their like lessons um, on how they use assembly in their systems. Um, it's yeah, it's not bad, man. It's not bad. It's you can pick up a lot of basic stuff um, on on a lot of different things with assembly, and you'd be fine, you know. Or at the very least, it would, you know, even if how about this? Um, it would be something like, um, I'm trying to think here. Okay, how about this? If you learned enough about assembly so that you don't necessarily have to use it or write in it, but you understood kind of like how it worked, right? Just a little bit.
Hmm.
That would even be way better. You'd learn so much. Just pick up like one or two things about assembly. Like what the hell is it, right? Um, yeah, yeah, stuff like that.
No, there's that computer enhanced course, and Casey talks about that.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like I'm shilling for him at this point, but
That's right.
um, he talks about how if you know a little bit of assembly, then you can use the disassembler and take a look at what your compiler's doing,
Hmm.
and use that to help you learn how to optimize.
Yeah,
And it's like, wait a second, I can write it this way, and it's only 3 instructions instead of 15.
yeah,
Guess what? Every instruction takes time.
yeah, yeah. It helps to onload that information onto your head. And it's not like you're actually going to go and write assembly. It's just that you're going to learn something about how that thing works, just enough so that you can translate that against like what you're going to do in code, and how it's going to execute on the hardware, right? That would be, man, if more people, not, it doesn't even have to be everyone, just if more programmers just picked up some really simple concepts from C and assembly, and then you went off and you did whatever you're going to do, I think it would be maybe not the most, maybe not my ideal scenario, but it would be far better. That would be my guess. The tech industry would be in far better shape because you'd have more programmers who understood way more about what they're touching.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's true.
And again, like you don't even have to like use C. You don't have to use C. You don't have to learn so much that you get to use it. You know, now you're like a C programmer. You have to dedicate your life to it. Same with assembly. Just learn something about it. Just enough so you pick up a few concepts and then apply those concepts to, okay, so when I'm in JavaScript and I'm running a for loop or something like that, um, then you know, this is how it'll execute underneath, right? That would be way better.
Well, here's an example, right? So let's say you're doing like a 2D tile map or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So in a language, yeah, okay, there's a language you'll understand, C sharp. You've got like jagged arrays, right? And then like the nested arrays, okay? Um, it's far better to just have a linear array and do the indexing thing yourself, which is just like 1 or 2 lines of code, right? To figure out the element from an X and a Y.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons is that if you're doing a 2D array in something like C or Odin, right, you're gonna have an extra allocation for each row, right? Assuming you're doing like you do Y first usually, right? Because you want the rows to be linear, right?
Yeah.
You don't do it the other way. Because, so that's going to incur a bunch of extra mallocs for like each row. So they're not guaranteed to be sequential and contiguous. But if it's a single linear array, right, that comprises the entire grid, then it is going to be contiguous. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So little basic things like that, when you have an understanding of like how the memory is arranged underneath and how it gets accessed, and what the fuck are you doing on your stream?
He's it's the disco man.
I'm
That
blitting pixels. Like I'm just randomly generating pixels every frame. I just want to see like how it works. So yeah.
reminds me of like Commodore 64 when I used to type load, and then they'd have like these rainbow lines around the edges
Yeah.
while it was reading from the tape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's running pretty good right now. Just
Also, I got to chew you out for this
uh-oh.
because I told you ages ago I was thinking about doing a software render thing. You stole my idea.
Travis told me before you. So Travis wins.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Travis is awesome, but he doesn't win.
Yeah, he wins. Travis told me a long time ago. I mean, he's been
Uh,
egging me on to do this for so long, and
uh,
and then you came on, you were pushing me, and I'm like, fine, I'll work up to it, and so yeah.
Just so you guys know, if you look at the right side of the screen, at the top, that's Spiro, and then the middle one, that's Dale, and I'm the dark one on the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, this is working out pretty well, I think here. Um, so this is
kind of
all.
looks. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I was just gonna say it's all CPU based, and it's just rendering random pixels every single frame, and then uh, just dumping it onto a div element. So I'm off to a reasonable start. It seems like. So what I have to do now is think about how I want to render these pixels. Well, hang on. What I mean is, um,
Oh, that's what that does. That's cool.
Did you not know that?
did you not know, Gare?
No, I was like, why are people like hashtagging this? Like, did we create a cult or something?
We did. We did. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so good because like occasionally Spiro tries to show it off. Like earlier, he was trying to show one picture, and I typed to him while he was talking, so it changed.
Yeah, it's good. That's good. I love having that there. I need to put some more pictures up there. Because it needs to rotate around, and then I have to give you guys the ability to like the top tier pictures. You guys should be able to call that up on demand. So you should have like if you put in Gare, if you put in exclamation mark UFO, all one word, you'll pop up the UFO, and then someone can override it with AI science.
I haven't seen this one before.
Well, I just got
Oh,
UFO'd.
never mind. Never mind.
It just got
Yeah.
UFO'd. Now you and Gary. Yeah. So I want to turn this into a game for chat. This is Laughing Panda's idea. He thinks I should turn this thing into a game where chat has their own avatars. Uh, and you can pit like two players against each other, maybe. I don't know, something like that. And then you just attack each other, and it just plays out like little, like old school Pokemon animations, and then you just have a battle, and you just type in commands, and you can do like funny crap down here.
Oh yeah, that's going to result in high quality chat.
It sure will. It sure will, sir. Yes,
Do you
my
remember? Can you remember when you? I'm just going to cut you off. Can you remember when you put the boat game, the Uncharted Waters game, and
Mhm.
let us play it? That was a travesty. It was so good.
it,
Why ain't you done that again? It was awesome. You got more people here now.
I do. I have more people now. Yeah, that's what I'm. You know what? Maybe I should just work on doing that again. Um, this CPU renderer is working, so I can just work on that while you guys multiplay. Um, I could do that.
Also, I was wondering, would it be alright if I contributed to the mod thing? Because I think it would be fun to implement a bunch of nonsense.
What do you mean? I'm not following you for some reason. It sounds like I should know what you're talking about, but I don't.
You know the mud game that you recently built?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. I totally forgot about that. Right. You want to contribute to it? Sure. Yeah. It's this guy. UWNH remake.
Which is supposed to be for your boat game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I essentially I want to take this and I want to merge it into the boat game. So this ends up becoming the boat
What?
game, but the components of this are built into it.
But I don't understand that. But my idea was that I'd just add a few features to it. That's all.
Okay. I can give you the code for that.
Yeah.
And you can have some fun. That's what you want to do. And then I'll deploy it. Hang on, let me just do something real quick.
I mean, how would that work? Are you gonna use Get for that or something like that? Or
No, I don't want to use Git.
okay. Well, no, I'm just asking. That's
Yeah.
fine with me, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to use Git. I want to crap. Let me think about it. I don't know yet. I might just send you a zip file.
All right.
I might just send you a zip file and then you send me one back.
Okay.
Yeah.
TMX, are you asking how to make a call to the back end, or are you asking how to compile a C program into something that runs in a web browser?
Or are you asking for all of the above? What should I put in here for if I'm going to do multiplayer, since I have unlimited amounts of time now and no money? Both. He's asking for both. I'll ask my question after. I got to think about how I want to do multiplayer. Do you guys want to answer his question? Or do you want me to? Because this is web stuff. I could talk about it. Just wondering how you get C to talk to browser. Okay, I can talk about that. Okay, check this out, TMX. I have this game right here. So I go on to C. Let me go on to C here. Where is it? Rasm game H. All right. Let's take a function in C. Let's take what would be a good function here?
Void, shove it up your ass.
Yeah. Yeah, that one, that function. Hang on, let me just find one. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why I have... Okay, anyways, let's take this function, TMX. We have a function called isCurrentlyNight, and all we do is return. Shut up. All right, I haven't cleaned up this code. Shut up. And all we do is return a value whether it's night or not, okay? This code is terrible, but whatever. It is what it is. Okay, it's a simple
Are you
function.
pirate software?
I'm
What's
pirate
going on?
software. I'm pirate software, yeah. So we identify that this function is going to return a true or false value. All right. So now, how the hell does this? I remember why I had this here now, and I remember that I need to kill it. I'll do it later. So we know what this function is. We know what it returns. So how on earth does this function end up on the browser? Because in the browser, typically you're running HTML, JavaScript, CSS, right? That's not C. It might run C under the hood, but it's not C, right? So how the hell does that work? So what you do is you get something called Clang. But there's a few of these. Clang is not the only one. So Clang is one of several compilers. Hey, what's up, LSR? Good to see you, man. And a compiler will take C, and depending on how it compiles your C code, you're going to get an executable or some kind of output or a build or an artifact or whatever it is. Something happens to that C code. For our intents and purposes here, all you have to think about it is a block of memory. And the memory points to a bunch of stuff that you store as part of the game. So where things live is stored in memory. The initial load, like when I load here, the initial load here is what world am I in, where do things live, etc. And that memory contains the functions themselves. So it creates a table of functions. What are the available functions that have been compiled as part of this bundled up version of C? And that's what ends up being outputted out. That's what ends up being generated as WebAssembly. So you have a .wasm file, a WASM file, and then what the browser does is it interprets that block of memory into stuff that you can access. And so when I say read the bytes of that WebAssembly file, read the actual, like what's in here, I'm reading in the memory, the way that it's structured, the table, all the lookups, all the functions, all the arrays. It becomes a memory block inside of the browser. So if I zoom in here, just so that it's a little bit easier to read, and I'll go like this, I believe I have... I hear a sound. I'll get to it, whoever that was. You can see here that this is a memory block here in the browser. And when I click on it, I can just go through the raw memory here, if that's what I want to do. But this memory has both purposes, which is you can reference raw values, or you can see here that now you're seeing some text here, right? That's some text that I have. These are function names. You can actually see it play out in here as you're looking at the raw data. So the browser translates this for me on my behalf. You now have an exposure to a block of memory based on the code that you've written in C. You can access your arrays, you can access your variables, you can access your functions, more or less. Now, in order to do that, typically what you would do is you'd write some glue that would translate particular things back and forth. For example, strings. That's a big problem because a string isn't a string in a computer. In a computer, a string like this, like, hey, LSR, how are you? That's not a string. It's not text. Like people look at that and they go, oh, it's just text in a computer. But how do you store text inside of your CPU, for example? How does that actually get stored? This is a Garrett Games question because he likes asking these questions. They're fantastic. What is this when it's in your CPU? And ultimately, it's a bunch of numbers, it's bytes, it's binary, right? So everything ends up being reduced to the same common denominator. When you're talking about accessing strings between JavaScript and C, you have to do these weird translation things where you have to do like a text decoder and a text encoder, and you have to read like the raw bytes and then you have to encode it, all that stuff. It's stupid, and it creates a extra communication inefficiencies between the two. So I've removed all of that and I've gone down to just strictly numbers, because numbers is pretty much an extremely efficient way to pass data around. If you just stick to an array of numbers of like, there's different sizes. If you look up different sizes, you'll see them. I don't need to go over them all. And I just pass numbers around. So then when I call this function here, I'm passing a number. And it's either 0 or it's 1, and that's it. In some cases, it's 32. In some cases, it's, I don't know, 53. And those numbers have meaning to me, right? So ultimately, that C code is being bundled up into a package of memory, injected into the browser. The browser reads it and puts it into a block of memory so that the browser can access it. Then it just exposes it to JavaScript for me so that I can call exactly the functions that I've created in the C code. And it does all this up by using what's called a table lookup inside of the WebAssembly. So hopefully that makes just a little bit of sense for you, TMX. That's how C talks to the browser. Just serialize. Yeah.
The guy that followed you, Skim, he's cool as fuck, dude. He's building a I believe it's Commodore 64 game.
Yeah.
In assembly.
Yeah.
So that's like 6502.
Damn.
That guy there. Hey,
what's up, Skim? Awesome. What's up, Skim? I give you a follow. If one of the mods, shout out. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Gave you a follow. Thanks for following me, Skim. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for popping on. Yeah, that's great. Oh, I gotta watch that. That sounds fun.
Yeah, his game is it's called Florida Man, and it's like a sort of platformer puzzler type thing. And they're all each level is based off of a real Florida Man headline from a newspaper or news
This
site,
is
you know.
incredible. I'm watching one of his clips, and there's like these two guys taking a gator away. Like one guy's wearing like special equipment stuff. This is crazy.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, see, we need more of that. Hey, Skim, is assembly that terrifying to work with? Like, are you terrified every time you have to go into assembly stuff? We'll hear it straight from someone who does a thing. I'm just trying to think about how I'm gonna do multiplayer on this and what I'm gonna give guys. What should I do?
Look at this. He doesn't know what to do. Like we don't even have to derail him. It's great.
I derailed myself.
Yeah.
Um, so we want people to be able to put something in chat and participate in some kind of thing that's happening in the game. I don't have all the battle mechanics finished for multiplayer. I just have it for single player. Uh, Crap. My favorite was always to Google Florida Man and your birthday and see what comes up. Yeah. Do you need to adjust any of the C code to make the Clang WebAssembly approach work? Yes. That's a fantastic question. Yes. So the problem with WebAssembly in terms of what you would normally do with C code versus what you have to do in WebAssembly is limited. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles that you normally get out of a typical C application. So there are certain operations that you can't do or that are just not supported by WebAssembly. And even during the compilation sometimes, let me see if I can find compile. Yeah, during the compilation, you have to set special parameters in order to target WebAssembly. And for example, standard lib stuff is really wonky. You don't get all of your standard libraries, which typically come free for you with C. It's not exactly the same, so you have to be careful how you're using C and WebAssembly that way. I don't remember all the intricacies of that because it's been so long. I figured them out on one point on stream, and ever since then I haven't had to. So I've pretty much completely forgotten it. But I do remember that there were some operations with. I very explicitly remember actually that there are some string operations that you get for free with typical C applications, but WebAssembly makes that a lot more difficult in C. Um, I can't remember why exactly, but I remember having to jump through a lot of hoops to do that. So you'll have to be careful. You basically have to just narrow down your scope of how you're going to use WebAssembly or how you're going to use C in WebAssembly, and try and work with a very limited set of operations. But again, I just want to point out that even with those limitations, I'm still able to build a game like this and just work within them. You just have to try a bit harder. You just have to be, just put on your discipline hat and yeah, just get to it, and you can do it. Can you use other included libs too? You can if they operate in something that's WebAssembly friendly, but there are some libraries where you don't know if they're WebAssembly friendly until you pull them in and then try and compile it. So the compilation step will tell you that there's an error, and then you'll quickly find out, oh, okay, so this isn't WebAssembly friendly. But for the most part, you'll probably find that a lot of things need a bit of adjustment, at least. Maybe not full adjustment, like you might not have to do crazy adjustments everywhere, but you probably need to do a few adjustments on a lot of libs that you want to include in order to make them compilable by whatever compiler you're using. Yeah, I don't think you can use DLLs. I actually think that's impossible. I don't think you can do it with WebAssembly because WebAssembly is a self-contained system. It's a closed box system. So it doesn't it doesn't reach out to anything, and the only thing it can do is receive. So anytime that you compile something to WebAssembly, it just has to be what it is at compile time. That's what you get. So you better make sure you have everything you need in it. But yeah, some of it is trial and error to find out what's what. I think it would be fun to completely eliminate any use of the C standard lib from my engine. Well, I mean, I can do it, Travis. That's the one thing I have on you, Travis, sir. Okay? That's the one thing I have on you. I'm not using standard lib in my C code out of necessity, but still. That's my one claim to fame against Travis.
What's wrong with the standard lib?
I just can't use it in WebAssembly. That's all. Like, because it's in order to pull in the standard lib with WebAssembly and compile it down, you have to get your standard lib to be compilable by like into WebAssembly code or into WebAssembly bytecode. And standard lib stuff isn't by default set up to do that for a lot of the operations. Some operations you can do, but not all of the standard lib operations. So you end up having to write a bunch of it yourself. So at that point, I'm like, F it. Like, I'll just do it all myself then. F the standard lib. I'll just write anything I need myself. So for multiplayer, you're going to need a server-side component. Yes. So for multiplayer, that's what I'm thinking of right now. At least, okay, so TMX, I want you to understand that this is from the perspective of what I've done. It's not necessarily what you should do. I'm doing it specifically this way to prove a point. But the C code here, I can now take into... Do I have one open? Yeah, my MUD. My multi-user dungeon here. This server, I have a bun server. This is a server. It runs on JavaScript, and it serves up the HTML for the multi-user dungeon game over here. This one, okay. And so what I can do with my C code is instead of compiling it to WebAssembly, I can now run it inside of my server, and I can make that C code the authoritative portion of my server so that clients, like, people who want to play the game, submit requests to do an action to the bun server, and it will execute the C code, and the C code will say this action is permitted or it's not permitted. And then the bun server will return appropriate values back to you, the client. The reason why I've done it this way is because I can have you as a client run the C code as WebAssembly on your browser, and that exact same code can be run on the server, and you can act as like your own authority in some way. Like, I can rely on the client to do certain things and the server to do other things, and it's all the same code, if that makes sense. So there's an aspect to that you have to consider when you're talking about server side stuff with the C WebAssembly stuff. Yeah, we all know I like to do everything the hard way. Yes, I do. Yeah. I don't know. I'm seeing error logs here. I don't know why. I think I did, I don't know, something.
Because it's your code, that's why.
Yeah, it's my code. Oh, someone's trying to scan the game right now. And they're literally scanning the website, looking for if I'm using WordPress or whatnot. It's an auto scanner. That's why.
Oh yes. I love those bots.
I thought it was going to be DDover again.
No, no, no. Yeah, see? Yeah. Okay, let me restart. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, someone did an auto scan on it, and then they got blocked, and that's
Um,
funny.
I know I said I'd try and contribute to this earlier. Is the entire thing done in JavaScript?
This thing is, yes.
Oh, I thought you were doing the C thing and that too.
Well, I'm gonna replace this with the C code. I'm gonna take this C code for the game and run it on there, and it's gonna become that.
What?
It's gonna get served by Bun, but it's gonna run the C code.
I think you misspoke. I think you misspoke just now. Do you
Yeah.
mean you're going to take the JavaScript code and port it over to C and then use the same technique?
Oh,
Like
okay.
there was something. Like I'm not sure what you.
Okay, so eventually, yes. But the quick way to get this out is to take this C code and make it run inside of the Bun server first, because I can do that with the foreign function interface. So the Bun server will simply act as an HTTP server.
Right.
We'll get the C code running, right? We'll get this code, we'll get the game running, we'll get multiplayer
Yeah.
on it with the sockets, and then I can adapt the Bun server into a C HTTP server, and everything just gets moved over to C.
Are you still talking about the mod?
No, no, I don't think I'm going to keep the mud around.
Dude.
The mud is a proof of concept.
Yeah, I'm asking right now, is all the mod code in JavaScript?
Yes, right now all the mud code is
Right.
in JavaScript.
And is there a plan to move lots of it over to C?
And not unless you guys want me to keep the mud around. I was just going to kill the mud and
Oh, I thought you were keeping it.
you want me to keep it?
I thought this was like a fun side project.
I'll keep it, sure. Okay.
Like, because if we add more features to it, people will play it, man.
You think so?
Is
I
it-
thought that I didn't
Yeah,
think people liked
'cause
it.
people logged onto it and were trying it, and then they saw, oh, there's not that much to do, so they quit. But if you add more features to it, they'll play it, dude. Because how many people were on it before in that other stream?
Yeah, we had like
Yeah, Travis knows what's going on.
yeah,
We gotta
yeah.
spam the link in chat every once in a while.
Yeah. I didn't take it too seriously. I didn't think people like cared.
I thought it was fun. I was like spawn killing everyone. It was great.
Okay,
Killed
well
Travis like 3 times.
yeah. Okay. Okay, well then maybe maybe that's what I'll work on then. Maybe I'll work on this then for a while and
Well, back me up, chat. It was cool, right?
back me up, Chad. It was cool. You're seriously asking Chad to back you up on this, man? That's Nick's OS. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Yeah, right. Because well, I'm not you. I'm part of the chat. Well, kind of. This is
That's
my
right.
vibe stream. Remember?
Yeah, that's
But,
right.
Like, so yeah. We're
I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, if we add some features to it, okay, that you know what, that's fine because what that'll do is it'll free me up to build out some pixel stuff over here, and on stream we can build out features on here and write it in C, and use the foreign function interface to do that. So I guess this will just become a game, and it's pretty easy.
So now you are gonna move it into C.
I am, yeah.
All right. Well, that's more exciting for me if I'm going to contribute to it.
And we all know that I'm here to serve Laughley's wishes about my stream.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, this is a new kind of like vibe coding where I'm not doing it with an LLM, but with a human being.
Yeah.
That's called being yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
But I'm not paying him, you know.
Yeah, you're not paying me.
Project
Yeah,
manager or nothing, you know. It is like vibe streaming,
yeah. Yeah.
vibe coding,
Vibe
whatever.
coding.
If we're assigning more work to Spiro, then I always vote yes. That's TMX.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. You guys are man, why are you so mean to me? What kind of a community have I fostered? Jeez.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did tell everyone that they're a piece of shit at the end of every stream.
Those are
That's why they
not the
come back.
words I used.
They come back to say, I'm not.
Okay, those aren't you're misquoting me. You're misrepresenting what I actually say. All right. Okay. Well,
I
then
don't.
we'll make this a thing. We'll make this a thing.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna head out. This was fun, and we'll probably do it again. What do you think?
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping on, Gare. Yeah, we got to do it again, since I'm gonna be around doing nothing now. Yeah.
Hmm.
You still say cuck minus minus needs to happen to you. Yeah, thanks, Gare. I appreciate it, man. Go do what you got to
All
do.
right.
Come back,
Yeah,
all right?
I gotta go to bed. I gotta wake up early. Work. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
All
night,
right. See you
man.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
I like how you just had to like add that little thing at the end there just to rub it in. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got work. I got to actually do something in the morning. Yeah, just so you know, Spiro. Thanks, man. Thanks, Gare.
Oh, show your face. It's happy time.
Okay.
What's cut minus minus?
What's cuck minus minus?
Is that a language?
Yeah, Travis, please explain cuck minus minus to everyone, please. We need you to do the explanation here. Hang on, I got to do this.
I have a feature request for cut minus minus, Travis. It needs to support this operation.
Please.
Doesn't work in C.
Oh man, that's great.
What about this? What about that?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Support the plus one. Oh man.
And this one. Oh, you can't type that. What about this then? No, because that's a comment.
Yeah, it's a comment. Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't allow that then. It gives you a random.
It gives you.
It's just can we just make undefined behavior language?
Yes.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Every time you compile it, it's different.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I actually like that idea.
What was that joke language I came up with ages ago? Was it the only data type you're allowed is pointers?
Yeah. The only data type is pointers. Yeah. Just imagine all pointers.
Yeah, right. So if you want a value, you have to like get the address for the value you want.
Yeah. I mean, there's brain fuck. Yeah, there is brain fuck. It's true.
Right. Yeah, I've done a brainfuck interpreter before. It's a pretty fun exercise actually. Like, if you're learning a new language, doing brainfuck interpreter is not a bad idea to sort of get your bearings. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. How do I get on to be mean to you? Join the Discord, Emmett. Join the Discord. You can come
just
on.
join one of the channels and I'll pull you in.
Yeah, they'll pull you in. You can come on and tell me how stupid I am for being unemployed. I'm just looking at how I'm gonna write C code on Bun. We're doing it since Lafley asked for it. He's getting it. We're gonna write some C code. We're gonna make the mud a thing, and then I'll just do some simple TCP stuff to serve it, and we'll just go from there. We'll make this a thing.
What's that button in the corner there? You like that?
Oh shit! I didn't see that. Oh no.
You'll play with that.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Um, let's give this a shot. Let's do a little research thing. Let's give this a shot. Ask AI. Hi,
Hey.
I'm an AI assistant trained on documentation. Okay, ask me anything about Bun. All right. Um, so I want to write C code, right? So
Put ASL.
put ASL. ASL.
Hello, Spiro. How's it going?
Emmett, how are you doing, sir? Thanks for popping in here. How are you, brother?
I was streaming while you were streaming, so we streamed Snipe a couple of times and just asked my chat to give me the meanest thing they could think of and just write it on your chat. The funniest thing that I found that they said is that you actually code in Portuguese. That's why you have no job. That was funny.
Shit. Oh man. That's funny. Yeah. How was your stream, Emmett?
I was just playing Celeste
Oh,
and
okay.
going around,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
got somebody to like ask me about pixel art, and I was like giving him a little bit of a heads up on how to do pixel art.
That's good.
And
Good.
then I
Oh,
told him like if he wanted, I could tomorrow be like on your Discord, and he can pop on and show me like what he wants to do, so
Oh,
I
that's
can
nice of you,
give
Emmett.
him a better idea.
Look at Emmett being nice. What's up, Laugh?
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
I was gonna say I saw that. That was in your Discord. It's that dude in your Discord.
Yeah,
It was in the
I was
general
like,
channel. Yeah.
yeah, I was like, hey, just go to these, and there's my channel, and I'm on. So he came on. I was like, okay, let me get to a place where I feel happy leaving the game, and I'll help you out.
Well, that's
And that's
nice.
it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good stream. Thanks for popping in here, man.
Spirit, don't actually use it to answer your fucking questions, you moron.
Well, because I know what the answer is, so I want to see if it will actually give me like what it will tell me because I already know the answer.
Well, that's okay then.
Right. Compile and run C in JavaScript. See, it doesn't. See it. Yeah.
What? Just go and look at the docs.
Yeah. It's like just go and look at the docs. Yeah.
I literally saw that somewhere the other day. I don't know if I can find it on Discord. They got one of those AI overview things on Google, and it said type it into Google, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And then what do the docs say? They say exactly what I already know because
Yeah, I've got it. I'll put it into the chat thing. If you
Let's
want to
see.
show it on your stream.
Sure, yeah. Can I? Yeah, there we go.
This is like an idea of how to learn how to code.
Hang on one second. One sec. All you can eat buffet near me. To find an all you can eat buffet near you. Oh, jeez. Did it incept itself? It took me a second. Use an online search engine like Google specifying all you can eat buffet near me. Jeez, man. Come on. Just Google it, bro. On Google. Damn, man. Well, okay. Emma, do you mind asking your question again? Sorry, man.
Are you trying to like tell us how to learn how to learn code? Are you being an AI right now? Are you just gonna tell me just Google it, bro?
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. Yeah, just Google it, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you'll be an incredible programmer in no time.
Awesome. Thank you, Aspiro AI. That's why you're jobless.
Shut up. How dare you, sir?
Don't worry about it. I'm selling pixel art. What do I have to? Do I
Yeah.
have anything on you?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, aren't we all suffering in some way? Yeah. Yeah. So
I have a
go
I have
ahead.
a small announcement. You can stream Snipe if you want me, but I'll be on Rob Nor in like 10 minutes.
Oh, you're
So
gonna be
I'm
on
just
Rob's show. Okay, cool.
Oh.
in like 10 minutes. So I was just coming here to say hi, to tell everybody to sub, and give this man some of your money because he is really cool and he really needs it. It's a family and shit. So
Shit.
yeah,
I appreciate it, Emmett. Thank you, man. What are you going on Rob's
No,
for? I know you got to go, but
Oh,
just
I
real
was
quick.
going to ask that.
Ha 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 ha
we're gonna
ha.
talk about the economy.
Sorry, said it one more time.
We're just gonna we're just gonna talk about the economy.
Oh, okay, cool,
Fun.
Um,
fun.
There's a lot of most of the talk is gonna be like, well, we don't know yet because we don't know yet. We don't know what's gonna happen yet. But but he wanted to talk to me about it. I was like, yeah, we can have a chat and we can just go on and have a cool talk. We may
Rob
branch
was.
out into
Oh, sorry.
Chat Geppetto. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Rob
okay.
will still be able to talk in like 15-minute blocks, even if you don't know.
That's true.
He's good at that.
Yeah, I yeah, I know. He's gonna filibuster most of the space anyway.
Yeah.
But I'll be there.
Okay, cool. Well, crap. I don't know how to properly, cause, man. Okay, go on Rob's channel, and watch Emmett go
No.
do that,
No,
cause.
stay here. Give this man your money. Okay? If you want to stream snipe me a little bit, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Well,
You
so
can tell me,
you're gonna stream on your end, right, as well?
uh I wasn't planning to, but maybe I will if you're gonna stream snipe me. If you're gonna stream snipe me, I'll fire up another stream. I was just gonna take a break, going to Rob's North, and that's it.
Okay, you do whatever you want to do, and I'll find you either on yours or on Rob's, and maybe we'll hear you out for a while and just see what kind of BS you're talking about. Because I got nothing better to do with my time now. I can code and listen to you guys.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you what to do here.
I am,
You
yeah.
want to do, like, you have Spiro's permission.
You have my permission to do whatever you need to do with your stream, Emmett. Okay, my permission is granted. And if you end up
you,
talking about
Overlord.
AI, I expect nothing but good arguments from you, Emmett, because you've now unloaded all of my arguments. So I expect you to give a thorough defense.
Thank you, Mr. AI Overlord. Yes, I will do as you please. um,
Uh,
I'm gonna leave you because I do need like
yeah,
10
you gotta
minutes
go.
to
Off you go.
get a coffee and stuff.
Have
Yeah.
a good one.
But I really thought it was really funny that they say that you code in Portuguese and that's why you have no job. And I needed to say that again because it was just so fun.
It's funny.
It was
Yeah,
so funny.
it's funny. Yeah, Emmett, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for popping on. Go have fun.
Have a good one.
All right, bye.
They should have said Chinese.
Uh. Okay, so if I'm gonna write this thing in C, I just need to copy a few things I've already done. We'll stream snipe Rob's show or whatever a little bit later and just see what they're talking about. But for the time being, I'm gonna have to copy some things I've done from the game here. No, not this one. And port it over and then just get it running on Bun. So I just gotta think about that for a minute. Okay, let me see what I have on here. I just have some really basic stuff. So I think I should just be able to do...
And let's say DL open, isn't it? So don't you just export to like a regular dynamic link library?
Well, you can. Suffix is either dilib, or DLL, depending on the platform. So you don't have to use suffix. It's just there for convenience. So I could do this if I compile it to a DLL. Is that what I want to do, though? You know, I actually don't know what the overhead of a DLL is over, or if there even is any, over compiling to compiling dynamically inside of Bun here with tinycc. I think you've brought this up before that tinycc might not do all the optimizations that proper.
It's not a might not. It just doesn't. Like I think it does basic stuff like dead code elimination and maybe some loop unrolling, but it doesn't do much beyond that. Like, I couldn't tell you the list of things that it does actually do, but I know for a fact that it doesn't do most optimizations that Clang or GCC will get you.
Right.
And that's the reason why it's tiny.
Right.
I mean, it's not the only reason, but it's a major contributor.
Yeah.
Because all these other optimizations, they, takes a lot of code. You've got to do introspection and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so why couldn't I just compile my C code to a DLL and pop it in here? I don't think think there's any reason not to, right? I'm on Windows, so I'd have to compile it to a DLL. Am I compiling on Windows? I've even forgotten how to compile this damn thing.
Does it say the suffix is optional?
Yes, the suffix is optional. I guess it'll just figure it out based on your operating system.
Yeah, so just leave it out then, because like if I'm gonna contribute, then I'll be using .so.
Right.
What was that noise?
That was me. That was me. That was me. I was popping I was doing a pop. So let me go over here. I think I was compiling on Linux, actually. Yeah, I was. Okay, I was compiling here. But I don't have to. I can compile this on wherever and run it on wherever, and either way I'm good. Okay. All right. So I think we have a bit of a plan here then. We'll compile it to whatever the library is. We'll just have to figure out the compilation step. At least I will on Clang. I'll just have to figure out what the right compilation commands are on Clang to get it to a lib. And then we'll go from there. Okay, that's not so bad. So if we're going to do that, I'm going to start up a new file in here. And it's going to be our C file. And I think the only thing that is required for me to pull in is std int right now, I think, as a starting point, I believe. I've pulled in some other ones that I don't think, I'm not sure I actually need these. I don't remember. Let me just try.
Oh, include other sucks.
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be, I don't know, mud.c. And then let's just do a little bit of, I suppose, some thought around what this is going to look like now. So this is all in JavaScript right now. This entire game is in JavaScript. But we want to extract the actual functionality of the code, of the game itself, state, and all of that into C, and then we'll just use that. So if I'm going to do that, then I have to consider, it's heavily string based. So I have to consider strings, which I actually haven't done using this foreign function interface stuff with Bun. So I don't know what that's going to look like. So that's something to consider. I'm not compiling this using WebAssembly. So I don't necessarily have to limit myself to just really basic stuff. So I can kind of give myself a little bit of breathing room there. And I probably need to have a few arrays for things like a player list, or like player list, items, some simple stuff, a map, things like that.
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm gonna do, okay, I like having these kinds of things. What is the ASCII pic supposed to be? It's Dwarf Fortress. I'm having a brain fart. Do you mind explaining it? Laugh while I go get some coffee. I need some
Well,
coffee,
I
man.
can't because I don't know what it's meant to be either.
Okay, look. There's this game called Dwarf Fortress, and this is an insanely complex game. Literally everything in here has an impact on the world, whether at a particular location, all the individual like NPCs that are running around, enemies, all the enemies. Every single grid has its own like life cycle. Everything. It's super complex in
Right.
in whatever, right?
We know that, Spiro, but what is the ASCII art meant to be? That was the question.
Oh, it's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm tired. Um,
Well, so am I, but I understand his question.
Shut up.
Look, no, not that. Not the map. Not the map. The thing on the left. The thing
Oh,
on the left.
this.
Oh,
This.
there's a delay. Yeah, that.
Yeah. This is supposed to be. It started out
It looks like a
as
big dong.
yeah, it started out as a shaft, okay? And I was going to expand it to two balls with microplastics in it. And then unfortunately it did not pan out that way. So that
Right.
that's what it is, yeah.
I mean, you could turn it into a tree.
I could turn it into a tree. It ended up becoming like what I thought would be like a tower. You know, I'm like, oh, maybe it's like a tower because I don't have a story for this, right? But I don't know.
Is it your dream house? Big top
It's my
shelf.
dream house. Yeah, yeah, it's my dream house. That's right. Yeah,
You had a troubled childhood.
I did. I don't like talking about my uncle. Okay. uh, Okay, I'm gonna make some coffee and then I'm going to start building out some C code for this mud, and we're gonna build out the mud, and then Laugh's gonna contribute to it. Uh, BRB in a second. BRB.
Wait, you're just leaving me here like this, then?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you here like this. Yeah.
All right. What should we add to the mud, guys? Like, what do you want to see in it? Let's talk about cool features that aren't meat missile. I mean, meat missile could be a spell, you know? You're like, magic missile, magic missile. You ever seen that YouTube video? What would you guys want to do in it? Because I really enjoyed being level 3, which is the max level at the moment, and spawn killing Travis. That was fun. But it should be enjoyable for everybody. Like, Spiro's multiplayer clusterfuck. Does it have classes? No, but if Spiro doesn't implement it, that would be one of the first things I do. So Spiro's gone to get coffee, so I'm asking chat like what kind of things they would like to see in the mud. Not that I'm saying I need ideas. Just what would you guys like? Like if you were contributing to it, what would you add to it? Oh, hello Ryan and Ryan Ray people. A dingosaur. Well, that's technically my idea, right, Travis? But yeah, it is a good one. Yeah, you raided at an odd time because Spiro's gone to get coffee and just left me here. Like, he actually got up out of his chair without telling me that he was going to leave. Just me talking. He runs around calling everyone numpties, pellix, and balance. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you know all the words, Travis. Yeah. They're all words that we use. I'm trying to think of others now, but you've put me on the spot. Spiro is AI. If you want, if Spiro is AI, then you have to spell it like that. When people calling Spyro, that's how I envision it being spelled. Ponce, yeah, Ponce is a great one. Or nonce, if you want to be more egregious.
I'm back, by the way, and I see there's a raid.
It's from Ryan, dude.
Yeah, it's from Ryan. I'm noticing that just now. Ryan, sir, thank you for the raid. You know, it's easy to trash talk each other. I know we don't agree on everything, but I do appreciate the raid. That's really awesome of you. That's a cool thing of you to do. I appreciate it. And okay, should I talk about like what the hell I do over here? Because I don't think the people who've come in from Ryan's side typically know what I'm about here. Yeah, you raided in during a limbo. It's just 007. I'm AI. Geez, what the hell went on? Well, I leave you in charge for 2 minutes and the entire chat derails. What the hell?
What? No, hang on. This is Travis's fault, right?
Why is it Travis's fault?
I was asking people what they would like to see in the mud, and then Travis came back, and it turned into nonces and ponces.
I see. Nice. So, what the hell? I'm hearing noises. Wait, where are the noises coming from? We're doing Cockney slang. The coffee shop's right over there. Quick rundown. You got it, Nuke. I'll give a quick rundown. Cat sends in $10. Holy crap. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate it.
Nice.
Thank you. That means a lot. I really do appreciate that.
That means they get access to your website.
That means they get access to my website. That's right.
Shill the website.
So I have a website. It's called enlightenedprogramming.com. And if you have ever sent in a super chat for $10 or more, or you've subbed on Twitch or whatever, because that's worth at least that much, or otherwise financially contributed, or you want to get access, there's a portion here you can do that. And what this website is all about is it goes over all of the articles. All of the articles, scientific information, scientific studies that I've gone over. You can see my admin version in here. All the episodes I've done of my daily tech news, of my tech bites, of anything I've ever done in terms of me talking about how the tech industry has gone to shit. And all the stuff that I've covered is all on here, and it's all searchable. So you can go and search for it. You can do things like, if you want to find out stuff about like health, have I covered anything about health? It's all here, and you can just pick one and go to it. If you look at the episodes, it will link away to my shorts. If I've ever done shorts, it'll link away to any studies I've gone over, surveys, all that kind of stuff. And the point of the website is to document all the episodes, all these streams I've ever done that act as the premise for the arguments I make during debates and stuff like that. Like when Ryan and I have a back and forth on AI or whatever, I base my claims on this stuff. So Kat now has access to this website. Should she want to ask for access, you just come on my Discord, DM me, whatever you want, and I will provide you access with it. You'll get your own special link. And you can just see all the information I've covered, whether it's written or video, it's all on here. And since I'm now unemployed, I will be putting blog posts in here about like idea or thoughts about like things I've learned throughout my time doing this stuff. summarizing information so it's nice and bite-sized for everybody and so on. So there we go. I showed the website. You can have access to it, and it's got to be $10 a month or more because I put a lot of damn work into it. I really do, and I don't see anybody else doing the kind of stuff I'm doing here. So far as I know, I'm the only person on the planet who's covering this information. I go over technocracy. I go over AI. I go over, programming languages. I go over consumer stuff. I go over cybersecurity issues, and I try and make it, friendly to everybody. So if you don't have to be a programmer to watch what I'm doing for, I hope, the most part. It's a lot of damn work. And so I do charge for it because it's condensed material that's easily digestible by you. So there you go. Thanks for the sub, LSR. I appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you do your. This is what I do, spiel.
Okay, now this is what I do. Yes. Okay. Thanks, LSR. I appreciate it. So because you guys are coming in from Radical Coders End, and again, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thanks. I do appreciate the raid. So just in case you're still sticking around, I don't just go over the annoying stuff in the tech industry that I'm frustrated with, that has led to the enshittification of everything in tech. I don't just sit here and rant about it and then go over studies and do dry, boring streams about it, reading stuff line by line, and then putting it on the website here. I also put my money where my mouth is. I'm a high school dropout. I had to leave home when I was 17 because I was going to die. I was homeless for a few years, lived in my car when I had a car. And when I didn't, I would sleep in parks. Usually it was the easiest place to go find some place to sleep. Just one sec. And I self-taught. And part of the reason why I'm frustrated with the tech industry is because there are a lot of smart people who are in the tech industry, who are being neutered by the tech industry to not understand what the hell is going on under the hood. And so that's why I do what I do. And I try and make claims that are based in some kind of objectivity, some kind of data, logic. I try my best to do that, even though I'm not perfect at it. Lord knows I'm not perfect at it, but I try, because I additionally am building this game. So instead of just covering the topics and stuff, I also try and build it. So let me go see here what I did wrong. What did I do wrong? I don't know what happened here. Something happened with the game. I broke the game somehow. How did I break the game? Not sure. Game has already been declared. Game current is not defined. Let me go back to game helper. Let me just see here. I don't really know what I broke here, but I had this game running and now I don't. That's the story. This game was running and now it's not running. Yeah, I broke something. Let me just quickly see if I can get the game running back to some kind of state. No. What the heck did I do? Crap. Okay, well, this is what I had running. Let me explain what I had running as I'm trying to fix it. So what I had running was a C file. It's one single header C file. You can see it all here. Did I comment out some code? I don't think I did it here. And game helper, there's nothing in here. And UI helper, maybe? Yeah, I didn't really do anything here. I broke it right as you guys came in. I don't know what the hell's going on. 1986. Okay, so I have a single header C file here. Yeah, this is weird. This C file, which one is it here? Let me just show you the file. It's approximately 7,000 lines of code, and it's just one file. It's just a .h file with all my C code in here. This runs the game. It maintains the game state, and it's all just numbers in and out. And then I compile this, if it would actually compile properly. I compile this with Clang to WebAssembly. And then what's supposed to happen is something's supposed to happen in here where the game is getting rendered. And the rendering of the game is run by the C code. And so the C code gets put into what's called WebAssembly file, which is just a memory block. And then I use vanilla JavaScript, vanilla HTML, and vanilla CSS. And that makes it so that I don't have to depend on any third-party libraries. Everything is rendered with div elements. It's all just HTML elements. And then I do an immediate mode GUI, which means I dump the HTML every frame and I recreate it and I put it back into the browser every frame. And that's how I get my animations and stuff. So I do it all by hand, all hand rolled, no third-party crutches. GPU and hardware acceleration is turned off. It's nothing but CPU driven, and it operates entirely with just C and vanilla code, nothing else. That's it. So on top of complaining about the stuff I complain about with the industry, I also try and put my money where my mouth is and purposefully handcuff myself in order to show that you can do a lot more with next to nothing. You don't need a bunch of abstractions and obfuscations and whatever. So I try and prove that point, right, by doing it this way. There's another game that we were just working on just now, which is a multi-user dungeon game. If you guys remember these games where you'd walk around the screen, or you'd walk around in a text-based version of the game, and it would just it would tell you, like, it would just ship you text for the game, right, like this, right, and you just go around. So we're doing this in C as well, and so we've got these two games running, and we're building it exactly this way. I'm building a multiplayer server for this game, so you guys will be able to play the game on an actual domain. It's up and running right now, uwnhremake.com. But it's kind of wonky because we're working on it right now. I'm going to be doing this in C as well, and we're going to be doing the same thing. It's going to be the same kind of code, the C code with very little or no third parties. I'm going to have some people who want to contribute to the code, and we're going to add features to it. So we're going to have a multi-user dungeon game. And then if I can fix this game, let me see if I can do something real quick. What would I have done here? I'm not getting an error or anything, so I don't really know. The compilation seems to pass. Okay, let me go way back. Let me just do a huge, massive undo and see. Is that it? There we go. Okay. All right. So okay. The NPCs aren't here, but just imagine for a moment that actually worked. Okay, I'll figure out the NPC thing. But you can see here that this is all vanilla HTML, JavaScript, CSS. My JavaScript, I'll show you some of my JavaScript here. Let's go to, like, I don't know, UI helper. It's all vanilla JavaScript. I don't have anything, no third-party libraries in here, nothing at all. My CSS is super simple. If I go over to, I don't know, I can't remember where my CSS is. It's somewhere in here, though. Let me just look. Yeah, here, this is it. Not a lot of CSS needed for this. And now, if I go over to here, over here in my elements, I'll pause it, and I'll show you that this is all just div elements all the time. All the way down. Here's the viewport, and you can see it's sliced up into a grid, and these are all the div elements. Let me do this, and each div element here represents a portion of the game, which maps onto the C code, and then I render it with an image that gets background position on the div element. And so I dump the entirety of this HTML every frame, recreated every frame, and put it back into the browser. And because I do it this way, I also get something kind of cool, which if I had the NPCs working, you could see it more proper, but 3D mode. The NPCs pop up and walk around. I'll fix that. I'll figure out what the hell happened. But it's just vanilla CSS 3D, right? So that's all I'm doing here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a point about the tech industry being in bad shape, and I'm trying to do it in two different ways, through the news and the studies and all that, and by building games like this where I can show that you don't need anything to do insanely cool stuff. And so when I talk to people about how I do this, they're like, wait, you're not using 3JS, you're not using the GPU, you're not using WebGL, you're not using a 3D canvas or anything like that? Nope, none of it. And I'm not talking about the province above me. I'm talking... Yeah, so that's what I do. Yeah, there you go, guys. Hey, Apotham, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. All right, I'm off to bed. Laughing Pan. Before I go, I found this I found this one name list of people who code in Portuguese. It has Spiro's name on it, and it's highlighted and circled and says, "This guy sucks." Hey, Laughing Panda. Just before you go to bed, just real quick, Laughing Panda. This will be really quick, all right? Yeah, fuck you. How about that? How about that, Laughing Panda? Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Good night, Panda.
3D through just CSS. Yeah, 3D through just CSS. Little Sparrow me. Yeah, sure, you too. Have a good night, Laughing Panda. Thanks for being here. I appreciate all the donations on all the gifted subs on Twitch. You guys have been really generous today. Thank you. I broke the game. I don't even know what I did.
Apparently you commented out some code.
Yeah. Let me try this. Travis, all right, you dingus. I need to go get some sleep. Catch you later. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, man.
Bye, Travis.
Yeah, what did I do? I mean, it's kind of weird that yeah, something about the comments here is like, it's breaking stuff. Let me take the comments out of here. If I just move them out to here, does that help?
Is this because we derailed this? We derailed you earlier, and you were halfway through doing something.
I mean, it could be, but it's literally these comments. Yeah, it's the comments in the struct. It must be the way that I'm reading the structs. I must have broken it, and yeah, I must not have correct formatting for reading comments inside of the struct. So one of my comments broke it.
The last thing I remember seeing was the flashing pixels thing.
Yeah, because I never actually compiled this until recently. So the pre-compiled version was like the good version, and then somehow it got broken. It got busted.
Oh dear.
And I don't know where my NPCs are anymore either.
This is like I have a rule for my own projects where you never leave off like halfway through a function, like writing a function, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Generate world. I don't think I did anything here. Did I change NPCs? No. Did I change the structs for them? No, I didn't change the structs for them. So I'm actually not sure. I'll look at that later. I'll fix it later. It's good enough if I want to show it off again for now. It's fine. We can just work on the we can work on the mud. Because then we can build out that at least we know will work. Okay. So thanks again, Radical Coder, for the raid. I really do appreciate that, man. That's really cool of you. Thank you. And okay, let's see if we can let's see if we can figure this mud out. Yeah, I know I mentioned a bool day-night cycle, but I didn't actually do anything with it. I was just using it as an example. It already existed and compiled just fine. Okay. For the mud, let me go back to that. And maybe we'll nerd snipe Rob's channel in a little bit. For the mud, I think there's some really simple things that we can probably start. Adding in here as part of our C code. The map is a really easy one. So having a representation of the map in like a flat array even could be just a really simple start. So we could start with that, and then we probably I need to consider that if this is going to be multiplayer, this is going to have to serve multiple people, I guess. I guess. So you're going to need it. I guess we're going to have to treat it as an authoritative server for all the players. And then we'll need an array of players. And I don't think it needs to care who the players are right now. We can let the server worry about that. Just where they live and where NPCs live and simple things like that. So Apotham, Spiro's on his way to become a AAA game programmer. Broken NPCs are good enough. Yeah, you don't need NPCs. Yeah. Most AAA games don't have functioning NPCs, right? All right. Hey, Damien, quit gaming at 40, never going back to it. I don't blame you in a lot of ways. So I would have to start with like arrays like
can you make it so that if you attack an NPC that they can chase you around the map, so you can like slap some like quest giver guy?
Yeah.
No one can find him because he's like chasing you across the map.
Yeah. Ideas to implement. Slap an NPC or something and have it chase you around the map.
Like this mod just needs to be complete chaos, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it should be complete chaos, yeah. Yeah, it should be complete chaos. Okay. We're gonna want NPCs. I know we could start with like 10 or something, just something. We're gonna want. Are we gonna want to give people like items and stuff? I suppose so.
Why the U32s?
Because I don't know what to make them right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what to make them right now.
Fair enough.
I mean, it should probably be a struct. The map could stay a U32, but I just don't know right now. I'm just trying to get a sense of
Yeah, yeah.
what I need.
I was just asking.
Um, some items would
So
be nice.
you need characters as well, like player characters.
Yeah, we'll need characters. We could just go like players. Just whatever. I mean, that's kind of it, isn't it?
Well, no, but with your limited mind, that'll do for now.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. You really do know me. You know me so well. NPC selling food or potions. Yeah, we could do that. We could set up a store, and if you're, yeah, we could do that. But this would be kind of a mixture of these two.
Yeah, don't worry, Sophie. I'm going to contribute to this so that it will have features unlike the previous version. And you'll be able to level up past 3. You know, I killed like 1,000 zombies and never got to level 4. It was just hard capped.
It's true. It is hard capped. It's true. What more do you need? You don't need anything more than 64 KB, right? You don't need anything more than level 3. Come on. Do you want to field Elisar's question there, Laugh?
Yeah, well, it's on line 12 on the screen right now. It's just type def to unt32_t. So it's unsigned 32-bit value.
Yeah.
No, it's sort of, I made the same mistake as well because I was going to say to Spiro, like, you should get your type defs from the other code and paste it in. And then I looked at the screen and I was like, oh, he's started writing them already.
Yeah. Because that's fine. Yeah, so I can't remember why I did this. I think because I was making everything the same. I was trying to keep consistency, but
well, for that you should use int, or is there a unt8t?
yes. Well, is there? Actually, that's a good question.
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so I should just use U8.
You should just do them all for now. Like, there's an 8, 16, 32, 64.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure why they're unsigned as well, because like why are you using unsigned ones?
The positive integers, so because I use 0 or no, I use the max. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? In the other game, I use the max as my sentinel value.
This one's different because it's pure C. You don't need to worry about the... Well, at some point you need to worry about it because you do need to pass information back out to the bun thing, but I don't know how that works, so...
Yeah, this is what I was... how does it work to pass?
Well, you're gonna have to go on the docs, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look at the bun docs. Let's go have a look.
I mean, if I was you, I'd just do like a Hello World thing for now.
Yeah.
Just so you'd know what the interrupt's like.
Yeah. Okay, so it's you pass in the symbols. You send in a path to the shared library and you put in the symbols, okay? And then you define your functions with arguments and returns. That's Zig, that's Rust, that's C++. These are your types. So you have integers, you have unsigned integers, bool, char, strings.
It supports both looks, so
Yeah. Functions. Okay. Returns C function from bunffi. Okay.
you can do that in C++ LSR. You just have to not use the smart pointers and stuff, you know? I mean, I would recommend not using them at all because they're kind of stupid. But if you want to restrict yourself, then I guess you could use C.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You can do that with C++, yeah. Um okay. So it would have to be like this. I have to do this, and then I can do a hello world and print out a hello world out here. So you have to declare the symbols.
But
And
I mean, you could print out the hello world from C, just like temporarily bring in std out or however you pronounce that.
right,
Because it'll still print from the console, right? Because it's
right.
still running.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is just call a function.
Don't I need in order to do I have to do IO, right? For
stdio,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I'll comment this out for now, and then I'll go main function. Sure. And then crap, I forgot how to do std
Do you
out.
even do you even need main for an object?
I think you do.
I think. I don't know. I've never actually done a DLL in POC.
Oh, a DLL, no. A DLL you don't. A DLL you call functions directly. But if I'm just going to compile this and run it, then I need to have a main in there. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not going to compile this to a DLL right now, right?
Oh, you're just gonna test it out?
Yeah. And then
Well,
move the function to a DLL and then like kind of progress that way.
whatever. Yeah, that works.
I forgot how to use std out, honestly. I have genuinely forgotten how to do it. That's not. Is it really just printf? Is that really all it is? Okay, that's fine. Stuff. Okay, let me open up another. No, not this tab. Let me open up a new. Nope, not this tab. This tab. Okay. Oh no. Where does this live? It lives out there, doesn't it? So it lives on my other machine. I gotta figure this out real quick. If I go over to my other machine and I go over to that, and then what are the command line argument reference? I just want to do just a quick.
Apparently, there's a no entry point flag you can pass in.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's a Windows specific thing though.
Well, I'm gonna try it out on my other machine here real quick. Let's see. So, okay, so it compiled on the other machine. You guys can't see it, but it did compile on the other machine. So now I just have to figure out how I'm gonna get this over. Probably what I want to do, if I just do this real quick, I'm going to go over to here. That's not going to work. Okay. I'll exit this. Yeah, get out of here. That's fine. I'll put this back and then I'll move this code over. That's the easiest way to do it. So let me take that out and copy the code over. And I'll put it in the same place as my game, which is over here. All right. Now, if I open up a new tab and then go over to here, go over to the game. What is it? There we go. All right, let's see what this does. Clang, yeah, and then clang mud output, I don't know, mud. A mud command not found. No, how about this? I gotta do what? X, chmod x mud. Nope. So I did something wrong. Let me open up a new window and go here and do, yeah, sure. Okay, so what on earth would I have done wrong here? Let me just close this off of the other one. So yeah, mud. That's all that's here. Mud.c. Output is mud. It's not blank. I'm doing something stupid. Oh, Canada. No, output. I don't need to do anything like that. That's fine. Uh-huh. These are all optimization options. Output. Yeah, Merca. Oh, I can't compile to save my own life.
What are you doing?
I'm just trying to compile this file and just run it. This is really weird. Top mud not found. What on earth are you talking about?
Are you putting a backslash?
Is that what it
You're
is?
putting a backslash, dude. You're not on Windows.
I give up. This is why I got fired. They walked in and they said, "You're the dumbest programmer on the planet. You don't even know the difference between between backslashes and whatever. It's time for me to go work at McDonald's. It's over. It's over. Okay, well that works. So thanks, Laugh. I appreciate it. But don't tell anyone. It didn't happen. Okay, we're off to the races now. The other thing I want to do is, I guess it'd be compiling to a library, like.
Yep. I have no idea how to do that. I've never done it in C.
Create a DLL, use DLL runtime. But what happens if I put that? I think it's /LD. I think I remember that.
Yeah, just try it.
So it would be like this, I think. No? Is it the file first and then that? Let's actually read
Nope.
the spec.
Do you not have man in the thing?
Yes, I
Like,
do.
go back to your terminal and just put man clang.
Okay. Nothing about DLL. How about like LD?
No, but you're looking for the at the top where it specifies the argument orders.
Oh, that's
Can't
I'm gonna have to go all the way down then.
can't read a fucking man file. No, it's usually at the top, dude.
It's before.
Wait, clang options file name ...
It's before the file name. Okay. Maybe it's a dash.
But yeah, it probably is if you on yeah, there you go.
Except I don't see the output as like usually you'd see like a .so or something, right?
Yeah, is that because you haven't specified .so in the output name?
Yeah, it could be.
Do I have clang installed?
Oh, DLL dash DLL.
Yes, I do.
Link it. Clang compile library. Junior devs get effed off this tax code that just reversed in July. Can write off devs as tax breaks again. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, honestly. I guess you just put in shared, undefined, dynamic lookup, and you just put in whatever .so. Okay. Yeah, I guess because of these, yeah. So if I did that, okay, let's see what happens when I do it this way. Shared, undefined. That's probably the not the undefined dynamic lookup. Why? Why is dynamic lookup in here? What is that? Ignores missing symbols. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so we want that. And then the output will be SO. And then we'll do mudc. Argument unused during compilation. Okay, that's fine. No problem. Okay, so we have a .so file. Let's just say whatever. And then our bun server, well, actually, we don't even need to do that. We don't even need a server. All we need to do is take like this essentially. And we'll go addition. I don't know about close. I don't know why that's in there, but that's fine. DLL open will be mud. Should just figure it out. And addition, and then it'll return 32, yeah. And our arguments will be just 2 of these. And now that we have that, we can actually just call like this, search, and go addition 2 and 2. And we'll do bun FFI test. Oh, right. I need to actually install it on this thing. So let me just quickly go do that. Like this. No, not PowerShell. No. This. Passwords leaked. Okay. The added path. Oh, I have to. Yeah, I remember now. I have to like exit in order for it to kick in. Clip, don't worry. Thanks, TMX. I know I can count on you. Okay, so then we'll try Clang one more time here. Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll try the bun command. DL open is not failed.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that DL argument from, because I just scanned through the man page and I couldn't find it. I try and grep it.
It's from bun. It's from bun. This is the JS code that I'm trying to pull in the library now. What am I missing here? It's probably something dumb and stupid. Do. I'm trying to think here. I don't think I need to install anything. DL open would probably be like a shared library. And I don't think I need to include the prefix there. We already went through that.
Is it dash shared?
Is it dash what?
Shared.
I don't think so. Like, if I go and look at what else they're doing. Got pointers. Yeah. Got an array buffer. Got read.
Run to combine the results into an executable or shared library.
Oh, you're talking about Clang?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. That's from a different part of it. I don't know, I've always used GCC. I've never looked into this.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if this example actually tells me anything.
Maybe that's a Clang++ thing, like the C++ thing. Wait, what even is that?
I suppose I could do this, but that's the compiler thing then. Forbes is saying in a nutshell, result is companies may find themselves in a bidding war for a small pool of talent, offsetting tax savings. Basically, labor going up ups the market. If it does, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Moondog. I'm not. It's also kind of hard to say because it's a bit of a predictive thing, right? And you're never really sure how it's going to play out in the market when it actually happens. So it's possible that it turns out okay, but you know, how would I know, right? I wouldn't really know. So I wonder if I can just simplify what I'm doing here. I wonder if I'm trying to do too much. Okay, let me just go back to the suffix crap.
I don't think you need to do anything special. It doesn't
Yeah,
look like.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is I may have I'm just gonna do this. Actually, I don't even need to do it this way. This is like a TypeScript way. So let me do. Okay, I don't need a bunch of U. Let's just break things down. I don't need a bunch of U. I probably only need suffix. I don't need the FFI type. Yeah, I don't think I need the FFI type. Okay, let's get rid of this. This is annoying me. So it would be let's just call it library lib, I guess, and then we'll open it, and it's going to be in the current. This is how I do files, so it's got to be the
I'd
same
probably
thing.
just call it C, to be honest.
C, yeah. Okay.
This is tiny variable names
Yeah.
because you're probably going to be calling it a lot, right?
Yeah.
Unless that's already reserved or anything by something else. I don't know.
I doubt it. I guess we're going to find out. And then my addition function is it will return return. Yeah, returns. It returns. We're just going to say int because that's all it does. And then my arguments, it's just two ints. This is going to be super annoying if I have to define all of my functions, but whatever. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go, what happens when I console log this thing?
Doesn't that sound like... I'd have thought that the returns and the args is like the main function. It's like what it expects to pass into and get from the main function.
No.
That's how I read that.
Yeah, no. It's not that. It's what
I'm gonna go load up the docs and read it for myself, so I'm not confusing you.
yeah. No, it when you're doing a shared library, you don't have you can set it so it doesn't have an entry point, which is what I did. I think a shared library doesn't have an entry point. So you have to define what things you want to import out of the symbol table from the library. Like you have to choose it.
Function to call.
Why is DL open? Like not this is so weird. What's my bun version? It's 1.2.20. That is the latest version.
So go back to your source code.
Okay.
Yeah, you've imported it. Right, no, you do need FFI type. Because that's what you're going to be using to tell what the return types are. So if you've got something that returns a string, according to the docs, it says FFI type.cstring. So that's going to be important. You're definitely
Okay.
going to want strings for it.
Yeah, I definitely will want strings. That's right. FFI type. So I guess I can just do I'm using just for now I'm using U32. Am I?
Wait, you're going to have to put .so as well in the thing.
Just using
That suffix thing,
Yeah,
that's string interpolation, right?
right. So I got to do this.
So you got to define suffix.
Well,
So or you could just put .so in the like raw literal.
yeah, it figures
Yep.
out what it is based on the operating system. So that worked. That worked. I have there's my symbol, it's addition. Okay, that worked. There's my FFI. So then I should be able to go dot symbols, dot addition, and I want to do 2 and 2. And it's 4. There we go. We're off. Sweet. Okay.
Oh man, spoilers! I only just caught up with the stream.
The duck, yeah.
Right. So all you have to do is, that's pretty cool how it binds to the thing, so that just off that tiny bit of code.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's annoying if you're going to be doing a bunch of functions. You're going to have to remember that you have to go over to the JS side and map it manually. That's a bit annoying. I could probably automate that too, honestly.
No, just write it. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I guess so. It's not the end of the world. I like 4. Okay, get out of here. Get out of don't give me the 2. Okay, so that's it. We have a running C code to whatever to bun. So that's good. So now I can write functions in here and they'll get brought over to the bun side. We can wrap these functions inside of an HTTP server, so we can pretty much quickly, put together a multi-user dungeon using this now, and then we can plug away on fixing up the HTTP server and taking it away from Bun and just serving it directly in C. Okay, so we can focus on the C stuff and what kinds of things we're going to need. Okay, that's good. So I don't need main. We don't need that anymore.
Yep.
We've got a struct in here, but a struct in here is not going to. I don't think it's going to do anything. Like I'm just curious if I actually do create this struct. So let me compile it and then let me run it. Okay, we're still good. Nothing happened. Sweet. So we've got a struct for NPCs. They're going to have like I don't know
Yeah,
a name. I don't know
can have
something.
empty structs.
Yeah, I guess you could. I guess you could. It's okay. We'll just put in some stupid stuff in here. I don't know, health or something. I guess like you don't really need anything too large here. And so then this could be an array of data NPCs. We could just have a simple struct for item. It's going to have a name and then I don't know, it's some fake stat. We'll just call it fake stat. Yeah, yes. Employed. I like that. I like that, Ghost. We're going to do data item, an array of items of that struct, and then a player is the same in a way as an NPC in some ways, but not in all ways, but we'll just do data player here. Okay. Let me make sure I have it. Oh, I don't have bool. I need to do there we go. Okay, good. And then if I decide that I want to do like a setup function, so it'd be a like void setup, and then I do what would I do? Here, why don't I just do name? We'll just raw dog it for now. Just do like whatever, 100, and then employed is true. Well, I mean, yeah. Anyways, okay, so that'll be our setup. Any boss? Yeah, so we'll turn NPCs. Bosses are technically NPCs, so we can turn NPCs into bosses, but we don't need to worry about that quite yet, Sophie. We could make separate structs for a boss, but yeah, we'll get there.
I mean, they don't need any special handling, really, do they? Because I mean, they don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They don't really do much, do they?
Yeah. So we'll just return nothing. Is there a void? It's like buffer pointer function.
Even if you have like the chase behavior, that is just when the player moves, you check to see if there's like a pointer to or an array or something like that of things that are chasing him, and you just shift them with him. Or you could have some kind of like timer thing, for things that wander around. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
crap, I've forgotten how to do strings because it's been so damn long since I've done a string. It's pointer something. Let me go look it up.
what? Well, you need to malloc it.
Do I? Do I really have to malloc it?
Yeah.
I guess I do.
It'd be malloc, size of character, 10 characters. But it wouldn't.
So, okay. So I think there's a few ways to deal with strings. And I have to just,
If you're doing a literal, then no, you don't. No, not if it's a literal.
Yeah, because
Sorry.
I think for now I just want to put in, like, I just want to dump in the string just directly in there.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading the chat.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry. Yeah, if it's a literal, it's fine.
It should just be um wait, no. Crap. Copy. I've totally forgotten how to do this. Car string 2. Okay, C by definition is an array of characters. Yes, we know that. But how do I, once I define it, I just want to give it a value.
Look, it goes in.
You know what I mean? Like, uh, when I go look at that, it's okay. Incompatible pointer to integer conversion assigning to car from car 8. So I suppose what I could do then is just do a pointer to it. No. Okay, what happens if I do this? Recompile with FPIC. Okay. Now can I point to it? Hey, Mist, how's it going, man? Missed out the entire stream. That's okay. Pointer to integer conversion, assigning from car to car. Yeah, I don't think that doesn't work. Ugh, this is stupid. I should just look it up. I thought I could wing it, but strings in C. Let's just look it up. So you've got a string. Yeah, it's whatever that is. Empty array, sure. And then you can do a string literal like this. So maybe all I really need to do is just go like this. And
Yeah, I think you should use and initialize the list.
crap. A flexible array member name with type car is not at the end of a struct. You want me to put it at the end of a struct? I guess because maybe packed. Okay. Incompatible. Assigning to
No. Why is it an array? It should just be a character pointer.
hang on. NPC. Like that. Okay. That's okay. Between that and the FPIC, that's what was missing. That's item player. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, okay, that's what was missing. So let me do that on all of them then. And this also gets name. All right. And then we do, this is setup. Let's see if this works. So we'll compile it and then we'll run it. Okay, that does work. We could even do something like, I wonder if a printf would work. I'm really curious. I don't know, like something. Car, no. How about like, Ha! It does work. Okay, sweet. Okay, so technically it means that we've set up... So I could even do like this. I could go... Yep. There we go. Okay, so we've got we've got our NPC set up. We've got some structs set up. All right. What's up, unknown? Yeah, I know. I'm using a third-party editor. I know. My dependency chains are insane, right? I'm so dependent on everything else. Jeez. Okay, and so now we just have to decide a few simple things, like maybe we just set up a bunch of fake areas in the map where NPCs live, and we give them a position. So we just have to figure out how we're going to position them in the map. And our bun server will have to go down here. And I have to sort out how I'm going to do the communication between the clients and the game. So I'll have to set up a little bit of a server. Let me get rid of that. So what, HTTP server or just server? Yeah, build a simple WebSocket server. Sure, that works. So I'll just set up a simple server like this. It'll receive some commands, and it will map the commands to, I guess, the C code. Let me close a bunch of tabs here. And then the C code will spit out some responses. And it'll be the responses that we want to... Let me do that. Okay. It'll be the responses that we want to send back to the client. So I suppose there's a little bit of a weird ping pong here. Client sends request for action. Submit request to C code. Take response from C code. And then send back to client. It'll be like that. Something like that. And yeah, okay. Did I even build my own compiler? Shut up, unknown. Nope, worst of all, he hasn't even built his own browser yet. Worst of all, I haven't even built my own logic processing unit yet. Why don't I use C++, the superior language? Unknown, are you asking for a permaban? Yeah, that's right, Ghost. I picked up some sand to craft my own CPU. You guys just didn't see me there. Yeah, you missed it. You missed it. But I did. I rode a camel and everything. It was fantastic.
Are you saying you rode a camel or you wrote a camel?
Only one of those is what I said. And which do you think it is?
I have no idea, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. It could be anything with me. Yeah, the camel riding was fun, okay? There. Does that clarify?
The camel writing?
Son of a bitch. Why? Why are you like this, Laugh? Who hurt you?
Wouldn't you like to know? Get on with it anyway.
Okay. The Rody camel case, yeah. All right, so for the map, let's just start with something like how I'm going to represent this information on the map. We're going to need, well, let me pull up the game because I like to have the game up. It helps me visualize stuff. So we'll do the map as whatever size, 8 by 8, whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is. It's just a size. And we'll probably want to do what? 1, 2. So there's two ways we can slice this up. We can either take whatever the size is. So we could do something like define max height, and then it's like 8, and then define max width 8.
Well, why don't you put map underscore instead of just max, because what does that even mean?
Yes.
Max what?
Yeah. Okay. Good thinking. All right. So we defined a map, max width and max height, and then there's two ways we could do it. So we could
No,
go.
you don't even need max, do you? It's just map width and map height.
I suppose so.
See, I know I'm nitpicking, but I have to do this because I've seen your variable names.
They are terrible. Yeah, that's true. They are terrible. Okay, so then I could do, I could pick like, this is one way of doing it. I could go map NPCs and then map width times map height, or something like this. I could even define this, actually. I think I could even just go like map
Oh God, I've done some Gary's Mod stuff. It's horrible.
dimensions. Oh no, I don't think I can do it in a define. Anyways.
Damien's.
So we could do that, right? So we could put NPCs, we could put players, like that, right? Like something, and then we could just layer on the map, and then you can just read the exact coordinates of these arrays based on, filtered by the type of thing that lives in the world. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it would be something like equivalent to a multi-dimensional array, where
But,
you have the map.
but I
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I already explained why you don't do that.
No, I know. I'm explaining like the ways we could do it,
Okay.
not the ways we will do it, but I could do that, right? You have like a multi-dimensional array, like something along these lines. It's not exactly like this. I don't really like this either. This gets weird and has problems.
Well, it wouldn't be the map width times height either.
It
It'd be the
wouldn't
map
be.
height and
Yeah.
then another one with the map width.
Yeah.
Right.
But then you'd have to have multiple of them. It gets weird. It gets really weird. I don't like that either. This is more straightforward.
Yeah.
The,
But also like if you're having what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm really tired. If you're having parallel arrays like that, why not just start out with a struct, right? So you have a map cell,
yeah.
or a tile or something like that, right?
Yeah. I guess I could still have a name, and then I could, I don't know, give it a value or something. Just something just to start with. I don't know. Yeah, something like this. Yeah. And then
Right,
position.
but yeah, you might have a list of players that are inside of that tile,
Right.
like pointers to players, maybe.
Right. So it'd be
What would you call it?
data player, and then like however many. I don't know. It could be, well, however many it is, however many it could be, and then so it'd be like players,
Yeah.
like that. And you could do the same thing with NPCs, like that.
Oh, nice TMX.
Oh, damn, you got your first Hello World working with WASM? Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, TMX. That's great. Oh, that's cool. I like seeing that. That gives me hope. Gives me hope for the future. Okay, yeah. So we could do it, we could slice it up like this, or we could slice it up with a struct, and it just, so then you'd potentially have – I suppose you just have like data map tile, and it would be, I don't know, the map, and then it'd be map width times map height. I think. It'd be something like this. I suppose position X and Y isn't really needed because it's part of the array
That
object.
sounds like handy data to have for now. Just
Okay. All right. Okay, so that could work. And I kind of am liking this direction first. I don't need to use just straight up flat arrays for this game because we're not really restricted by a whole lot.
Yep.
So I don't have to worry about like being super stickler about things. So that's fine. Okay. So first of all, did I screw anything up here? Nope. It seems to be working. Good. And second of all, could I just test the theory if I went to something like the map and then I
you
started...
need to initialize it, don't you?
Do I? Isn't the array... Yeah, I
Oh,
guess...
wait. Is it... Did you just make it like a global
Yeah.
thing? Oh, yeah, then it's all right then.
Yeah. I should just be able to do it. So I would go like... If I wanted to go like 1 times... It'd be map width plus... I don't know, 1. Just some random position in the map. And then I should be able to do... What? Dot... Let's just say value. And then read it back. Just read it right back. I think. I have to compile it. Duh. Okay, format specifies car, but oh yeah, because I need to do D in here. Yep, sweet. Okay. Awesome. That's great. So now we have and now we have the advantage of if down the road we decide that we really need to do something that's like a different data pattern for this map, we can slice it up into flat arrays or whatever. It doesn't have to be this way. Okay, this is a good start. What else should we put in here?
Hang on. Pick something that you want to do and try and accomplish that first. So, for now, how about getting the map displayed on the web page? Right? So, just write a for loop that just assigns that value, right?
Yeah.
To just, I don't know, can you do like a random value to each thing? Or you know, or just put n into the value, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Like the current iteration number, and then read that back out on the JavaScript side and pump it out to the client. And so you can populate that grid, and it should say 1 to 64 or whatever the count was. It was 8 by 8, right?
Yeah, so I could do like map width. I don't know, just whatever. I don't even care about the names right now. I'm just gonna
Right,
because the code.
Because the current thing you've got, there's some kind of like terrain type being displayed or something, right? So
yes.
this is kind of what this would be representing. So you're just putting numbers in those divs, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go Y. I'll call this Y. The naming does actually help me. Yeah. You're right.
I'm not from Manchester. No, it's kind of close though.
Sure. I don't know. I don't care. Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay. And so then if I want to read this, so now the question is how to read it, because the
Well, it's global, isn't it? Can you just pull globals out without having to do an accessor?
that's
Is
what
that a thing?
yeah, I don't know.
Does it have to go through a function?
Hang on, I'm just gonna make sure I could. Okay. Um, let me go back to the FFI. Let me go to the top. Maybe it'll tell me at the top. Sure, that's fine. Efficiently call. Okay. You know, I have a suspicion that you're not
He-
going to be able to do it. Function pointers.
mm,
I have a nagging suspicion you're not going to be able to do it. So you know what, actually? We should be able to see what's in here if we just console log C. Let's see if it shows up. Nope.
reading pointers.
No, you'd have to. Yeah, I think you have to go through a function. Thanks, unknown. Introduce some bugs into the code. I can do that all by myself. All right. I don't need any help with that. I can do it all by myself. Is it? It returns a pointer. I guess you could maybe pass a pointer around to the global, but how would you know?
Well, you're going to be doing that a lot anyway with those arrays. I mean, oh no, because the arrays are global, so you don't really need to. But yeah, I was looking at that, but I don't really I don't have a clue what's going on in that bun code there. I have no idea. Like, so for now, just write a function. Just go the simple route.
Well, okay. I have one idea.
Is this FFI stuff's one uni? No, it's monodirectional, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So think about this, right? You're gonna have to have um um oh god, it depends on how you're gonna sync stuff back to the client, right? You could do it event driven, so then whenever something happens in the game, like a player moves to a different tile, right? Then
Mhm.
you're gonna have to update the tile display, the map display on all the relevant clients, right?
Yeah.
So you could have like a list of places that need to be repolled, or you could just brute force and redo the whole thing every time. And because you're doing that, you're using that what was that thing called? The server
Oh, the server's
SS.
SSE. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're doing that, you might be able to get away with that. But
I
I don't know how much network that'd use.
I think
So
it'd be really minimal. It'd be pretty straightforward.
okay, so now all you need is something that reads back the entire map struct, but then you're using pointers there, so huh.
Right. Um
So
okay.
instead of pointers there, they could just be IDs that map to the player array, right?
Yes. Right. And right.
And right, and then if you you also need like an occupied length to change the color of the square, right?
Yeah.
Because you need to know whether there's actually more than one in there. And then if there's more than one in there, you change the color. If you're in that tile, right, then you need to go and get the player information for all the players in that list to send to that client. Do you kind
Yeah.
of see where I'm going at?
Yeah.
These are the types of so you need a function that Bun can call to get the maps the tile struct. Then you need a function that can get a player via its index in the player array, right?
Yeah. So we're talking about the way that I was doing it on the game, because in the game that's what I was doing. I was reading into and out of arrays by specifying IDs, and it was giving me values in and out.
You can use pointers in this. I looked at the docs. It is possible. I just don't know how to do it. I don't really understand what it's saying. Like that reading pointers bit, like, is this not implemented or something? There's like nothing there.
Yeah. It would be. I'm gonna try it out right now and see if it works. Um, and then I would probably have to put it into. Um,
Using raw pointers outside of FFI is extremely not recommended.
is that what it says? Maybe I shouldn't do this then.
No, outside of FFI. So it means don't use pointers in your JavaScript code.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. If I were to do this, what would happen?
It uses typed array.
I called it C now. Yeah, typed arrays like U32 or whatever. It's like it's a specific. It's
Yeah, I know about that.
right. Okay, that's just what they use in JavaScript. That's it. If only there was a way to do C, but with OOP in mind. If only there was a way to permaban you unknown. If only there was a way. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let's do OOP. Let's have all the interfaces and the virtual methods, and let's use Rust as well. We'll have OOP with Rust and borrow checker and garbage collector and
Yeah. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. We'd be done by now. Can you imagine how much we'd get done if we did that?
oh, done this, man. If we'd have been done before we started.
It would be over, yeah. I need to do two. Okay. Sounds good. I need to do this. I need to go map pointer 0 is the start, right? What's the 2 array buffer? Yeah, 0. And then it'd be map size times struct size. Map size would be what? It'd be 8 times 8. And the struct size would be what? I'd have to calculate. Maybe I can get a size of. Maybe I can do that. Let me go. The hate in this channel gets me down. Maybe if we send more cash. Yeah, maybe if you guys pay more for the unemployed person here who's doing some function. No, what in get size of map tile. All right, and then get size of map. tile. I'm pretty sure that's how this works. Returns int. Args nothing. Okay, and it would be this plus c dot symbols dot get size of map tile. It'd be like that. Okay, I mean, Rust is essentially C++. We need C plus minus. We need a C plus plus plus. Yeah, yeah. If I do, I think I can wrap it in a what's it? A data view, new data view. That's how I do it in yeah, and console log. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there's some values in here. It's working. Spirit works for a bowl of rice at this point, I will. Hey Jay. I've been coding since I don't know, I guess 13 or maybe 14 or something like that, and um that's it must be close to 30 years now. I'm a 41 now, so yeah. Um okay, just a sec. Let me take a phone call, just a sec. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to I'm either gonna take a break and come back and stream later, or maybe I just leave the stream running and you guys can hang out. But you remember the photo that was around the internet.com boom, we'll code HTML for food? That was me 30 years ago, yeah. Been making a game in Unreal Engine, learning C++. It's coming along. Yeah. Um it's just be careful, Jay. Just be careful. Be careful about um and not actually like learning something that you probably should learn, because there a lot of stuff gets obfuscated, right? So um just try and understand a little bit deeper about what's going on and you'll be fine. Yeah. Um, so I guess here I would have to do read, I don't know, map and its index. You'd have to go the base offset is index times the whatever the struct size is, I guess. 1 times whatever you're reading into it, and then name pointer. No, you know what? Yeah, no, I only want the value. So the data view has, what does data view have? Data view, this isn't it. Data view, and it's like get. Yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. So it'd be get int 16, and then you'd go your base offset, and then it would be plus 8, I want to say, and your, let me go here. Let me see this. What other things do I have in here? Little endian. Sure. Okay. That's, yeah. And then we'll go, I don't know, position 23. I'm really curious what'll happen. Out of bounds access, base offset plus 8. Because it felt like I've just been only add when yeah, that's good, Jay. That's good. Need to get some food. Thanks, Crucible Crusader man. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Spiro learned during dial-up, can't compete with, especially now in the LLM age. That was a very weird sentence. That wasn't. It's getting easier over the years. Yeah. Yeah, when Unreal deprecated stuff and then the code didn't work and you had to look it up. Yeah, it can be a problem. Yeah. That is a problem when you're talking about like what would you say? When you're talking about being locked into an engine, and so you're kind of dependent on whatever they do to figure out what, like, to do your thing, right? And that dependency can be a bad thing. So yeah, it can get weird. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
What nonsense are you doing now?
Yeah, so I'm doing this because I want to see how far I can, like, can I just read the array of the struct here, like this global array. So I return a pointer to it. That's my function in C for get the map, which I have here. And then I can get the size of the struct too, which does seem to work. And then I just do like offset stuff and convert it to an array buffer and read it. But the more I do this, the more weird this gets. And I then I would have to, like, if I ever changed anything here, I'd have to go back and change all my offsets and everything. I think this gets too stupid. And so I'm thinking your way is the better way, which is the way I did it in the game, which is you have functions that read into it and you just pass offsets, like indices, into it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I can't see anything where it can read out a struct, right?
It can't, no. Oh, it can only get the size of, and then
right.
and then you just have to break it down.
You can have I'll just type it in the Twitch chat right now.
Okay.
Right. So you could have a JavaScript you could have a function, right? Shit, you can't have multiple returns either, can you? And
Nope.
shit, how do you do this?
You can't have multiple returns. You'd have to have an array buffer of values, and then you'd have to write into it and then read from it, and that would be your return values when you execute a function.
It might be this might not be the correct way to do this. It might be just better to do it in JavaScript. Because the ideal situation, right, is if you can call a function and it fills out a JavaScript object for you.
Yeah. Which I suppose I could do. I could have like a car return of some data, and I pass in whatever, and then it would return like a JSON object, which I can convert to an actual JavaScript object.
Check out the callbacks part in the docs.
You can pass a callback.
Use JS callback to create JavaScript callback functions that can be passed to C/FFI functions.
The C function can call into the JavaScript.
Oh God. So one way you could do it is to serialize all the information and then deserialize it in the JavaScript side.
Yeah, that's the JSON marshalling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on. Hang on. Let me take this phone call. I can still hear you, but let me take the call.
Alright. Well, I'm not going to talk if you're on the phone.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta run downstairs in a second, but finish your thought.
Well, yeah, that was it.
Oh, that was it.
So
okay.
You serialize the struct and then deserialize it on the other side, but I'm still not sure whether that's a great idea.
It's not, and I'll tell you why. Because it incurs a performance penalty, because you're having to marshal out, you're having to convert a string into an object and back again. So you're actually making more you're adding more weight to the whole concept.
So perhaps, like, I think we're going beyond the realms of what this FFI is meant to do.
Yeah.
So, because if you could, like, get a struct out and it just converts it into a JavaScript object, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, you would have to call multiple functions to get like each value, and that's going to be incredibly costly. And the only real alternative is to serialize and then deserialize, which again you say you're not happy with. So the solution might actually be to just write it in JavaScript.
The whole game, eh?
But now, that seems a bit hypocritical, considering all the things you said about doing JavaScript on the server. And so you've got to this point because you wanted to use the SSE thing. So now your options are either to do it in JavaScript or do this so it's a terminal thing and not in a web interface.
Crap.
Rewrite it in Python.
Okay, let me think about it. Let me run downstairs and help my wife with something. I'm gonna put you up on screen, Dale, and you can take up some of the screen. and
Alright.
I'll come back and we'll keep going. Unless my wife says I can't keep going and then I have to listen. We might be doing dinner. I don't know. But okay, I'll be right back in a minute. You take over.
Right. I am now reminded of N from Death Note. Loved the vibe. Who's reminding you of N? It's Nia, right? What was that guy's name? Been a long while since I read Death Note. Never seen the anime. I've only read the books. I have them all on my shelf. Hey dude, how's it going? Spiro is. I don't know. To be honest, I didn't really like Nia very much. But I thought that whole story kind of took a downwards turn, like, in that half. Like, it was way better in the first half. Much more fun, more exciting. Yeah, the whole thing with, like, Al, right? He was cool. He's like a anti-villain. Hope to one day understand coding this well, but Unreal is making the coding journey much easier. So are you doing Blueprint? Is that what you're doing? Or they've got like a scripting thing now? I stopped using Unreal. Well, you could be doing C++ because they have a ton of macros for C++. They make it easier and they have a bunch of other crazy stuff. Like you put those little annotations on stuff in C++ and Unreal, and it does things like memory tracking for you, things like that, and it integrates into the editor and you do networking stuff. Securing your login with the JWT token. I don't know anything about that, if I'm honest. Get your web development certificate. You love, yeah, man. Game dev's fun, dude. All right, so you're doing both. So in Unreal, right? I don't know much about like the new scripting stuff they've got. I'd probably opt for that, right? But before that was introduced, I was doing things in C++, and then you use Blueprint for like specific things, for something that might happen in a level, right? Or stuff that you might want to change all the time without recompiling. And you can make your own blueprint nodes. But I again, I don't know how that factors in with the scripting thing. If it's just like blueprint, but you can write the text with your keyboard, then you can probably still make like functions for that. Blueprints get very webbed and hard to organize. Yeah, I mean, the whole issue with that now is it's all like object oriented. I can't stand that. I just really can't stand it anymore. But they at least went for a sort of compositional approach, you know, like you make a component which is a class, and then you bundle them together in your actors and stuff. Like, it's not so bad, but it's ugh. Yeah, that's what I got into back when I was using it. Would make your own blueprint nodes, and then plug them in. But then there was some stuff I was doing which had to be done in C++. Like there's some network stuff. Like I built a sort of I was doing this one project where it was kind of like Monster Hunter, so you had like sprinting and rolling and all that kind of stuff. And in order to get that to work with the built-in prediction, um, like what was it called? The character movement component, right? To get all the network stuff with that, you pretty much have to do that in C++ because there's some there's there's a bit field that they use that gets serialized for like crouching and stuff, and there's a bunch of bits that they leave free for you to play with for your own custom stuff. To get the prediction to be really work nicely, you have to do that in C++. And then I made another thing with like editable terrain, like in the game, so you can't. Well, back then I don't know if it's changed now, but you couldn't use the official terrain thing because you can't recompile it and rebuild all the stuff all the time. So I had to use the procedural mesh component, I think it was called, where you build the mesh at runtime. Not all games need. Yeah. I mean, I just got really annoyed at the blueprint stuff because I really don't like using a mouse on the computer. I try to use the keyboard as much as possible, like, but partly out of frustration and partly for like a health reason. So I started getting more and more into the C++ side. All right, good night, Sophie. Or good morning, whichever way. I found that dumb to learn the network stuff. Yeah. I was fully trained in Unreal 4, dude. Like, I knew it inside out. The only thing I wouldn't be able to do is like just fully customize the engine, because it just takes so long. But the things like the character movement component code, that's like a 10,000 line file, and I knew that really well. Going in Blender. Yep, probably a good idea because Unreal's really artist oriented. They they really try and appeal to artists. They got that thing where you can just like drop in ZBrush files now. Crazy. They're all about presentation. Yep, that's what you do though. So you take like the character movement component, you inherit it, and then you start overriding all the stuff.
Oh, you guys are talking about Unity or something.
No, Unreal.
Oh, Unreal. Okay.
Although Jay Stewart has just mentioned Unity. Yeah, so I can do Unity too, but I preferred Unreal. Unity has some weird stuff. Like, I don't know if they've changed it now, but the way you used to define controls was absolutely ridiculous. And then if you've ever done the the thing in Unreal, right, where you have the collision channels, the equivalent thing on Unity is this giant grid of checkboxes. It's insane, man. It's so ridiculous. No, it's been a long time since I thought about any of that stuff.
The good stuff. The good stuff.
No, I just know Unreal really well, dude. It's
I know you do,
probably
yeah.
changed quite a bit now.
All right, where were we? All right.
What are you going to do? Yeah, you're going to do it in JavaScript. I suppose it's just a little side project thing, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, you wanted to participate in it, and you don't want to touch JavaScript, right? So.
Well, I mean, no. Don't. I'll stomach it if you know.
Well, then I already have it.
Yeah, then you can just send it to me now, and I'll just mess around with it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if there's anything you want to change about it.
Is there something I want to change about it? I don't think so right now. Let me go pull it up. I think it's index.
You know, you got to look at the bright side here. We didn't actually waste any time doing that because we learnt about Bun's FFI and the limitations to it, right?
Yes.
It's all good.
Which is good. Which is going to play nicely into when I decide to take this thing and do whatever I got to do with this thing.
Well, maybe sometime in the future you'll be like, you'll have a more valid use case for it, where you're not listing off reams of structs and stuff, where the serialization, what did you call it, the JSON marshalling,
yeah,
where that might actually be a valid technique because you're only doing it like once per request rather than 64 times.
Right.
But that would allow you to write C on the server and use SSE.
Yeah.
Unless a library already exists for that. I don't know.
I'm kind of wondering now why have we been thinking about this all wrong?
About what? The WASM one.
No. This FFI thing, where we're talking about marshaling the data.
Yeah.
I wonder if what we assumed was that we needed to have all of the players and NPCs and stuff live in JavaScript here. And so we had to marshal the data. But do we really need to do that?
Oh shit. No, because all you need to do is pull out a huge string with the HTML, right?
Yeah.
Do it in C.
So we don't need to do this. What we need to do is, here's what we really need to do. We need to, okay, it's like this here, down here. Okay, yeah. I think we've been thinking about this wrong. You start up the server, right? You send a request for an action, and the action has to do something in the code. So all you have to do is map an action from the client to a function in your C code. That's it. And you just let the C code do its thing. Then your output is take the entirety of the map and just generate an HTML string of the map based on...
Yeah.
That's it.
So you do your routine to figure out which C function you're going to call.
Yeah.
And the parameters.
Yeah.
And then the C generates the HTML.
Yeah.
Sends it back.
Well, you don't even need to have the C generate the HTML. You don't even need that. All you have to do is just find a way. You just have to have a function that says, in your C code, you'd have to have a function that does something like I don't know, just something like what is in here, and it'd be an X and Y coordinate, and it would return to you something from the map. Right. And so then, you just go, whatever this value is, if it's a string or if it's, I don't know, something, then you convert that into, okay, so then I'm going to create like a little div element, and it's going to have like an idea of whatever my value was, and yada, 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 right? You keep doing that until you get to to your HTML output, and you ship that puppy out. So the entire state should be able to stay in C, and you should just have a map. It'd be like, this is just an example, but it'd be something like client to C func. And anytime you, I don't know, anytime the client says like attack, you'd map it to like c.symbols.attack, something like that. And that would be your mapping, and you'd run that. And then your JavaScript's done. Like, it doesn't care, right? Your C code cares, and that's it. And then when you're done, you just go.
Really following this.
Okay, so when a client has to submit a request to do something, a player. So it's player to C function. A player wants to attack. We're just generalizing here, right? You need to call the attack action in the C code. Or if a player wants to move, you need to call the associated move function in the C code. And you'd have to pass along some things, which you can do. So like you just have to say like a player.id, something like that. And the C code would just read that in and go, oh, I see. So in like void attack player.
Oh, I see. So you just send in events and
Yes.
And then maybe another parameter, like if you did an attack, how much damage did it do?
Right.
And who was the target?
Right. Yeah, your target. Yeah, stuff like that.
You can marshal that into JSON and then just not. But then you're not doing REST and you're not doing.
Well, no, hang on. No, you don't need to do that on the player side. No. If you're on the browser here, you're like this here. And you go, I don't know, I click a button and I attack. That's going to send like a form submission up to the server. And the server is going to see this. And then it's going to say, what should I call subsequently to see? Player ID tried to do an attack and maybe a target.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
And that's just a form submission. So it's already serialized and deserialized because of bun. So you pass that in and then you let your, I don't know, whatever, U32 target ID.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the serialized, like getting it out of C.
Oh, okay. You don't need to, you don't need to serialize it in C. What you'll do is you'll go, you'll have helper functions that help you determine what you need to know about the map. So you'll go something like, I don't know, bool is player here. Player ID XY.
Stop switching domains. We were talking about attacking, right?
Okay.
So I've just slapped a zombie, right? Right. So now you could have an algorithm whereby they miss or they hit, right?
Yeah.
So there's two things that could happen there. Then you got how much damage did it do? Right?
Well, this would be internal
to
C.
Information. Yeah.
Okay.
But you've got to relay this information back to the player.
Oh, I see, as part of a return.
Yeah.
That you can do.
You could return. Well, hang on. What do you mean return success plus damage?
It's not the return of this function. It's just what you have to return.
Yeah. So you could return a bool, right? Whether the attack was successful, and then you could say if it was successful in the JavaScript thing, then get the last bit of damage that was done from somewhere. I don't know. Or you could return an array, right? Because if you just treat them all as ints, the problem is that you don't have multiple returns.
Yeah, and I don't even know if I can return an array.
And you can't pass around structs either, which is the alternative to multiple returns, right? Yeah, got out parameters.
Oh man, yeah. So I would have to, you're right,
Right. Yeah,
on
what
return.
you were talking about is fine if you only ever need to convey one piece of information, but that's not the case.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking, right, is that you instead pass around commands, right? But then you still need to know other bits of information, like how much damage you did and how many items you've got and what kind of item it is. It might just be simpler to do it in JavaScript, dude. And then write this off as um, demonstrating the SSE thing. Because it's essentially the same concept as what you're doing with the other thing, saying, look, man, DOM's really fast. You can send over a shitload of DOM elements over the network, and this SSE technology makes it really fast. People should be taking advantage of this if you're doing JavaScript on the server.
Right.
Because that's the thing that led you down this path to begin with.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I wanted to demonstrate that. Yeah. I wanted to demonstrate that, and I wanted to make it a proof of concept that ultimately for this game it would also be good for multiplayer on this game, not just the mud.
Yeah, so you're saying like, look, man, even if you are gonna do JavaScript on the server, at least do it like this.
Right.
It's proposing a solution to something, you know. It's not as hard of a stance as the other game,
Right.
but it's still better than like, you know that thing where you hover over the buttons on the React website.
Yeah. Yeah, I sure do.
So Jay, what the problem is, right, is that it's using Bun because it has this it has this DOM transmission, like HTML transmission thing built in that's really fast and really efficient, right? But I'd rather program in C because it's cool as fuck. And so Bun has this thing called a foreign function interface, right? So like a lot of higher level languages have this, like Lua's got it, Java's got it in a way. Bun has it apparently. It's a JavaScript engine, and it lets you call C functions from the JavaScript side, right? You like what we were just setting up is like binding to C functions basically. The problem is it's limited in the kinds of information that you can pass back and forth. You can't pass structs back to JavaScript. It's like the Bun engine has no idea how to deal with them, right? It's just not a thing. So in order to get all the different values out of a struct, you'd have to make multiple function calls, which seems atrocious. Or you would have to serialize them and then deserialize them on the JavaScript side, which also does not seem like a very good idea. Right. And functions in C can only return a single element. So you can't just return all the values that you need. I don't think it's got out parameters either. Well, that doesn't seem to be a thing.
No,
So
doesn't. No. So the only other way to do it is if you were to write a module.
wait, okay, your last no. Your very last option is doing the pointers thing, like reading pointers. So you're reading arrays. So you'd stick all like you'd have to use ints, right? And you'd stick all the things in an array, but then you got to deal with like invalidating that array when you're done with it.
Yeah, I would have
Like,
to have like a read function, right? Like it would have to be like void, I don't know, or something like that, like whatever it is,
you
something.
could have some kind of stack or like one per function, or
Yeah,
just have one array that is reused by everything.
that, yeah, it would have to be reused by everything, or a few arrays depending on what you want to read, and then after you'd have to read it, and then you have to make sure you cleared it. So it'd be
Yeah,
like,
this is turning into nonsense, dude.
And you'd have to go array
So
equals.
I end up with React.
Yeah, should have done it with React. Yeah. Um.
So it seems like JavaScript is the way to go, dude. And you already set it up like that without even thinking about it. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, it's running that way. It's all the entire thing is running in JavaScript. Yeah, the entire game right now with the mud is running in JavaScript.
Yeah.
I suppose. No, I don't want to do that either.
Yeah, Ghost.
Yeah, it has a socket for every player. Yeah. So you'd have to map players to. You'd also have to map play. Oh, that's not so bad though. Oops, sorry guys. Banged my microphone there. You'd have to. Okay, yeah. I don't think this is a good.
I mean, I give you my judgment. I just don't think this is a good idea. I'd say if you're gonna do this mod with the bun, then just do it in JavaScript, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and just make it as best as I can there. So if I go back, yeah. So all this stuff in here that's already working.
I can't see another angle to this. Like I've scoured the FFI docs. I can't see anything.
Yeah. So you need to create the socket array in your C. No,
Like-
it's not the socket, Ghost.
Every workaround I can think of is just horrid. Like here's another one, right? It's got JavaScript callback, so you could keep calling JavaScript functions from C that like sets elements in a JavaScript object.
No.
It just consistently goes through like calls it for each fucking thing. But
Yeah. Yeah, no. No, that's terrible. I'm not doing that. That's horrid. Yeah.
yeah, man. Like, so the only other thing then is what's it called? WebSSE C library.
Go full C. Go all the way C.
Implementing real-time updates with server-sent events. I don't know if this is going to be an AI article or not. I've never been on this site before. It's dev.2.
Oh, yeah. It's like
Well,
a
it's
blogging thing.
It's definitely not what I asked for. Create a new ASP.NET Core API project. No, thank you. People still use ASP.
ASP.NET? Yeah, I think some do.
It's all in C# because of. I mean, the real thing is like wait till Leighton finishes his Odin web server.
Yeah, but I want
'Cause-
this now.
Yeah, I know, right? I really think they should prioritize that a little bit because they get shitloads of new interest.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can find some on here. Chatted
Because
Simple.
what
Okay. Yeah.
what you want is this SSE thing, but in C, right?
Yeah, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what is SSC? It's a TCP call.
Well, I mean, we tried to argue this to you before, dude.
Yeah, I know you have. So I guess it'd be a TCP server. It'd just take a TCP server and then you take one of these guys, just something someone's built, you run it, and then you just extend the TCP handshake to say you're now SSE. I'm not sure if this is the right one actually, but
Is this correct? Server-sent events is a standardized protocol that allows web servers to push data to clients without the need for alternative mechanisms such as pinging, long polling, which I don't know what that is, or WebSockets.
yes. Long polling is when you have a very long-lived TCP connection. It was very prominent during the PHP hype days, like back in the day. You'd set up a connection, and then you'd have like a long-running PHP process.
Oh, this is before WebSockets.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
yeah. Um. So yeah, I could take one of these like
I mean,
TCP servers and
if you're not bothered about security, like doing a HTTP one server is actually really easy. I've heard, because it's just stuffing strings and sending it across a thing.
yeah,
All you
you
have
just
to do is like a HTTP header.
yeah, it's the header stuff you need to know. Um,
But you need sockets. Yeah, but you open the socket in the client side JS code,
yeah,
and then on the other end you just use the C stuff because it's just a regular TCP socket. There's nothing special about it.
yeah, that's right. It's a regular TCP socket. Yeah.
Like HTTP protocol is just like how you structure the packet. That's it. Shivam Madani. I don't know. Would you enjoy doing this? Then you can say like, I made a HTTP one server from
Yes.
scratch
Yeah.
in C.
Yeah. And I've
you're
been
gonna
wanting to do it anyways.
yeah, you're gonna have to flesh out your C knowledge a little bit because you're gonna be doing like string joins and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get stuck there for sure. There's a data transfer. There's a hello from a server.
But you want to make a builder thing. What's that Google library? Protobuf, something like
Yeah,
that, right?
protobuf.
But you won't want to be using that, but you'll want to be doing something similar. Like if you check out the Odin docs, they have a string builder in there. It's like something you probably want to use as an example.
Okay.
I believe it's in core. I haven't actually used it yet. So I've just been doing simple things with like the printf things.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, what choice do I really have? I was gonna have to do this anyways, right? Like I was headed down this path. TCP is low-level protocol, like for network. No, it's actually not. No, it's if you're looking at what the different types of ways that you can do a network connection, TCP isn't actually low level. The low level would just be a pure socket, where you just pass in, you just send binary data and receive binary data. The TCP is a structured form of that connectivity, and you take all that data and you say that a portion of it is reserved for like a handshake to agree that you want to communicate. It has extra metadata to tell you like how big the connection is and how much data you're about to receive and things like that.
According to Wikipedia, it is layer 4.
Well, so right, it's layer 4, but I wouldn't say that it's like low level in the space of all available
No.
connectivities.
It's basically the highest that we take as a given.
Right.
Like
right.
um.
So if you're talking
Because you
about
go above
sockets,
that, then,
yeah,
well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit going on underneath it, right? Is what you're trying to say? Like,
yeah,
complicated stuff that we generally don't need to concern ourselves with.
right. It's a bunch of like structured or formal communication methods, but it's based on what the lowest level would just be like none of that. It would just be you just open up a socket and you just pass data around, essentially.
Yeah. I never really concern myself with any of that kind of stuff because, you know, I don't do web stuff, and then when I do network game stuff, I usually use UDP.
Yeah. Okay. So I have to consider a few things if I'm going to do that, though. Because now I have to worry about per connection. For every connection that comes in, do I, yeah, I have to do a thread per connection. That's what I have to do. And a thread is going to have to be dedicated to the
Do you?
sorry, say it again.
Do you have to do a thread per connection?
Well, if it's one thread, I think you can only handle one connection at a time.
Oh, I see.
And so then what happens is if a second person needs to come in, you have to spawn another one of these. So now you're talking about having like a balancer up at the front in front of this. This code is overcomplicated. Don't do threads. Why not, Ghost? Wouldn't I have to take a single thread and spin it up every time there's a new connection? Right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not so sure about this. Yeah, yeah, Ghost. Surely you can just have one thread listening on the thing from the port, and then it would know. There's something in the TCP headers that tells you where it came from, right? And you can use that to identify stuff.
You can do that in a single thread too.
Yeah, yeah. I've done that as well, Ghost. That's why I said why do you need multiple threads? Remember we talked about this last time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well done, Emmett.
Emmett, good job, man. Good job. I had a little bit of it running in the background. I was watching. But yeah, I thought you handled yourself well. From what little I saw. Good job, Emmett. You're welcome to come back on. We'll tell you how much you suck and how you failed. Okay, I think I see what you guys are saying. So, I'd create a socket.
I may, if I was you, I would actually use two threads, right? One thread for the networking, and then one thread for the game loop thing. Although that might still be overcomplicating it. Like, but you can do it in one thread.
I think I'd keep the. I guess we don't have to decide that right now. We don't have to decide whether the server will also run the game side by side or like as two independent things side by side or as one. Are you in the Discord? I don't see you. Maybe.
Oh yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. While
Oh,
you
okay.
eat your fucking chocolate coated penis nuts. There you go.
Hey Emmett, what's up, man? Why don't you tell us what happened? We're just kind of figuring out something about a game here.
Yeah, it's fine. Listen, that's above my pay grade. I don't know what you guys are doing. I just see a bunch of colors that mean nothing and make me feel really bad. So
Good, that's the goal.
Spiro can load up his text editor because he doesn't use colors. He doesn't. Spiro's allergic to colors.
Yeah.
no. Look, there's a blue that has nothing to do with the red next to it, and then there's white, and there's more blue. there's a gray that is almost invisible, so you can't really read it.
But he's
And
a
then
good
there's
test. Do you think
and
that
then
this?
there's
Do you think this is better than the previous one or not?
oh my god, no! It's like soul crushing, destroying my eyes.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
Yeah.
What do you do? Okay, I understand why you need a hoodie now. It's like you have your brain and it's melting inside of you, so you need to keep it inside. That's the reason why.
I
No.
think he has no skull cap. Like he's just open brain.
That's what headphones are for. They keep your brain from leaking out of your ears.
All right.
Makes sense. Well, I really thought that was one of the like I don't know. It was a great conversation with Rob. I don't know what else to say. We went through a lot of different topics, and I don't know. It just felt like we understood a bunch of like we went through a bunch of economic ideas, and I was very happy with it.
Cool.
Well, that's good. But I think the real question is, did you talk about AI?
Yes, but very very briefly.
Okay. Did you do me proud, Emmett?
Yes, as always.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. It looked like you guys were quite chatty. It was good.
Yeah, well, he obviously spoke more than me because he's Rob Nor and he will not shut
Yes.
up for 5 minutes, so I can explain myself.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
but I think I hold myself, and it was a very good conversation at the end of
That's
the
good.
day.
That's
It
good.
went
That's
for
good.
2 hours.
It went for 2 hours, really?
It went for 2 hours. Yeah.
Hot damn. That's
I
good.
said it was only going to be short.
Yeah.
It was really funny. Dude, stop it. Why are you doing this to me? I hate looking at the screen right now.
You know what? I'll give you color. All right, Emmett. Here.
Oh, he's talking about the hoodie.
No.
I'll give you color. I'll give you color.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this joke?
Well, this is hacker green. Okay, and then we've got this purple color here, and then we've got this flashbang color.
I mean, he's so proud of these because he made the color schemes himself.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm kind of feeling like this one right now. So we'll go with this one. I like this one right now. It's a good one.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
That's all right. It looks like Fallout New Vegas.
Okay, that's better. Whatever is better than that blue, horrible blue on white, or I don't
It was
even
blue
know.
and white.
It
Yeah.
hurts my brain.
Yeah.
Oh, it was white on blue.
It just hurts my brain. I can't understand it.
Yeah.
Oh man. And now I have to go on Abe's channel. It's gonna be fun too.
Why? What are you doing there?
I'm the co-host.
Oh, right. I guess you are.
Oh, he officially made you co-host, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much officially. I'm there every day, and I'm like pretty much with him. So yeah.
What's his show about tonight?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think it's just cultural things. It's a very simple one.
Oh. Ghost with the tutorial.
Creating a minimalist HTTP server in C.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, TMX.
Well, guys, I'll let you continue on your net stuff. It looks kind of cool though. It now looks better than before. At least I can see things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, chat.
Basically, what's happened is I've shamed Spiro into abandoning his project and making his own web server.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Shaming works.
Yeah.
Shaming works. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
guys,
Emmett,
I'll let you.
Yeah,
I'll
have
let you
fun,
be.
man. Have fun. Have fun on Abe. Say hi to Abe
Have
for
a
me,
good
okay?
one. I will.
Yeah,
Have
me
a good
too.
one.
Tell him I said hi.
Okay, so this is good. Minimal HTTP
Right.
server. Let's see.
To be fair, I did try to justify doing the JavaScript thing, but you know, it's a bit flimsy.
It's just yeah, in terms of like the principles of what we're doing, it's just better to do this, right? Like because we were gonna want to do this anyways.
Yeah, this is pretty cool because then if someone argues to you with that shitty argument, yeah, well, have you ever written a web server? And you
Yeah.
go, actually, yes, I have.
Yes, I have. That's right. I have written a web server in C. That is okay. So let's just read through this. Who sent that link in, by the way? Was it
Just
Ghost?
ghost.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Ghost. Okay.
man of the hour.
Let's just have a quick read through this. All right. So you have a socket. You create a
No,
socket.
TMX, too late, dude. Ghost already give us a link.
Yeah, Ghost wins. TMX loses. TMX, I want more of your bits. LSR, by the way, I didn't notice it till now. Oh, damn. I don't know if you're still here, LSR, but you subbed. You subbed a couple hours ago, man. Shoot. Let me just pop. Let me up the goal, the dono goal, which we've. Thank you, LSR. I have no idea if you're still here, man, but
Right?
thank you. I appreciate
Bump him off the chat. Look, I've pinned his fucking message. Fuck you.
that. You pinned the message. Ghost wins. Okay. So we have a socket. We have parameters, a domain, protocol family, AFINet for IPv4, sock stream for TCP, sockdogram for UDP, protocol to be used, usually set for 0 for automatic selection, returns a socket descriptor. All right. Then we bind it. Okay, so we open up a socket. We determine what the socket is. We bind it to an address and port. This makes sense so far. Pick an address. Size of the structure. This is kind of weird. Address length. I don't know what it is. Yeah, thanks, Jay. I can't believe Restream bot got auto modded. That's crazy.
It always pops up twice, so you allow one and then you have to deny the other one. Sucks.
Yeah, I know. It's dumb. Oh, because it's the sock address struct. Okay. All right. So you bind it to a port, then you make the port passive. You mark the socket as a passive socket. Backlog, maximum length of the queue of pending connections. All right. You accept the connection. All right. So that would happen when you are capable of accepting the connection. The client connects to the server. So you call a connect function. I'm assuming this completes the connection. Used to send and receive data. Unless this is also to create the client. Okay, minimal HTTP server. Domain, port, service protocol, backlog, interface, a socket, launch the server. All right.
I don't think you need that function pointer.
This here?
Yeah, because that's like, you know, that's a callback basically. Because look at the thing underneath, right? You can just hard code that because you're not making a generic library, are you?
Right. I can just put it all in here. I could put in I can take some of the definitions up here, move them down here. I don't need this include and just make it all one file.
Another thing you should go check out is like their HTTP spec, like the header and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
See how it's structured. Also, what's this TMX sentence? This is like a pre-made thing. It's not what we want.
Well,
maybe it's good for a reference.
Yeah, it's good for a reference. Yeah. User agent. Okay. Basic aspects. HTTP is simple. It's designed to be human readable. Okay. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Caching. Flow. Okay. Here's the flow. When a client wants to communicate with the server, it performs the following steps. Open a TCP connection. All right. Send a message. Okay. So you'd send a message like, "Hey, I want a con, man." All right. And then you read the response. And the response could be all this. And this would be the headers you send down as the response. So you'd have like a date, server, etc. And then there's 29769 bytes of the page. This is kind of what we were talking about in the other article where it was describing
64K.
yeah. Yeah. And so you set the content length so that the browser knows how much to read out of this.
Wow, it really is human readable, isn't it? Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I take it the new lines are mandatory too, right?
I believe they are, yeah.
Dude, this is so easy.
Okay.
But you know, it's got none of the like security stuff from the later versions, right?
Yeah.
But do you care for this?
I don't care for this. No, I don't care.
No.
I don't have anything I'm hiding here. This is just a fun little game. Yeah, have a good night, Ghost. I appreciate it. Okay, so we'd have to take some cues from this code. Like, well, okay, yeah, see? Look at this right here.
Yeah, right, yeah. So all you really need to do is know how to use the socket library. Where do they get in these socket things from? Is it just part of the C standard library? Like, what they include in? Is it just I/O?
It's NettyNet in this one. What's NettyNet?
NettyNet. It'd be like net, iNet.
I know, but I like NettyNet.
Good night, Ghost.
So is it just it's a wrapper around standard lib sock stuff then? Oh yeah. Like syssocket. Yeah.
Well, I bet you use the standard input output, but it it goes to it goes to the transport.
Right.
You know, it sends it to a socket instead of
Right.
the log and the console.
Right. I keep doing it. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you'd have your socket. You'd
It's probably the same mechanism anyway, because I bet all that stuff's using like fucking sockets internally anyway.
yeah, I think it is, and then you just send that, and then you just close it, and then you just launch it. And then it talks about your server firewalls and stuff. Okay. I mean,
That's like no code at all. Most of that is just string nonsense in the header. Look. Well, I mean, not most of it, but like a big chunk of it.
yeah.
All the rest of it's just like, you don't need any of that there. None of that's necessary. Because that's just a generic interface, right?
Yeah. I just move this include down here.
All that's just hard coded, right? So it's the server.c file. Like, this is it. This is all you need right here.
Okay.
And specifically that launch function there, that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, it would be the launch, yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Well, what's wrong? What's wrong, Laugh?
No, he just pasted it in. It's like,
Okay. Well, well, no, the struct is right here. Yeah, okay. So you set up your struct, you set up your, well, what is these like H tons, HTONS? It converts, is this what it is? Yeah. It converts an unsigned integer host long from host byte order to network byte order. What the hell is this?
oh yeah, that's important.
What is a
So
network byte order?
so you know I have endianness for bits,
Yeah.
right? Well, there's also like an equivalent thing for bytes, right? So if you've got a multi-byte object, okay, so like a U8 is 1 byte, right? A U16 is 2 bytes. Now you got the same concept of endianness. You have the most significant byte first or last, right?
Okay. Okay.
This is one of the things that's where doing like 6502 helps you, because that does it big endian. So you have to flip the bytes around all the time. It's kind of annoying. And then processors like the 8080 and the Z80 have like a swap instruction, and then all the modern CPUs now have instructions for like swapping them around and stuff. So that's what this is doing.
Okay. So it's just doing that, but for like the network. It's restructuring the bytes so it gets sent properly over the network.
Yeah, because the network layers assume a certain endianness.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay, it's really not that scary. Like, there's loads of documented like Linux man pages. Sometimes I open them and I just like, it's so terse. I just go and look it up on the internet. It depends on what you're reading. Well, most of it's just like general comprehension, right? When you understand, like Spiro would have been lost on that if I didn't explain it to him.
Yeah, I would have had to go deeper into the docs and hope that I could find it or hope I could understand it.
This is why I usually use eNet, by the way, but it's probably not an option right here because you're doing HTTP.
Yeah. Okay. Port 80, socket stream. Okay. So if I do, I don't know, if I do a main call here and I just wanted to do it at like, I don't know, some like weird port 5858. Is this adequate? Let me go over here and then I would go, let me move you out. Actually, I guess I'd go like server C. Of course. I don't have buffer size defined. Okay. Right, I don't. That's true. I think the buffer size set it to something. It could be anything though. It doesn't have to be this. But that's fine. Let's see if there are, okay, 6 hours. And then if I go in here, incomplete result type struct server and definition. Am I not declaring my struct? I have to like declare the struct? Is that what's going on? Yeah. I guess I could do this one of two ways. I could just import this. I don't think I really need to, but... And then let me try this, and then let me try this. Okay. Did that just literally work right away? What was the port I used? 5858?
Get. Oh. What does this do when someone connects?
Well, it just sends back a response. Hello. As a body HTML in there, right?
You should be able to connect it then on your browser, right?
Yeah. So if I just...
It's got some guy's name on it.
Yeah. So if I just do localhost, I can't remember if I have to do localhost 5858 on WSL. Let's see.
I don't know what that means.
No. What if I do 0.1 5858? I don't think so. Okay, let's try this a different way. What if I open this up and I go curl localhost 5858? No.
It's on port 80.
No, it's not. I changed it.
Oh.
I changed it. 5858 here. Okay, so why wouldn't this be working? Hang on, let me take a bite of my dinner here. You know what we could do? We could print out some console logs out here and just see what's happening.
Ugh.
Your sigh is my confirmation. Okay, waiting for connection. Yeah, that's the right port. Port, service, protocol, backlog, interface. Okay, so that all checks out. We'll just make sure. I thought I just saw something, but maybe I didn't see it. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's not erroring out. That's the thing. Ha! I don't know why that worked, but it worked.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably changed the thing and didn't recompile it.
Maybe.
Yeah, because you've got JavaScript brain. PHP brain.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so if that works, then I should be able to go to my localhost again. 5858. Hey! Okay, so now we need to determine... let me go read the... I just want to see the output. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. It read the headers. Oh, yeah, look at this. Read the headers. It read the host, all of that. User agent. The whole 9 yards. Okay. So at this point, what you'd want to do is tack
Probably
on...
do that in Odin.
Yeah, you probably can, yeah. If you have the socket capabilities, right?
Yeah. Of course it is.
So now what you need to do is go look at SSE
It's got
specification.
non-blocking IO.
Thanks, Mist.
Dude, there's literally... Oh my god, dude. In Odin, there's there's functions called like receive, send, and dial TCP. Holy shit, man.
That's
That's
old
so
school.
simple.
Yeah.
Oh, planned non-blocking IO. Let's see.
Oh, it's planned. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, the event stream has a MIME type text event stream, and then I have to parse it. Oh man.
Huh? What was that? Sorry.
I'm just.
Isn't that timestamp?
Did I see the timestamp? What do you mean?
Oh, I must have misheard.
Mm. Hang on. Mm. Okay. So this, I don't think this is for the server. That's for using. I want like server specification. Like what do you, what does the server have to do?
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Sounds like you've been down back with this stuff. Making servers is something I don't enjoy much. It's a lot of it is it's a communication thing, and if you understand the communication, it can help. But if you don't understand the communication, it looks alien. Yeah. It's honestly not that bad. It really isn't. My first few APIs were really difficult. They can be, yeah. Okay. So maybe we can work backwards. What does this thing expect to see? Create an event source. I know what that's like. That's on the JavaScript side. So what does it expect to see? The event source constructor must run these steps. Blah, 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 blah. User agents may set accept. That's what it has to be. You have to send text event stream. That's what you have to do. Yeah. You have to send that's right. Otherwise you fail the connection. Okay. So that might be all you have to do. If that's true, then your response here would be So, okay, so let's just see here. You still do that. And your content type, what was it? Text, yeah, text event stream. Okay. That's fine. You have to /r/n. And then your, what else did it have here? I just want to see here. In here, your cache mode, no store, and your initiator type is other. Okay, so your, oh, hang on. No store is, that's not right though. I think it's no cache, cache control. No cache. You don't want to cache this. And then your, do you need keep alive? Connection, keep alive. SSE. Is this what you need? I got burnt out after a few months. I need to go make my own website to advertise. I know I can do it. It's just making games help me stays. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Web development is this weird beast, and it's been taken over by a bunch of people who think that they're doing stuff that's way harder than it actually is, and they make it really complicated. SSC connections rely on TCP keep alive. Yeah, here we go. Yes. You want connection keep alive, and you want cache control no cache. That's what I thought. Yeah. Connection keep alive. Okay. Oops. All right. Now what you can do is send the data how would I do this now? Event IDs, last event ID. The 1.1 connection limit. Multiple SSE streams, HTTP. Yeah, I know you want it. I know you like doing HTTP too. I know. So can I just send a welcome message? Event ID and okay, event, some event, ID, some ID, and
Hello.
hey, and data, some data here. And then like that. All right, I gotta comment that out and I gotta end it here. Okay. Now, if I go back to my browser, sure. And then I'm gonna spin up an event source here. So it's gonna be New event source. And then it's going to be localhost 5858. Holy crap. Okay, that almost worked. Okay. Okay, what's the deal here? It's a loop, but okay, no, that's fine. The loop is fine. What would be the problem here? Maybe it's not structured correctly. Okay, let's say we take this out. What? It's restarting every time. It's not. It shouldn't be restarting every time. That's not how this should be running. It should be do a single connection and then... Oh, man. What's my code editor? It's Sublime. What's up, Mosta? How you doing?
Well, you close the socket at the end. You should close the socket at the end of the main function.
Oh, I see. Take it out of here and put it in here. No. Yes.
No. Well, is that where the loop is? Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be right at the end of the loop there. Yeah. Oh. Why don't I just global it for now? Just so that we can play around with it. Okay.
I mean, you could have put it inside the function, but sure.
Blocked by course policy. Well, that's weird. Hey, Sid. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Long time no talk, man. Yeah, it sucks, but I'm all right. I'm all right, Sid. Thanks, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in, brother. I know you're about to do you're probably going to do your stream later today, so I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, Sid. It sucks. It does suck. Yeah. What can I say? I did explain it earlier too. But essentially, I'll keep it short. Essentially, the company I was contracting for just made some decisions that weren't the best decisions, and they ran out of runway with the stuff they were working on, and yeah, so they had to let a few people go, myself included. So that's it. It's over. You only stream on the weekends? Ah, I see. Sad I couldn't join the stream earlier. I wanted to hear the backstory. Yeah, so the if you go to the beginning, near the beginning of the stream, I go over the entire thing, including very detailed, like what we were doing, except like I can't say names or specific things about data or whatever. But I talk about the technical aspects of the project and what happened from my perspective with the tech behind it. And I break it down. Here's what we tried to do. Here's the website we were trying to build. This is what we were hoping to accomplish. I warned them of issues with the choices they were making, and they kind of ignored it. They ignored the warnings, and so we tried to make it work. It was by myself. Honestly, I was the only programmer on the team, and I tried to make it work. I did my best to make everything work and make their thing, work in a environment that couldn't work. And then after about a year and a half or so, they're of trying to make this thing work, they finally said, "Okay, you were right all along. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do." And that was a few weeks ago, and I was like, "Yes, like we're good now." And we're only a few weeks away from finishing what we were working on. And they said, "Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't your fault." They told me that it's not your fault. We made some mistakes, and we probably should have done something sooner. And we have a few other projects where we made similar mistakes, and so now we have to unfortunately tighten up the purse belt, or the purse strings, so to speak. We don't have as much money as we used to because we spent it all on trying to get these projects off the ground, and none of them worked when we were doing it this way that you told us not to do. And so now we have to like cancel some stuff so we can save money and stay afloat. It's like, okay, what can I do, right? So I'm over here building a TCP server with sockets in C to build a game. Just trying to stay distracted tonight, and people have been, kind and generous and donating and all that, and I appreciate it. So I thought I'd have some fun with chat. Really sucks. You have to pay for their mistakes. Had a similar thing happen to me. Yeah, they were nice about it though. I'll give them that. Like there's no bad feelings really. They understood, like this wasn't, at least what they told me anyways, was that they understood it's not my fault. I did the best I could, etc. So I'll take it. I'll take that at least. It's better than nothing. But it's a contract, right? So it's just over. The contract's over. It's not an employment. It's just over. So, okay. It would be cool to see you make a single player game, but if this is what you want, that's cool. I'm building a single player game along with this, yeah. Yeah. So the single player game that I have is also, it also acts as a multiplayer game, but in a different way. Anyways, we're doing single player. Don't worry, Jay. We got you, bro. We got you. There's a single player game. I can get you hired if you're willing to work in the e-commerce space. I've worked in the e-commerce space a lot, so that's not a problem. Our tech stack is React and Postgres. Ah, man, I might have to bite the bullet. I'll reach out to you, Sid. Are your DMs open on X? I think they are, right? Let me just do it. Let me do a quick check. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. As much as I may not. Yeah, your DMs are open. Yeah, I can DM you. Yeah, I'll DM you on X, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay. All right. I appreciate that, Sid. Know that enemy. That enemy is poverty. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, anyways. I don't need to go on an anti-React rant right now. I'm too tired for it anyways. But I'll reach out to you, Sid. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. That's kind of you. I'll send you a message on X and we'll get in touch. Okay. All right. I'm going to try and just see if we can figure this out here. Not to ignore everybody else. You guys are all being awesome. I'm just trying to see if we can get to a certain point. That's all. Proact sucks. We know. That's great. Well, then that makes it even better. Honestly, I'm now the likelihood of me reaching out to you was like 99.9%. It has now just become 100%. I'm reaching out to you no matter what now. I'll talk to you, man. I'll reach out to you and I'll talk to you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, the problem I'm having, you guys feel free to keep distracting me and asking questions and stuff, but the problem I'm having is that there's some kind of like connect disconnect, or there's a connect and then a hang up, and it's not like if I run it and then I go to my event source to connect to the socket. Well, origin null has been blocked. Oh. Oh, yes, of course it would be. I am on null. Of course it would be. Yeah, okay. Squirrel, less chance squirrel will work around the water cooler to snipe those unaware squirrels. Yeah, that's right, TMX. You work with React every day. I know, miss. I didn't think React was that bad, but having to include so many things to get it run is a pain. That's the problem. Yeah. React requires you to import the kitchen sink in order to get stuff out, right? Like,
right.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
Where's the socket get opened?
Where does it get opened?
Yeah, new socket.
Right here.
No, it doesn't. Oh, sorry. The stream's delayed, right?
Right here.
Yes. So the socket's being. You need to move that outside of the while loop. Try that. Because at the moment you're leaking.
Okay.
I believe. Wait, sockets and ends. So just try that. See if it changes anything.
I guess I have to do that too.
This is already in use. Yeah, because you didn't close the socket from last time, right?
I see. Hang on, I can see that. Chat Sparrow needs more tips or super chats to pay to print his resume on dot matrix printer. Thanks, TMX, man. Yeah, Jay. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Yeah, I guess I didn't actually shut that down. I don't remember which one's the PID. Okay, it's that one. So 3076. What's my password again? Is it this? Password leaked. It's not the right password.
Yeah, sudo for kill, do you?
What the hell? I guess you don't need it, no. Oh, 6. Oh, I see. Let me try without sudo. Just yeah, you need sudo for it. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Now, nope, nope. Okay, I have to do this stupid access control. It's a cores issue. It's a cross origin thing issue. He's gonna need more money for his interview in Bangalore. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, you know. Uh, only need sudo if it's not owned by a user. Oh yeah, no. I don't think I can send it here though. I don't think it's adequate to just. I don't think that this is gonna be adequate. Oh, here's an SSE, and it seems to be on. Okay. So then could I send a could I send a message? That's all there. I heard noises. Oh, what are the noises for? What happened? Somebody tipped. I don't know who tipped. Somebody tipped. Let me make sure I give a proper shout out.
You know those noises don't play on your stream, right?
Yeah, I
Oh
know,
wait,
but
they might do actually because I've got it muted. My mistake.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Missed. Thank you, sir. Missed dropped $50. I just didn't see it properly, but yeah, I see it now. Miss, thank you. I appreciate that. That helps out a lot. Let me crank up the goal down on the bottom left of your screen, which is completely busted because I don't know how to write a proper HTML goal element. There's $50. We've broken the goal. We've exceeded the goal so much that it's busted.
Who left you a message?
Yeah, he did leave a message. You're right. You know what he said? I just didn't want to read it, but you're gonna make me read it.
All right.
And I hate you for this, miss. This should pay for like 2 months of Copilot. Happy vibe coding.
Fucking hell.
You son of a bitch.
Can you scroll up on this code for me, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Mist. I appreciate that, man. It helps out. You guys have been super generous today, and yeah, I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm really tired, so my energy level is not what it should be. It's not adequate for what you guys are doing for me, but yeah, just know I appreciate it a lot.
And then go down again. Stop stuffing your face.
No, I need to eat.
This is gonna just constantly spam. I believe.
I don't.
Cause look, scroll up.
Okay.
You do while one,
Uh-huh.
right? And then it checks the buffer, and then. Oh wait, no, it does read. That read blocks, right? I didn't see that.
Yeah, because
But
if
bytes
you
read
have to fill
equals
the buffer
read.
first, right?
No. Where it says S size T bytes read equals read, right? That blocks until it actually reads something,
Okay.
till something comes in, right? If that was non-blocking, this would be spamming, but it doesn't do that.
Right.
Yeah. So now you should be able to do something like, I don't know, keep if you make an integer inside this while loop, right, and just increment it by 1 every time you send a response back, and then output that integer as part of the
SSE response.
response, yeah, then you should just be able to go to your browser and keep whacking refresh.
Right.
Well, it doesn't. Why are you putting it there? Just put it in the while loop. Filthy globals.
What's wrong with globals, man? Why are you such anti-globalist?
Yeah.
Um,
Fucking.
wait, should I put it in the while loop or should I
And
put it outside the while loop?
it should be outside, but then, like, but inside the function, right?
Okay, yeah.
So it just be sitting on the stack, right?
Yeah.
Um,
And then in here, I would do something like
you need to do I++ or whatever it was called, N++ or whatever. I know you like plus plus, don't you? Plus N, whatever.
mhm.
I mean, I will put N plus equals 1, but then that sum ID, you need to. This is where you need to do your tricky string shit.
Mm,
So your car response, it'd be, is it sprintf and C?
yeah. Sprintf. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, it's wait, crap. C standard lib sprintf.
Oh no, that return. Yeah, because it takes a pointer to the string instead.
Pointer to the string and then
So now you need a buffer, right?
um the value of pi is 0.2. Crap.
So the buffer is the size of the string, right? That your response is going to be, and then sprintf fills that buffer with with the string that you put formatted with the arguments that you provided, right? And then it'll put as a 0 at the end because it's null terminated because it's a C string, and then you write that to the socket.
Okay. So it'd probably be something like this then. So you take your buffer. Well, I have a buffer size. Let's just go for it. And so you're gonna take your response. Well, I guess the first thing you're gonna do is that. Then the next thing you're gonna do is write again to the socket after. Well, you have to send the initial request. I don't think you append to this. I think you end with this. I think this ends the connection.
Wait. Well, look at the previous one that you commented out.
Yeah.
Just go and look at it. I have to wait for you to scroll up because there's a delay. Right. Look, all that information is the same, right? So you're not appending to that. Okay. So instead, can you see where the where all the HTML is, like the doc type stuff, right?
Yeah.
That is what you'll be. So basically, where the body is, and it says hello, whatever.
Okay.
That is, you need to put percentage thing.
Wait, no, that's not right. We're not sending HTML anymore.
Oh, are you not?
No, for server-side event, which is what we're trying to get here, you want to initiate a connection to an event stream, and then you want to send like this. It's going to have to look like crap, I had it. One sec. It's like this. You have to send an ID and some data, and that's your stream, and you have to prefix it.
Oh, okay. I didn't see this bit. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I was outside.
Yeah, so it's not HTML anymore. Now you're just sending like data, and then the browser just
Okay.
parses it out.
Well, then just you can use your previous string then and just like slap it in, can't you? Just so see all that other bit in the response you've been sending.
Yeah.
That's like the header, right? You need that, okay?
Yeah.
So now do you have a new, wherever the stuff goes, then you put your percentage D, right? I don't know if you need a new line or anything like that. I don't know how this is formatted, right?
Well, I don't even need that. I can fake it. I can just
How are you gonna fake it?
because I just want to see if it will even send the information as part of the initial connection, right? If the initial connection sends the right information and it's parsed properly on here, I'll see it in this frame, and then I'll be like, okay, I've got the messaging right.
Well, all right then. But I was just going to say, well, we can just test it with a variable and then just keep refreshing, and it's,
Yeah.
Where's it going to get some ID from? This is a string.
It doesn't need to. That's the thing. This is just text. You don't need to actually put anything in here inside the C code yet.
Okay.
I know that you have to do a double new line to terminate the messaging thing, but I don't know. I don't know the formatting of the new lines. The new lines are important. You have to have the right new lines, but I don't understand that yet. We're just going to try it. I don't care. We're just going to try it. We're going to wing it. I have to do this again. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have a
6. What? What? I hear more noises. PT6.
You need a graceful shutdown somehow. Like, I don't know if you want trappings or.
How come this isn't dying? Thanks, Sid. Thank you, man. Have a good night, Jay. There are two new lines after content type. Okay.
The process is running as root, so you do need to sudo it.
I am.
Oh.
Yeah. It's still there. Why is it still there?
Is your browser still connected to it?
It's trying, but it's not. But it's failing.
Oh. Yeah, I know, but it's still got the socket open if it's trying.
Okay. There we go. Holy crap, that worked. Yeah, I could use netstat. Yeah. Thanks, Sid. 2 new lines after content type. There's an empty line between headers and content. Is okay. But I think we got it because this is working. Here. I think we got it right here. This is correct. Because look, the ID is some ID. We have a type here, which is event, and then we have
Okay.
data.
So now in the data you do the percentage thing.
Yes. So it would be like just like a D like that. And then you can go essentially you'd want to do, you know, response some ID. That's kind of like the ultimate goal here is to do that.
Well, no. You need a buffer. Right. You pass in your response, and then you pass in the buffer, and then some ID. No. The string goes first. I think, or does the buffer go first? Have I got that wrong? Sorry.
I think it's the buffer. That's what I was just
Yeah,
reading.
the buffer, the string, and then the arguments.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. No, that won't work because you've got to write to the socket after you've done that. And now you're not writing the response, you're writing the buffer.
And right. I have to change this to buffer. And then I can just do, oh, I
And
could
you
even
need
just do it here.
Sterling buffer. Yeah, nice. Yeah, see if that works.
Okay. So I'm going to close this.
Actually, you could put right, never mind. You could do like plus some ID inside of the sprintf args, right? That's how that's meant to work. Real men know the bounds of the output in advance.
That's right, Lem. What's up, Lem? Good to see you, man. It's been a hot minute. Write these sockets, sprint those buffers, yeah.
Oh, that was really nitpicky, that plus, but yeah, this should work, dude.
Make sure to overflow the buffer by not using SN Okay, fortunately we don't. Who is this Englishman? You'll have to ask him. He's on my Discord. If you guys want to hop on Discord, you can. You can hop on and chat with us. Okay. Let's try this out.
You're gonna have to kill the socket again.
Yeah. All right. Well, it didn't.
Did you recompile it?
Did I recompile it? That's a good question. I don't think I did.
I love how you're just killing process 6 now without even fucking checking.
Real men don't look at their processes. They just go for it.
Just killing random fucking processes.
Okay, are you gonna do it now? Why? Yeah. Well, actually, I don't even know if this is the right one, to be honest with you. I've got to install stupid netstat. I don't even know if that's the right process. Why am I writing an HTTP server in C? Because I need to actually hit puberty, and this is the way you do it. This is how you get puberty. Active internet connections? None. So what the hell's wrong? What's your problem? You don't have a problem. All right. Okay, let's try this again. Here it is. There we go. Awesome. Okay, and now if I wanted to do this one more time, I could actually create a second one.
But you can just keep refreshing, can't you? And the number should go up.
Yes. Okay, let's do that. That's gonna fail, and that's fine. And once it fails, once it actually fails, no, stop. Let me just go to a different. Let me go here and I'll just do it here. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Why did this fail? Connection refused. Why? Did it crash? Huh. It's crashing now.
I don't know shit about HTTP, so I'm lost at this point.
Yeah. Crap. What did we do? Thanks, TMX. Have a good night, man. Today I learned about event source. LSOF. Yeah, it is a less shitty WebSocket, yeah. Netstat. Let me just try that. Let me try what Vamp is saying here. NLTP grep. The port would be, I think it's 5858, right? I'm pretty sure it's 5858, yeah. Yeah, nothing. So it's
What's LSOF? List only fans. What's this?
list only fans.
Oh, apparently I have it. List open files.
Oh, okay. Okay, well now I have two ways to do it.
Oh, there you go. You might want to grep for
no, it's okay. This seems to be sticking alive. It's just this. Okay. That's
is
good.
it because it's opening a connection with the one thing and now it's not interested in any of the others?
It could be.
So hang on. What if in the page that's served, what if you serve a button that sends subsequent requests from the same I don't know what you call it, session tab connection? I don't know. I'm a bit lost at this point.
That wouldn't solve anything. What you should be
No.
able to do is, if this is working correctly, you should be able to start up a bunch of event sources and receive the data immediately back and have this thing increment. Just like what I'm doing here, it's just new event source and just point to it. That's what you should be able to do.
Yeah, Lem. So he's got like a basic HTTP server thing. And now what we're trying to do, he's trying to do it with the SSE style connection where it's kept alive. And he's trying to send back just an integer that increments every time it sends something. But he's getting connection refused.
Well, it's that one time I got connection refused, but this time it's hanging around.
Okay, but now how do you get it to send something else?
Well, so you'd have to set a you'd have to do another write socket.
What?
Based on input events.
How about right? In the for loop, instead of doing for one, right? Do for no. Oh, I can't be bothered to explain it. I'm too tired. Basically, I was going to say make the condition for the while loop that some ID is less than some number, and then you move the loop so that it just spits out the thing 10 times and then closes the socket and shuts down. You know what I mean? So you
Oh,
send a request, it spits out 10 responses,
yeah.
right, without you asking for anything, and then shuts down. So
Right.
it requires moving a little bit of code that's above this, but that's it. And then changing the loop condition. Yeah, I know the loop is the connection, but I'm just like offering a little way to experiment to see what's going on.
Like ultimately we want to have this increment to prove that code running in here will actually work and it'll get sent back through the SSE here.
Yeah, right.
And the SSE the SSE specifications state that once you send the header, you're good. I don't think you need to send the header again. You just need to keep sending messages. So you could even do something like
Oh.
you could go like let's say
But you're resending the headers.
I
Is that the
guess
problem?
well the initial one I'm not resending the headers, no, because it's headers
Well,
to initialize the connection.
you're not actually resending anything, are you? To be honest.
Well, I'm not
'Cause-
connecting to begin with. Up on the second plus request, I'm not connecting again. I only connect on the first request. Like
Yeah.
if you look, this second one still stays in pending.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks extensive. Yeah, you don't need to resend the headers. What you have to do is, the header doesn't. It doesn't matter. Like the only reason I'm saying it doesn't matter is because we've got the header solved. So imagine this is an initial connection, because it is. We send the headers and we say, cool, you can connect. And then we send some initial data. And then that's it. And now what I should be able to do is something like, if I wanted to, I could go, no, this printf call works. I received data on it. That's good. Like, so I could even do this, another event. And I could just follow the specs for another ID. Data. And then I could go, well, yeah, actually, I could just do this again. And, well, no, yeah, I don't want to do I don't want to do this printf thing. I want to do this again. So let me, where's the compile? Here.
Wait, no, you're sending the same thing twice.
No,
Right.
I want to send just this, right? Like this is what I mean.
No, because you're reassigning buffer.
Okay, fine. I don't care. I just want to prove that you don't need to send the header again. Because I don't think you do. Here.
You always put buffer size. It's like a German buffer.
It's not assignable. Do I need to sprintf it? I guess I should. I'll just go. Well, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to.
You don't need to do that.
I just want to do. I just want to do this. This is what I want to do. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So now I should see 2 messages when I connect. If this works. That work. I'm waiting for connection. Damn it. Why? Okay, let me close out of here and I'll just do this. Because it violates the... Shut up. Where's my game? I don't think this is going to work either, though. Oh, did this work? Let's go. Connection refuse. Okay, 200. Here we go. See? So you don't need to resend the header. Okay, so the
Nice.
idea here is now we have a way. Now we've confirmed that we can send data on demand, right, this way. And so all we have to do is come up with a way to receive events now. We just need to know how to receive events, which I guess I do know how to do that. We actually do need 2 sockets here because this is only one direction. And we need a second socket that listens on a different...
Well,
No, hang on.
so
No.
you'd have...
No, you don't need a second socket. No,
You don't need a second
no.
socket. You just need like a dispatch sort of thing now.
Yeah,
So now you need to start writing functions that actually act like a web server,
right.
right? You've got you've got the proof of concept working.
Right.
Now you just got to flesh it out, right? And not rely on the crap that you pasted from the tutorial.
Right. So somewhere up here in the bytes red up here, I'm going to have to take the I'm going to have to take this buffer right here and I'm going to have to parse it out. And like I could even well, yeah, I could. I suppose I could go request buffer and then I can I guess do this and then s because it's going to be a string and then print out the buffer. It'd be like this. And I would have to read this and it would have to be something like I'd have to go and check like the method if it's like a post, like is it a
And
post?
you got to pause it,
Right,
yeah.
is a get, like what's in here, what's the form
And then
data, yeah.
You need to handle some stuff like 404 and things like that.
404, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd have to do up here. Okay. So if that is true, then I can do this pretty easily.
And you need a way to gracefully shut it down too.
I need a way to gracefully shut it down too.
So you need to like trap on a signal. That's how you do it in Linux. I don't know how you do it in C. I usually do it in Bash.
Yeah. Nothing. Okay. So then.
Right. I'm gonna have to go because it's like 7 in the morning.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Thanks for sticking around, man.
Company on that, but
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good luck with this.
Thank you.
When you shut down, let me know how far you got. Like.
Okay.
I'm intrigued.
I'll drop you a message. Yeah, I'll let you know. Laugh. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. See you all later, guys.
But say bye to Laugh, everybody. You don't need to bother.
Bye to Laugh, everybody.
Say bye to Laugh, everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay. Bye.
Good night.
Ethics, gaming, really? What do you normally do for a living? I program, except I don't do anything for a living now because I got let go today. I got laid off. I got my contract not renewed, so this is my unemployment stream. Yeah. Birds aren't even real. You're here. How's it going? Baby Yoda. Yep. My server's in C. Just make sure to set the SO reuse address flag. Okay. I don't think I have that in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull that up. Okay, I'll do that in a second. I'll do that in a second. Why did I get let go today? I went I went over that all. It's just a series of mistakes made at the company I was working for, and um they were very disappointed that they had to do it, but they had to let me go. Um so I don't know. I know what I'm doing. I'm just distracting myself. Have I figured out event loops? No. I'm also going to probably make an HTTP server in C for one project. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so those are my, okay, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to see if this would work. So if I run, okay, there's a server. If I go back to this, no, this one, I should be able to connect to this now. Yeah, and there's some data. And then what I should also be able to do is go method get. Well, I guess I don't even really need that. Here's a simpler way. I could just, I don't know, do this. Something just dumb. And then ship that puppy over. Okay, and it should receive nothing. And what's my output here? This is a request buffer. Request buffer is nothing. Did it not work? On the plus side, it'll be easier to empathize with your viewers, yeah. Yeah, use HTML. It's simpler to get started with. You're going to need an event loop if you want multiple clients to connect to your server. I have one. It's called while one. That's my loop. The request buffer was not printed. Well, no. No, I don't think it was. Because look, it's empty here. Oh, no, it's this. It's right here. No, I don't think that's it either. Wait till you hear about while to look up event loops. Okay, I'll look it up, man. I'll look it up, man. I might just be misunderstanding what you're talking about. If it's SSE, the client can send data back to the. No, I know. That's what I wanted to do is use the use a get request. And that's what I was trying to do here, because you can do that. You can use the server to send a get request as like an action or as an event. Then you use SSC to just stream any updates as they happen. So it's a fire and forget on the get request. You just fire off actions. You let the server do what it's going to do, and then you just stream updates in on demand. So it's two separate paths, but the one the from the server down to the client, it's constantly on. From the client up to the server, it's just a fire and forget, send a request. You don't even care if it actually is successful, because your SSC coming down from the server is going to give you everything you need to know, and you just slap that onto the browser. It's HTML, right? So that's why I'm trying to read the buffer in here, because this would be the place where I would read the buffer of my request from my get request. Oh, it's pending. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know ethics. I don't think anyone lives in Oregon. So what do you want? What more do you want? If somebody lives in Oregon, though, then yeah. You have to read the entire request, which also consists of the header, and parse out the body. But can't I just spit out the buffer like this? You're printing the header and body, which is what you're seeing. Is it? Let me try one more time. Let me just send out one more request. Yeah, see, nothing, like, it's not. This is the, yeah, but it's not coming in. Like, it's not updating, right? I just sent another request and I'm still here. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, they're just a header. Yeah, I can see that. I guess I didn't consider that, but that's true. But you can also see that there isn't anything down here. Like, it's not coming in, and the reason it's not coming in is because they're stuck up pending. Well, too bad, ethics. I'm not in Oregon. Otherwise, I'd take you up on it. Oh yeah, I muted myself. Sorry, sorry, folks. Or rather, before you bind Yeah, before you bind the socket. Yeah, it needs to be over here. Yeah, that's right. It has to be between the actual creation of the socket, because then you have to go set sock opt like this. So let me look at set sock opt. And here's your socket, right? So you're going to go server.socket, level, option name, option value, and length. So I should look back on... Yeah. This would be something like this. Yeah. Oh, damn. Rob. Thanks, man. Rob, thank you. Sends what? How much was that? 20. It looks like... Damn, Rob. The last person who needs to be doing that is you, Rob. Thanks, brother. I hope everything's going great. Going great. Got to go to bed, but everyone should sub and donate. That's like 100 Canadian. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Rob. I really appreciate that. Thanks for doing that. Yeah, it means a lot. Have a good night, man. We'll talk to you soon. I guess I better add that to my goal, my busted goal. There we go. On the bottom left. Thanks, Rob. I'm a little tired, so I don't have the energy to, you know, to jump up and down, but I really do appreciate it. You guys have been super generous today, and yeah, it helps a lot, because yeah, things suck right now. Thanks again, Rob. Have a good night, man. I'll catch you soon. Okay. All right. Okay, that was awesome. Thank you, Rob. So hopefully this is like all I need. I can just set the sock opt here, and then I can compile it, and then I can run it, and then I can go back to this guy, and where's my game? It's over here. And I'll spin up an event source first. And this is what the event source says. Okay, so that's just the event source. I'll make sure the data is in there correctly. The data is in there correctly. So far, so good. And now if I fire off a fetch, which should just be a GET request, what happens? It's stuck at pending. And I still only see 2. So, yeah, here you go, man. So it's still not. Oh, man. Good, Baby Yoda. This stuff isn't that bad. If you look at the number of lines of code, bioethics, if you look at the number of lines of code that we have here to get like a simple HTTP server going, it's really not that bad. So you should have accept inside your while loop, and you'll probably need to use threads. That's what I thought. I thought you would need threads. But I was told you didn't need threads. Because you could just use a loop to do it. Maybe that's what Vamp was talking about, the event loops. Could you use event loops to do it? You can do multiplexing using select. But it is messy, yeah. Why don't you use Node or C library? Vamp, how long have you been watching me? Do you know anything about what I do, Vamp, on these streams? You don't need threads, you need an event loop. That's what Vamp is saying. So what is the event loop then? What if you have many clients? Look up select or epoll. It's, so you were saying what Lem is saying, you select or epoll. Okay, let's look at epoll because apparently select is messy. Epoll, it performs a similar task to poll, monitoring multiple file descriptors to see if IO is possible. Okay, and then epoll is just fancy select. Okay, and then select. It isn't any less messy. Okay. Here, maybe what I'll do is I'll just go like this. I'll just search. Here. Select is a classic one. Epoll is a higher performance version. Okay. Okay. So this is basically because connections are files, this is file monitoring in order to determine how many connections you have, yeah? So you can monitor all of your open connections. You're accepting socket for data. New connections. Okay. Yeah, I should use man pages. You're right. I'm just accustomed to doing Google because I can never find anything on man pages for web stuff, so it's a habit. I am on Windows, but this is running in subsystem Linux, so it'll work. This will work. This will be fine. This is what libevent does in its event loops. Okay. So threads might be fine then, because that's what I was reading before. If you're gonna write like a CHTTP server, you need to use like threads. Like something like this, like a multi-thread, right? So you can do what I want to do. My advice would be to write it in threads first for simplicity, then rewrite it using epoll to learn how epoll works. For your use case, a single connection per thread are simpler, and you learn how pthreads work. Okay. Okay. I basically spawn a thread to handle your event stream, then have your main thread to handle fetch requests serially. Fetch get. Right. So, okay. So if I'm going to do that, then I'm just trying to think here. If I have a thread, hang on. Okay, I think I understand. So let me go have a look at something here. C spawn thread. Okay. So you do the sure multi-threading in C, sure. Pthread create, sure. Whatever that, yeah. So you'd have to pull in pthread, and pthread would create a new thread, and you'd run two sockets. I think like what you're saying, Lem. You take two. No, wait. No, it's just two streams. It's not two sockets. It's two streams. And on one thread, you handle the input request, the fetch request, and then on the other thread, you handle your event stream, which just sends the data out. That's what you do. Okay. All right. So if that's the case, let me just have a look at kind of what would happen here. So you'd create a thread kind of like this, kind of whatever it's saying here. So it's like that. And then you would determine based on, with each stream corresponding to an accepted socket. It's 2 sockets you have to read from. Is it actually 2 sockets? Is it not 1 socket? I thought it was just 1 socket. Is it really 2 sockets, 1 per thread? Okay. Okay, I'm hearing noises again. What's the noise there? Oh, Homeyun on the Twitch side. Thank you for the follow just now. Yeah. Each connection is a new socket. So wouldn't that mean that if I do any connection, I would have to just spin up another thread no matter how many there is? I should reread the accept man page. All right. So much. Didn't I have it open somewhere here? I thought I did. Is it this one? No. No, that's not this one. Sure. Let's just open it, duplicate it. Okay. It extracts the first connection request on the queue of pending connections for listening. Creates a new socket. Okay, so yeah, it would be a new socket then. So, okay, so this is how it would work then, based on what I can tell. How it would work is you use an event source, which is just your client's way of determining that you want to do a server-side event, whatever. And the event source would create a new socket and thus a new thread. Sorry. Okay. My bad. I was muted. So you start off with an initial event source request, which is a server-side event. That stays open. That's 1 socket, 1 thread. It stays open until you walk out of that. And it just continually sends information. But anytime that you send an action request, like a get request or a post request to a separate path, because you want to say like, I want to move, or I want to attack or something like that, that's a short-lived request, but it requires a new socket and therefore a new thread. And it just eats up the buffer from the request, parses it, and then dumps the socket. It like closes it. So it's just a send, it's just a fire and forget. But you're required to have a new socket and therefore a new thread for those requests. Not necessarily a new thread. Are the threads managed by the system? If I use pthread, will the system determine whether a thread is managed, whether a thread can be reused or whatever? You can handle all post get requests on a single thread if they are short-lived. Yeah, they're fire and forget. You literally just submit them and you don't even wait for a response. The response does not matter. The response comes from the SSC when it ships HTML back to you and you do an update on the page, and that's where you see. Do you have to manage threads manually? Okay, that would suck. That would suck a little bit. So you have something that looks like this. Okay, let me copy it over. Let me put it on screen. Okay, so it'd be like this, and then like this, and then like this. Okay, while 1 new connection equals accept listen and socket, handle get post request by reading, writing new connection. Okay, that's what you get for using a language that's not safe. Shut up, AH. Shut up. Okay, just shut up. No one asked for your opinion. Okay. If he wasn't a VIP, I would assume he was serious. Yeah. Yeah. um. Okay, so if it's, man, every new connection. No, no, it's fine. Every new SSE connection, I can provide a unique identifier for. Yeah, I don't know. Sartorius, yeah, I am working on it. I'm trying to build something out here. A little C HTTP server. One per client, yeah. It is one per client. The only thing I have to do is just track them. Yeah, the server is supposed to handle multiple clients. They're all going to be playing a game. In the that's part of it will become part of the server. So what has to happen is that all of the SSE clients will have to receive an update, an HTML update, as the game state changes based on the actions that all the clients are sending up on the separate connection. How much traffic do I expect it to handle? Not very much. There's not a lot of people here. I mean, today's been a good day. I've had like average 30, 40 people on stream, and I usually get about like 8 to 10 people on the high end playing the game when I actually like run it, which has been a while, but that's usually at the high end. It's more about like the actions that are being sent out. That could be like, I could even throttle it. I don't mind throttling it a bit and saying something like every second you can only submit up to, I don't know, 3 actions a second, which is probably even charitable per client. And not all of those actions are going to end up being processed and then sent back to all the clients via SSE. It's just whichever action is appropriate will trigger an update back through the SSEs. Someone will invariably put a bug in it. Yeah. Okay. um okay. I'm going to put you need 1 thread per event. Yes. And probably 1 thread per get post. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm thinking I probably need 1 thread per request. Yeah, a client could hang. Yeah. That's what I think too. Okay. I have a plan for this, so that's fine. I think I'm going to call it here. I think I'm going to call it here for the day. It's been 8 hours. I'll come back to this tomorrow, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I might do daily tech news or something tomorrow, or tech bites. Yeah. No, you didn't, baby. No, you didn't. You've been here for at least an hour. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to call it a night. That's it. That's it for me. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the donations today. It's been incredible. I really appreciate that. The support is awesome. And I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. And hopefully I find something soon and land on my feet and all that. Thanks, baby. Thanks for the Gigantify emote with 30 bits. I appreciate it. Let me just see if there's anybody in particular I want to send you guys over to. I'll just do a quick check. Yeah, you know what? At least on the YouTube side, you guys can go somewhere. I'll set that up right now. Yeah, thanks, Mist. I hope. I don't know. I just hope. What else can I say? I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. You guys are set up on the YouTube side. I'm too tired to find somebody on Twitch. It's hard to find people on Twitch. Shut up, Mist. I suppose I could if I really wanted to. I could just raid an empty channel. It's not streaming. Shut up. How dare you, Mist. Okay. Just drop the link in chat. Yeah. I'm out of here. Good night, everybody. I'm not even going to do the you suck thing at the end because you all suck. And that's it. Yeah. There you go. I'm just tired. That's all. I'll do it properly first for proper streams. This wasn't really a proper stream. This was an unemployment stream. Okay. Have a good day or a good night, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. I will talk to you tomorrow. You can hop on Discord if you want to. Thanks to everybody who contributed financially today. It's been awesome. It's been more than I thought it would be, honestly. It'd be way more than that. Way more than I thought it would be. But yeah, you can talk to me on Discord. You can DM me, whatever you want. We can chat. We can hang out. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be busy trying to find work, but I'll be back tomorrow. I'll do, an hour or something and do some news or something like that. And we'll just keep going. And I'll come back and work in the game too on the C server. Since you guys seem to like it and it's fun. It seems to, I don't know, I've been doing not too bad for viewership today. So people seem to like this kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll keep doing it. Okay, folks. Have a good night. Peace out, everybody.